The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. It's a spectacular day. It's a very special day.
The left's new.
And you already know why. Some of you might know, some of you might not know. Some of you might be saying, Hasan, what do you mean by that? Why is it such a spectacular, special day? Is it perhaps because you've been getting ass blasted by every right-wing news outlet out there? Is that the reason? No. Is it because you went out last night, Hasan? Hasan, old man, you went out and you actually partied? Not really, but was in the vicinity of a party. And that's the reason? Nope, that's not the reason either. It's a very special day because it's always a very special day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. You already know what's up. It's freaking Friday. We celebrate every Friday here on the HasanAbi broadcast because our forefathers fought long and hard for Fridays to be of special significance. If you like the 5-day work week, think a union today, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. That is why we celebrate Fridays. To celebrate the gains made by our forefathers who fought long and hard, blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that you can have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose on these Fridays. And this is why this Friday, just like every other Friday, will have immaculate vibes. You already know what it is. This is where we tell the service industry, take the L. I know you got no Friday. Your Friday is basically everybody else's Monday. But for all the wage cucks out there, you know what's up. Don't get it twisted. It's Friday. More like Friday, more like Friday. Anyway, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. I did the Rage collab yesterday and it was fantastic. I think this community desperately needed some non-politic here, you know, some of that. I will be gaming as well. Do not worry. Yo, Cinco, mad paranoid last night in the car after Rage told you Mossad trying to kill you. Let me fade out. Yeah. Hi, it's me. I'm the pay pig from yesterday. Shut the fuck up, taser phased. faced. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, there was a lot of funny moments. Obviously, we'll be talking about that. But then there's also like I continued with my broadcast on Your Rage's stream. For those of you who might have tuned out, you might not have watched. But you know, because some of you are just like, I don't care if it's not politics. I don't give a shit. I don't touch it. It's not for me. I would rather die than hear you do anything that's not like immediately political. But yeah, apparently they were throwing a party, which Rage didn't know about either. I ended up finding myself in the middle of this situation, this event. And it's not necessarily the party that was strange to me, but like the way that they were putting this party together, where every single person, every single person there had a camera, and they were all like live broadcasting. I that's part of the reason why I was a little concerned, you know what I mean? I was like, what the hell is going on here? What the heliante? But here it is.
Hey, what the fuck? What's up, man? Hey, my name's Lee. Nice to meet you. Tico, my nigga, what's up, man? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Jay!
Yeah. Hi, Hasan. I really liked your content and I've learned a lot from you, but I wanted to ask if you consider not using autism as a joke. I know you don't mean it in a harmful way, but I must admit, as a person on the spectrum, it really does get to me whenever I see you talk about bad or unhinged people and refer to them as having autism or a new level/flavor of autism. Says Smart as I. I think it's kind of funny that you did this right as you watched me perhaps be the most autistic I have ever been on camera. Like look, rewatch this and think, what are we looking at here but autism visibility? Like, look at this. Perhaps you don't like the reflection. Perhaps you don't like the mirror staring back at you. Okay? This is like being like, hey man, I really don't appreciate what you've said about autism, as I'm like talking about trains or something. Like right as we were having a conversation. Nailed that social interaction. I was not nailing this social interaction. Let's be real, dude. Let's be real. Does it look like I felt like I was nailing this social interaction? Because it certainly didn't feel so in my head. Okay. I bet you're wondering how I ended up in this situation. Ask Freeze meme is true. I was wondering how I fucking ended up in that situation. Best clip of the night.
Some weird encounters.
He can't even say what happening.
I don't talk about stuff that I do privately.
Yeah, it's been some shit. I ain't gonna lie. Whatever ops you thinks is dangerous, this is like some in the suits.
That's what I'm saying.
In the suits,
yeah, like I can spot a broke nigga.
Like
I can't spot an assassin.
You can't. You get what I'm saying? It's one of them niggas where it's like, oh, he killed himself.
Nah, for sure. Hey, Zai, you think you could close that just real quick? Just my light on the door be running out. Just real quick. Just 1 second.
What, are you gonna dip out?
No. Man, what the fuck you got going on, bro?
I'm sorry. Aim high.
You just want a motherfucking spy on my shit?
Aim high wanted me to do the collab and shit, and I did a talk show.
Collab? Nigga's gonna be the last collab we do this.
Listen.
I swear to God, I knew something was wrong with this nigga's shoulders too big, my nigga.
Listen, look, he big as fuck. He's
6'4".
I'm 250.
I wanted to kick him out the car, but he too buff.
This is what happened. I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna just introduce him to my little homies and hey, don't get in.
Don't put them in this shit.
I'm in everybody.
He said the Mossad's coming after him. Oh, that's funny. Dr. Jihad said those are normal shoulders. He's too buff. I had to ask him to leave nicely. Oh, man.
Nigga, fuck. You want some bullshit? Come on, let's do it.
I'm 50 minutes into the Chad Vice video, and how has Chad Vice gotten off the rails? It used to be about situationships and shit. I don't know. What is this?
That's a bad
It's cool though. I ain't gonna lie, it's cool. It's like
cool,
they doing
yeah.
their thing down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, ain't no violence.
Maybe a little too much baby oil.
Too much. That's what I'm saying. It's like it can't be more bottles of baby oil.
What are they about to do with the baby oil by the end of the night?
I don't know.
I don't know, but they kept
That's what they
saying
kept-
like, "Hey, I know this looks weird.
It was 10 bottles of baby oil down
We
there.
got a lot of baby oil here."
Anti-allergic. The fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
He said the government is there tonight.
I'm about to get the fuck up. I'm about to get the fuck up and out of there. Actually, go look to see what Hasan's doing and come back. Just go find him and come back. Chat, let me know if he's good.
That's not what I did, guys. Once I knew, I walked the fuck away, bro.
Look at my face. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. I'm never beating the allegations. The allegations beat me in the head, chat. The autism allegations have officially beaten me. Okay? It's over. It's over. That's crazy. He looking at Colton for help. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is, I've just never been in an environment like that. I've never been in an environment like that. I've just never seen anything like that before in my life, where there's so many people with cameras, you know, so many people with cameras. Yeah, that chatter was wrong for saying you don't have the autism pass. Yeah, that's what I mean. You literally have anime sad eyes when people approach you to be friends. In the corner, like they don't know I'm not nailing the social interaction meme. What is this?
Advice yesterday, 23-year-old girl confessed on stream she banged her dad's 50-year-old best friend. I know, I was listening to that episode while I was getting ready. Sorry, you heard that, you're like, what the fuck? We're talking about like this, do you know what Chad Vice is?
Chad Vice.
It's pretty much just like, it's ironic, but it's just like
Chad Vice.
Like the streamer Hasan, he does a Vice streams.
Oh, yeah.
And this girl was talking about how she slept with her dad's friend.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is she? You've been at TwitchCon and phase parties. You have been in the same situations, bruh. Yeah, I'm too old now. This shit reminds me you really are closer to 40 than 20, Lamau. Yeah. Bro, this year, I'm going to be smack dab in the middle of being closer to 30 than 40. You understand? Actually, I'm about to be closer to 40 than I am to 30. You understand? Not even 20. You looked a lot older than everyone else. Did I? Closer to 40 than 30. Sorry. Did I say the wrong number? I don't know. Yeah, day after my birthday this year, I will be officially closer to the age of 40 than I will be to the age of 30. That is an unbelievable reality. You know, that is unfreaking believable. You're about to be closer to 50 than 20. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's crazy. So yeah, when I'm surrounded by little Zoomers with their phone cameras, you know, it's a unique appearance. You make an appearance in a banger new video essay from Kind of Funny Games with your One Piece take. Nice. Jillian Michaels has made 3 videos about you in the past week and put out a video demanding people email her so they can go on her show to debate. Wait, what? Who the fuck is Jillian Michaels? Bro was begging for Mossad to pull up so we could get out of that situation. Yeah, I was like, end it. End me. Did I look at the party? Did look like at the party you should be saying, my good man, how art thou? Okay. Okay. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. In any case, these sorts of convos are good though, because it's like, it helps, I think, many people in this community who are like unbelievably locked in on politics to understand like the average person's perspective on politics. Here it is. Hear it straight from Jay Cinco.
I got government.
He is, this nigga in the car right now is the biggest political commentator on the planet, especially on the left side of shit.
On the left side, like not the right side. Like he on the right, he on the left.
Yeah, the like you know what I mean by left, like Democrat, like left.
No, even further.
Oh, like liberal.
No, not a liberal. Further.
Left it. Fucking.
A liberal elaboration. What you trying to say?
What you is? What you?
Elaboration.
I'm a
socialist. He's a socialist.
Okay.
Yeah, you a socialist.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't like my what's it called chart? Remember that test I did? You're like, whoa. You're a little bit in the center.
I don't remember, but
my shit was like in the like.
I got government ops.
Cinco saying his sister watches you cinema. Yeah, that was really funny. That was really funny. Because I think Rage doesn't understand like how many people in the real world actually watch my shit. Because from their perspective, they just see me as like controversial guy who talks about politics and is always in drama. Like the average content creator's perspective is very different than the average normie's perspective on who I am and what I represent. They think all this stuff is just like drama. They don't understand that this. I mean, and Rage is definitely a lot more tuned into this stuff than anybody else. You and Rage had the same reaction. What is this?
It's really, really fucking hard to like talk to him. Anytime like I've tried to have a meaningful conversation, we usually just end up yelling at each other. And like
we went at the same time. That's funny.
We just end up yelling at each other. And
that's funny. You guys were really great together, actually. Yeah, I mean, I love Rage. He's hilarious. He's dope. You were synced up the whole time? Yeah. Anyway, it was good though. It was good that we did some regular shit, you know? I haven't done that in a minute, but I'm glad we did it. Hopefully what do you call it? Hopefully that'll cause people to be a little bit more normal as well. I doubt it, but who knows? Got to do Chad Vice with Crash Dummies. That would be great. Yeah. I think Rage would be great on Crash Dummies too. Rage, the only one that asked a real question. Dude, there was, we had some fun. I let loose. I haven't done that in a minute. I haven't let loose in a minute. So I really enjoyed it, you know? That's always good. It's always a good time to do like regular collabs and normal things that people do. Anyway, loose. Yeah, I did. I let loose. Did you get drunk? No. I let loose as far as like, you know, partying a little bit, cracking jokes, not talking about fucking politics nonstop. It was good.
They're on Fox News and shit. He's Fox News #1. So
Well, my sister loves him, bro.
Actually?
Yeah.
Yo, actually?
Yeah, well, she likes girls, but
No, but like she like videos and shit.
on like a creator level, hell yeah.
Damn. Why is that so
She came to the
because you're bad.
basketball game and she didn't want to take a picture with nobody but him.
So, listen, you're the type of nigga, if I were to say my favorite shooter is HasanAbi and I was in high school, I'd get stuff in the fucking locker game. I'd get bullied, gang. Now if you say your rage is my favorite shooter.
This moment was hilarious too. It's kind of like this. If your dad was really into football, I would tell you, you know, watch some football, learn a little bit about football so you can like have a conversation with him about that.
You know what's crazy about sports?
What?
When I was young, my dad wanted me to play baseball, right? And so we'd be in the backyard, he'd be throwing me balls, I'm trying to hit it and whatnot. Little did he know, I needed glasses. I didn't know I needed glasses, and I'm just missing the ball, swinging that shit.
Oh, so he thought
blind.
you sucked.
And he literally used to like yell at like, "Yo, are you fucking with? Are you an idiot, gang?" I think that's why he left. I ain't gonna lie.
Damn.
I ain't gonna
I'm sorry, man.
Bro, notice how he even moderated himself. Like he self-censored. He did QTE successful. No R word. That's crazy. That's crazy. See? See, it could be worse.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. All right. I think that's about it from.
Yeah, he heard Rage's sad story and was like, damn, it could be so much worse. My mom actually sent me this. Jacobin journalist Daniel. Yeah, we already watched this yesterday. It was incredible. It was cooking. Yeah. You know that this house party reminds me of the idea that every New Yorker deserves to be able to afford to live in the city they call home with affordable housing. Zoran at the party. You can't be having fun every 3 months though, Unc. Yeah, I know. What is this? Power to the people. A 2021 data breach at Twitch's finances revealed that Piker had been paid a bit more than $2.8 million since 2019, or roughly $1 million per year. It's Piker's God-given right to make as much money as he likes in America's free market economy, but it does seem more than a little hypocritical for a self-described socialist who constantly denounces the greed of the rich to be enjoying such a wildly lucrative income and luxurious lifestyle. Bro, voluntary donations, okay? Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm not a broke boy. Suck my dick. Okay. Now you have to listen to me more, right? Isn't that how this works? It's so funny. They're just like, they're reheating like all of the LSF drama slowly but surely. We've moved on. We're going back in time. It's like now mainstream media is trying to do it. It didn't work when every fucking gamer on the planet lost their dang minds over it. It's not going to work when you guys are doing it either, dumbass. Yeah, what will I do? What will I do in this new vector of attack that I have never encountered before? This like totally ridiculous, totally cynical fucking way of attacking someone, to be like, hey, how dare you demand a more just, equitable redistribution of power and productive output in American society when you yourself are profoundly fortunate. It's like, yeah, I am. And I recognize that. And I don't think you need to win the lottery every goddamn day like I have to be able to live a normal life. How is that a crazy concept? They're pocket watching. Yeah, I know. It's so stupid. You should just tweet at him and be like, silence, peasant. Yeah. Happy Anzac Day. Unc, did you blast off? I just blasted off. I forgot to do it. I forgot to do it until now, until this moment. I blasted off now. Particularly the drama around flying first class on a commercial flight, because first class is just how everyone used to fly comparatively. I mean, yeah, I'm doing all right financially, you know. It's just true. As I am very clear about it, I have a revenue system that entirely relies on voluntary subscriptions. You don't have to subscribe, but if you do to the Piker Broadcasting Service for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime, you can continue funding the stream, funding the show, and everything that I do. It doesn't really matter, you know? You look so uncomfortable when you were standing against the wall surrounded by those girls when Duke came and got to you to go to Rage's room. Y'all's reaction to the chatter shit talking the wife sent me. Yeah. Mark Levin spent like 30 minutes of his radio show yelling about you being the enemy. At one point, he said people can do whatever they want to you. They're getting more unhinged every day. Wait, Mark Levin said people should kill me? That's awesome. That's cool. Bettina C4, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 gifted. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 gifted. Piker Broadcasting Service, we don't have big donors, just big boners. Respect. True. True.
And his wife.
Ooh.
I also started shit talking the wife. A few days later, she sees the messages. And she's super pissed, of course.
Close presents with a 200 gifted. What the fuck? South Carolina Socialist. Thank you for the 10. Okay, Pacalolo. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, that was, I mean, Chat Vice was crazy. You guys should go watch it. If you missed it, definitely watch it. This community has a lot of wonderful and colorful people in it. First Chat Vice with no micro penis collar. True. Penises have been growing in this community. I noticed, you know, no big donors, only big boners works. Piker Broadcasting Service. You already know, for you, the people, by you, the people. Third way is planting the seeds for next week's Hasan outrage farming. For the love of God, San Francisco, do not replace Nancy Pelosi with a guy who campaigns with a bigot. Yeah, I agree. They should definitely stay away from Scott Wiener, who campaigned with Richard Hanania, who is a white supremacist. Hey, yo, why is our boy ARAGCHI going to Islamabad? Iran like an abused wife going to the same man for a beating? Yeah. We've been jelking. That's funny. Keith Ellison, shout out. Wage theft is real and workers deserve every dollar that they earn. I created the first wage theft unit in the history of my office to make sure people get paid what they're owed, to hold bad actors accountable. And we've already brought back hundreds of thousands of dollars in Minnesota workers. Sheesh. Yeah, this one bang, dude. Look at that. 33 seconds, 2.2 million views, 62,000 likes. This one put numbers on the board. Yeah. He's going for bilateral talks, also going to Oman and Russia. This was so funny. What is this?
You gotta say free Israel.
Sure.
Say it. You gotta say it. You gotta say it. You gotta say it.
Free Palestine. I said it the OG way.
All right, what are we doing right now?
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
So
I can't believe he got that. That was crazy. I can't believe it lost because I was kind of cleaning up a little bit. I don't know if you guys saw. I was cooking a little bit, you know? Talking about wage theft also opens the door to surplus labor value theft, aka Marxism. The Trojan horse is upon us. When you mentioned that wage theft, you are not even going into surplus value. Yes. I mean, it's an extension of it, in my opinion. It's in line with the same concept, but yeah. Nice gift, chatter. Wait, you said you were going to do something with Sean Hannity? Yeah. Sean Hannity is dousing himself in baby oil, preparing. He's getting ready for it. Yeah, this was the new Chad Vice, 2 hours long. Go watch it. Here it is. I'm hooking up with my dad's best friend. Chad Vice with Your Rage. Just be sure to not burp in the mic. You would insta lose the debate. Trial run for an eventual Tucker Carlson showdown, but he has to face Fox News' 7 evil anchors first. That's funny. Hasan Piker confirms upcoming debate with Sean Hannity on Hang Out with Sean Hannity podcast. Yeah. I had a funny tweet about this too, chatter. I don't know why you won't point to my funny tweet about it. I said Sean Hannity is shaving his whole body for this. That was funny, right? Sean Hannity is burping his worm in anticipation. Oh my God. This one did crazy numbers too. Nice. Nice. Murder, legal murder. Nice. Imagine Sean Hannity asks this tweet up and asks you to explain it. I'm going to be like, yeah. Yeah. You shaved your whole body for this. Don't lie. One more Aura clip. Let's see if I can put it in like this. Like that one.
Oh,
that one?
I've never seen you hit that before, gang.
I mean, I've never seen me hit that either, but it's time to believe, you know?
What? He did. Yo. You did not mean to do.
That was swag. That was swag. I had swag. I had crazy swag. Oh yeah, Vox got a problem with Hasan Piker. Isn't Israel is China? That was funny, and it's still Israel, by the way. They just don't want to say it's Israel because they realize that the whole Israel thing is just is not working, right? It's not working at all. So they have to be like, oh, actually, it wasn't about Israel. It's actually about he's anti-democratic or whatever. Here, let's start with Mark Levin.
Hey, folks, Mark Levin here.
About the concept of
that it was okay to murder an insurance CEO that mounts a tongue who killed
apparently
60 million people.
he
Is one
ends
of the
up advocating to kill me on this. Master Shake does. Hold on.
Greatest human beings to ever walk the planet. That 9/11 was a good thing. It ought to be celebrated. That October 7 was a good thing, and you don't give a damn about the rapes and the debauchery. That it's okay to steal. That you believe in stealing. Let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Should society give a person like that the rights and the privileges and the freedoms that he would deny the rest of us? Should society do that? put apart aside the Bill of Rights and everything. I'm not talking about that. Should society, any society, but certainly our society, a free society, should that society protect or confer on that individual these privileges and these rights when that individual uses those privileges and rights in hopes of destroying ours? Talking about a man named Hasan Piker, who most of you have never heard of before. Hasan Piker is an Islamist jihadi. Born in the United States, raised in Turkey, indoctrinated, came back to the United States, went to college in the United States, worked for a show called The Young Turks, which is a Marxist Islamist show. Broke off when his podcast started to take off, about 8-9 years ago. Now he's embraced by Democrats. Here he is at the New York Times yesterday on their podcast, which is one of the biggest in the country. And they're treating him like he's just a regular guest. Cut 14, go.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country, and the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment. They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
I want you to think about this for a minute. We have the best healthcare system in the world that takes care of more people with quality healthcare than any other in the world. Is it imperfect? Yes. What isn't imperfect that mankind is involved in? But it's an incredible system that saves lives left and right, not just in our country, but all over the world. But that's not even the point. He's justifying the murder of a CEO of an insurance company, blaming that CEO for the death of untold numbers of people, or the hardship or the pain of untold numbers of people. And he's citing Engels, who was, attached at the hip with Marx. It was Marx and Engels who wrote so much of what Marx is credited with writing.
I love that.
He's a Marxist, is this guy Piker. He's an Islamist, is this guy Piker, as I keep explaining over and over again about the marriage, the fusion of the two.
Saying I'm a Marxist Islamist is really funny. Like, Marxist is fine, yes, but Islamist? Buddy, between you and I, who has more fundamentalist values, you think? You know? Like, it's just, it's so stupid. It's such a stupid thing that these guys say all the fucking time. It's like, brother, you and the things that you advocate for is infinitely closer to the average Islamist. He called TYT Marxist Islamist? That's so funny. Okay.
Piker has not only celebrated Engels, he has celebrated Mao, who killed 60 million people. But he celebrates Mao, the CEO of the insurance company United. He didn't kill anybody. It certainly wasn't his goal. It was Mao's purpose, to eliminate the non-believers, just as the jihadis believe in eliminating the non-believers. You think I'm kidding about this stuff? I am not. So Piker is treated like just another commentator by the New York Times, by other media outlets. Democrats want to be on his program, want to be platformed there like Ro Khanna, who represents one of the wealthiest districts in America, Silicon Valley. And others who wish to be on his program. This is a man who celebrated 9/11, says he'll always celebrate 9/11. This is a man who talked about killing Senator Scott because he didn't like his position on Medicaid. But there's more. Cut 15. Go.
I'm pro piracy all the way, like across the board. Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could.
Stealing.
If one could pirate a car. It was just a classic thing back in the day. The government funded anti-piracy. Bro, I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know. I feel like I have this effect on the lead poison generation a little bit, where they just like lose their fucking mind. They're like, I don't know if the fact that someone like myself can have any voice in mainstream news reminds them of how close they are to their end, right? Like maybe I just remind them of their age, remind them of death and all the fear that comes along with it. But this is not like a normal amount of anger, right? It's not like fear baiting and saying like, oh, this guy is, classic. He's just like the classic fake socialist, fake commie. He's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. No, they're like, this man wants to assassinate every Republican senator. He wants to do a 9/11 every day. Like they don't have like a normal framework to operate off of. And I don't know what it is. I think they just like, they see this and they're like, how could this be happening? How could a person whose opinions are, in my opinion, fairly mild, adjusted to the rest of the world, certainly, how could a guy with such radical opinions have any placement in mainstream news? And I think it's because they're so used to winning. They're so used to dominating discourse. This shit has less than 3,000 views on YouTube in 17 hours. Why are we even watching it? Dog, do you know who this is? You know, Donald Trump will regularly post calling Mark Levin the great Mark Levin, will literally tell people to go watch, like tune into his show. Did you just think this is some random dickhead podcaster? Is that what you think is going on? Oh, look, why are you giving attention to this like random irrelevant podcaster who couldn't even get more than 2.7K views in 16 hours? That's what you... This is his fucking radio show. He's probably going to talk about this tonight on the Mark Levin show or whatever the fucking Mark Levin show is, which happens to be Donald Trump's favorite broadcast. I have a conservative dad in his mid-late 60s, and I legit thought every person knew who Mark Levin was because I listened to him growing up every day with my dad in the car. Out. Yeah. Yeah, he's like every boomer whose net worth is over $500,000 is tapped into the Mark Levin broadcast. Okay, they're locked in. Go talk to your racist parents. They probably know who fucking Mark Levin is. If you're over the age of 65, that's the older you get, the more likely it is that you love Mark Levin. He sucks, by the way, but I think it's a bad precedent and really harmful for you to be platforming Mark Levin to your audience. My bio dad fucking worships Mark Levin. We don't talk because of his brain rot. Yeah. Yeah, Rush Limbaugh and Mark Levin. It's just funny because it's literally, Trump calls him the great Mark Levin, okay? He doesn't even just say, oh, hey, you guys should go tune into Mark Levin show. He goes, tune in to the great Mark Levin's broadcast where he will be offering the next steps on what we must do as far as Iran. Like, these guys writing American foreign policy. And you're over here being like, what the fuck do you care about this dude? Yeah, Mark Levin is the HasanAbi for every fucking boomer racist, okay? Right now, at least.
It is would be like, dude, would you steal a car? I'm like, yeah, sure. If I could get away with it, if it was as easy as, pirating IP.
No, I know Mark Levin calls himself the great one, but it doesn't matter. The fact that the president is also calling him that is crazy.
I would do it.
Yeah. Would you dine and dash?
First of all, this guy's a multimillionaire, and I guarantee if somebody stole anything from him, he'd have a whole different attitude. But it doesn't matter. My question to you is...
I like that he cut me off from me right before I say, like, no, of course I wouldn't steal from... I wouldn't dine and dash. I like that he...
We go through this freedoms and protections them. Murder. God. I don't know how he's still walking freely, to be perfectly honest with you. Go ahead.
Never. Never. Tip 35%. Mike's, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that. And if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably pay for their meal.
Yeah. Would you steal a book from the library?
Never.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would
now,
I...
These New York Times interviewers think this is a joke.
Because
Giggling.
it is!
Stupidly. What is it with the cackling and the giggling? Kamala Harris, Tucker Carlson, these people, what is that? Go ahead.
On every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that. Like, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000.
Well, you should give out his address, keep his door open, tell everybody what kind of car he has and where it is, and then we can all be cool, right, Mr. Producer?
Right,
Give us
Mr.
access to his
Producer.
bank account. Yeah, we all want to be cool. Over at National Review Online, Charles C.W. Cook, who's a brilliant writer, he says Hasan Piker is the enemy. The lefty streamer repeatedly made clear his disdain toward the fundamental rules that keep our society together. Contrary to the mewling declaration of the eternal political weather.
Yeah, Mark Levin heard women laughing at something I said and went, why are women happy? I've never heard this noise coming out of a woman before. He is heavily alluding that you and the other libs he mentioned are demonic. That's why he brought up the cackling bullshit. Yeah. It's funny. Are you scared trouble will talk about you by the end of the weekend? A little bit. He even had his call-ins at the end, and some boomer said Hasan Piker is the enemy. Yeah, I do worry a little bit that like some fucking random right-wing boomer is going to try to boom me, you know?
Ezra Klein, it seems clear to me that the most opposite way to describe the online left's latest darling.
Because like, look, the most prominent example of this is Tiller the baby killer, right? That's what what's his face? Oh my God, I'm forgetting his fucking name now. It's not Rush Limbaugh. Bill O'Reilly would say every night on his news broadcast that this doctor that was performing abortions was a baby killer, and someone actually killed him. Like someone literally went to his church that he was at church service and shot and fucking killed him. So I do worry a little bit that like they're trying to put the beat on me. They're trying to put a crosshair on me in the same way where they're like talking this much to try to get one of their schizo fucking fans that's like 65 years old to use his arsenal of weapons on me. You know, trigger a little bit of stochastic terrorism. And it's not great. I'll admit, it's not fucking great. I don't like it, but what are you going to do?
The Twitch streamer Hasan Piker is indeed as the enemy. In a rambling group chat, that was filmed and transcribed by the New York Times this week. You heard part of it. Piker repeatedly made it clear that he is disdain toward the fundamental rules that keep a society together. Among other things, Piker defended the murder of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, whom he deemed to have been guilty of a tremendous amount of social murder, suggested that he would happily steal a car if he could get away with it, and laid out a complex framework for when it is acceptable to shoplift, when the victim is big corporations, and when it is not, when the victim is taxpayer-funded with union labor and adjusted prices. Also, okay, per Piker, is IP theft, stealing movies, things like that, quote-unquote, to which Piker's interlocutors, the Times' Nadja Spieligman and the New Yorker's Julia Tolentino, responded, wow, that all seems utterly psychotic. Have you considered getting professional help? Nah, I'm just kidding. In reality, Tolentino responded by explaining that she's opposed to profoundly selfish, immoral, collectively destructive actions, such as getting iced coffee in a plastic cup or flying on airplanes for pleasure, but that she's supportive of selfless, moral, collectively constructive actions, such as blowing up a pipeline. And Spieligman responded by saying, I can relate to what we're saying, Gia. It is hard to live ethically in an unethical society. Sick. Is it? I must confess, he writes, that I do not find it so. But then, unlike Piker, Tolentino, and Spieligman, what a peculiar law firm that would make, I do not spend my days sitting on sofas pondering aloud whether it would be proper to rob the Louvre. No doubt, this makes me some sort of plotting, unfashionable reactionary, but I'm rather steadfastly of the view that the norms that the Times trio are hoping to dismantle are the core non-negotiable building blocks of a civilization. It's not, in fact, acceptable to murder people because you think they are social murderers. It is.
It's funny because, like, I know that you're not supposed to demonstrate intellectual curiosity at all when you have these sorts of conversations. It's much easier to dismantle a straw man that you design, that your interlocutors or your ideological opponents are engaging in, and that's precisely what they're doing here. But the conversation was literally exactly what these guys are fucking complaining about. The ripping apart of the social contract as a consequence of systemic harm that people are experiencing, and how that leads to antisocial behavior, illegal activity, and the people's reception to antisocial behavior like murder, illegal behavior, immoral behavior like murder or theft, is nowhere near as angry or as upset as people used to be at these sorts of things. Because if society's not working for you, you just don't give a shit if it starts not working for anybody else, right? And the argument that I presented over and over again is that the rich are not only violating the social contract with regular frequency, but they've also designed society in a way where the social contract is no longer holding for the average person, for the little guy, you know? And that's what it is. That's what's going on here. And these guys are so desperate to not have that conversation at all because their job relies on them upholding these systems, upholding this idea that, like, yeah, if you're fucking, if you're a working guy, if you're a regular guy and you're failing to make ends meet, that's kind of your own moral failing. That this system is the best designed system out there. No better system could ever be designed. And you need to shut the fuck up. You better not even, you better not even address any of these problems. Right?
It's not, in fact, acceptable to steal cars if you can get away with it. It is not, in fact, acceptable
that's a joke. Okay, Mark, calm the fuck down. It's pretty funny. Mark Levin has zero juice. No, he does. He has juice because the president loves him.
Shoplift that the store in question is owned by a big corporation. And no, blowing up pipelines is not, in fact, a thing that should be illegal. That isn't. John Locke contended that all individuals possess a natural right to life, liberty, and property. And as a guiding principle, this has served us pretty well. It has not, of course, ended political debate or forced us into universal accord, but it has established a rule that one does not get to infringe upon those things simply because one has deemed oneself exempt. Hasan Parker seems to believe that his reference to Frederick Engels, his social murder concept, is extremely clever. In truth, it represents nothing more than sophistry special pleading. If permitted to do so, everyone could play this game. Piker's argument is that by allocating resources, as he did, Brian Thompson killed people. But one could offer precisely the same justification against politicians who run the government healthcare systems that Piker covets, or against...
Wait, what? Is he saying I'm in favor of like Obamacare or something? Like, no. The system itself is consistently leading to the excess deaths to the tune of 68,000 people a year who don't get the medical coverage because they can't pay for it, and then they fucking die. These are preventable deaths in the wealthiest nation on the planet. Okay? Social murder is the concept that looks at this kind of systematized form of structural violence, the structural violence of poverty, the lack of care for many, when we have an abundance of resources, when we totally have the wealth to take care of everyone, and says that's a death to the individual no matter what, right? Even if it's invisible, even if it's seen as like business as usual, from the perspective of the victim's family, that's still a death. And that's precisely my point. Like, a lot of people, even in a country as draconian and as the United States of America, look to the assassination of Brian Thompson, and before they knew who the shooter even was, and some might say we still don't know, right? Allegedly. As soon as they knew what this person's job was, what this person's role was as the CEO of a healthcare company, they understood what was going on. They understood that this was revenge. This is not an endorsement of decentralized modes of violence. This is analysis. If you ask me why people reacted the way that they did, I'm going to give you a fucking honest answer. Okay? We don't need to do a million different versions of throat clearing off that before we arrive at the systemic harms that privatized healthcare insurance companies create in American society. We have the real numbers. Like I said, the Yale study that showed 68,000 excess deaths take place a year.
Contractors whose budgets do not perfectly inoculate their apartment buildings against arson, or if one were to be fixated upon his refusal to donate his wealth to the world's poor, against Piker himself. In this country, we do not leave it up to each person to determine what extent each individual is murderable. We insist upon a blanket rule. To chip away at that dictum, even rhetorically, is to play with ancient fire. This guy is disgusting. This guy, Piker. Excuse me, cholera. Absolutely disgusting. And he's a big hit among Democrats on the left right now. Big hit. The same goes for carjacking, you're right, shoplifting, IP theft. It's entirely irrelevant whether we are discussing Citarella, Jimmy's Roadside Grocery, or the Greater Manhattan Unionized Cooperative. Stealing is verboten. Morality notwithstanding, this injunction provides us with the predictability that is necessary for our culture to flourish. Hasan Piker does not strike me as a particularly thoughtful person, so it's probable that, well, like so many affluent would-be revolutionaries, he's falsely assumed that the stability he enjoys every day is an intrinsic feature of the natural world. It is not. Each time...
I do understand that. You know what? I think part of the reason why these guys freak the fuck out is because someone who has achieved this level of success in the current system, in the current design of society, is not supposed to fucking rock the boat. Because I should not be cognizant of the instability that the average person experiences on a fucking daily basis. Guys like this, they're confident, they're comfortable, they love the current system because they've benefited tremendously from it. I have too, but I also am aware that regardless of my successes, regardless of my fortune, that this is unfucking bearable for the average person, especially because there is an alternative out there where we can live in a more egalitarian society. So these guys freak the fuck out. They're like, dude, shut the fuck up. I think that's part of it as well, where it's like, dude, what are you fucking saying? You're rich. Shut the fuck up. You know, that's what it is. You're fucking up the bag. But what's funny about it is not Mark Levin saying this. What's funny about it is when I see, you know, ordinary working class stiffs, right? Everyday people who barely make ends meet also defending the same systems by yelling at me and reiterating the fact that I have enjoyed tremendous fortune, right? Like this guy. Hasan Piker was literally a fat little rich kid with a pony. Now he makes a fortune selling Eat the Rich to Nepo commie kids, Lamau. I said broke motherfuckers would rather kill themselves than hear anybody say a better future is possible. There he is. The chubby little prince steps forward to lead his sheep to a communist utopia. Good job, comrade. I have seen something very weird, sinister, and dare I say pedophilic about a lot of the Zionists here too. It happened to the Strokes guy, where they were like, "Oh, you dare criticize the perceived victimhood of American Zionists as they try to defend the atrocities in Gaza? Well, you were 13 years old when you went to an Epstein party." It's like, that's crazy, man. That's a crazy thing that you just decided to do. They're like doing this to me. They're like, "Oh, look at this photo when you were fucking 13, fatty." Okay. Yeah, dude. I'd never hid this. You know, I posted this. You didn't find this on your own, you fucking idiot. I posted this shit. What is this? Well, he's a pussy, so we wouldn't ask her any hard questions or say any of that slick shit to her face. So it would be pretty boring, actually. Wait, that's so funny. Okay, nice. Yeah, no, I would never ask any hard questions. I'm a pussy. Yeah, it is incredibly problematic of Julian Casablancas to have been hanging out with pedophiles as a young boy. Like, that is such a crazy thing that San Francisco Chronicle just put out. And it's so obvious why they did that. And everyone understood exactly why San Francisco Chronicle chose to report on Julian Casablancas being at an Epstein party in 1991, where he would be 13 fucking years old. Okay? 13 years old. He'd be a victim, not an accomplice, right? And it's unbelievable that they thought that this would be great. Like, this would be a real banger. I said, at this point, it's hilarious. Julian Casablancas dares to criticize America, Israel, and Zionists in the Western world. And now you got a major newspaper implying he's an Epstein affiliate. Well, he was a child in 1991, so at most, he's an Epstein victim. This is what we're doing? A resurfaced 1991 photo shows a young Julian Casablancas at a Trump-linked event, drawing attention as the Strokes frontman faces backlash over recent political remarks. This is funny. Why was Julian Casablancas enabling a pedophile like this by being a 13-year-old boy in his vicinity? Have you thought about that? Yeah, Adam Johnson also said, feels like Feel like not enough people are pausing to appreciate just how truly deranged this is. Casablanca's criticized Israel, then the San Francisco Chronicle rushed to publish an article about a 13-year-old Casablanca's attending a Trump-linked event at 13 years old. Linked event. Bears repeating that the target of these deranged intimidation campaigns, whether Claudine Gay's plagiarism or Rama Dawaji's art freelancing, are not the subjects themselves as much as the generalized menace for others to just shut the fuck up and go about their business. A staple of the genre is always all smoke and no fire. Linked. Backlash. From who? Remove moral content of political remarks, guilt by association, then guilt by association, and if need be, by associating with people who associate with the associates. This is exactly what's been going on for the past month or so with me. They don't like what I'm saying, so they try to create some kind of tremendous controversy. But what they don't realize is that this kind of shit doesn't work, because I'm not a traditional media anchor. I'm not on a corporate sponsored mainstream media outlet where I could be fired, where advertisers could pull their dollars. I am entirely donor funded. Okay. And not even donor, but like subscriber funded. So none of this shit works. None of it works. The reality is, yes, donor funded. Donor. Yeah, this is a grassroots movement, and it's grassroots funded. They're trying to get you banned from platforms, I think. It's not. I don't want to be too I don't want to demonstrate too much hubris here, okay? I want to rewind the stream. How can I? You can rewind the stream by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free, or a $6 a month subscription, allow you to actually rewind the broadcasts if you are watching from a PC, and many other amenities such as emotes that you can use all around the platform, and the opportunity to be able to send me links with no guarantee that I will click on said links, especially if they're dog shit. They're trying to scare people away from even attempting to listen to you. Yeah, but for every person that's just like, yeah, this guy fucking sucks, I guess, who cares? There are going to be plenty of people who go, let me go check this guy out for myself. So it ends up, because the statements are not true, right? Because the accusations are false. And because my enemies are unbelievably evil, right? Like openly fucking evil, like Mark Levin. Because so many of my chirpers are openly pro-Israel, sometimes even Israel first, so repulsive in other meaningful ways, that eventually, in a long enough timeline, people start recognizing that all the fucking shit talk is coming from places, is coming from places where it's, not exactly great people saying this shit. We have already experienced this in this community for years and years, with virtually every sex pest, pedophile, and ultra-Zionist on the internet coming after me with the exact same lines of attack that now Mark Levin is using. Right? And at first, maybe a lot of the fucking slop consumers, the drama enjoyers, watched all of these supposedly apolitical centrist content creators and like VTubers that are lolicon enjoyers and things like that. Perhaps they watched that stuff and thought, yeah, no, this guy fucking sucks. This song guy probably sucks, right? But then every single one of those people slowly but surely revealed their hand. They revealed their hand and they showed the world who they truly were. So at that point, you got to make a new calculation. Perhaps these guys were fucking bullshitting. Maybe there's some residual resentment from all the things that you've seen, all the discourse cycles that have taken place over and over again. But I always believe that eventually there's going to be a turning point, because it's just simply not true. It's just not true. If you think I'm like running around advocating to murder every fucking CEO or do as much theft as possible, it's just not true. You're not going to get that. If you come in here and you look for that, you're not going to find that. You're going to realize that perhaps I have many reasonable points. You might not immediately agree with it. It's an alternative way of viewing society, an alternative trajectory that we could have for a much better American future, a much better future around the globe for every single person, working class individuals all around the world. But even if we don't agree on the methods, at the end of the day, that is my goal. That is what I want. I want what's best for others. That's it. And I've never shied away from revealing my perspective, right? Atlantic did another one. Something is happening with America's moral code. Oh my fucking Lord. Again.
He receives a payment or swipes his credit card or interacts with his accountant. He's mindlessly assuming that the rules about which he is so painfully glib would hold fast. If, as he insisted twice, it is acceptable to steal from Whole Foods, then there's no good reason that it is unacceptable to steal from Hasan Piker. And I would add, there's no good reason to do whatever you want with Hasan Piker. I don't urge it. I certainly don't recommend it.
I don't urge it, but you should do something about this guy. Okay, Mark, you fucking pussy. Literally out there being like, yeah, you should fucking deal with this guy. You should do something about this guy.
Respect. But that's what this comes down to if Piker wins the day. Why should our liberties apply to him? When if he had his way, he would destroy them. I'll be right back.
I like that he goes in the commercial break after issuing a not so subtle death threat against an American citizen. All right, man.
As the standoff.
All right, buddy. Bo, the elites are so far up your ass, they're clipping 3K viewed YouTube vids. You control the narrative topic. You got them by their balls. Yeah, I mean, he gets more angry after. More angry than demanding someone do something about me, issuing a Republican fatwa. Doesn't this get you mad? No, dude, it doesn't. You want to know why it doesn't get me mad? Because I'm so fucking used to it. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe this is a very toxic version of politics that we should not have been used to at all. We should have never gotten used to it at all. Here's another actually article about you, and it's hilarious. Hasan Piker and Gia Tolentino, the leftists who think stealing is great. Actually, shoplifting is bad. I don't even... God. They have no argument. They have no argument at all, which is why they have to do this, right? The argument is, yes, theft is bad. That's why we're talking about systemic looting that takes place, that fucks over the working class on a daily basis. That's the whole point. But it's funny that they're just like, oh, dude, you're pro-crime, you're pro-theft, you're pro-murder. I feel bad for Gia Tolentino, who just got caught in the fucking crossfire here, probably in ways that she did not foresee. She probably did not I told them, I warned them ahead of time too. I was like, listen, I'm gonna be honest, like there's probably gonna be a lot of backlash. And we didn't even talk about anything all that controversial, but whatever I engage with, it turns into madness in the discourse cycle, and the block is hot. Yeah. Anyway. You became a low-budget Dreyfus affair. The biggest transfer of wealth in history from working people to billionaire hoarders is only accelerating as American systems disintegrate and decline. But yes, please keep obsessively focusing on the Twitch streamer sharing a Netflix password. This is the key to winning elections. Yeah. Harvuka, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Who do you think they perceive more as a threat, you or Carlson? Fuck not. It's not Carlson at all. What are you, crazy? This is when he starts getting angry. If you want to see, he starts going over your whole life.
So he trashes our founding. He trashes our history, trashes our economic system, but he's a leech. He's a leech. He feeds off all of it. The only reason he has free speech is because of our Constitution. The only reason he's wealthy is because of capitalism. The only reason he has a platform, again, is because of our free speech. I've told you many times that the hard left, the Marxists, the Islamists, and so forth, they use our Constitution to destroy our Constitution. They use our liberty to destroy our liberty. Now, I never heard of this guy before until about a month ago. I'll bet most of you haven't either. He's a cancer in the body politic. He's metastasizing. Born July 25, 1991, but he knows everything. Everything.
Why is he talking about my day of birth? Could you please respond? Why do you hate our freedoms? I don't. Obviously, I don't. I'm using them, right? I'm using the freedoms to do what? Advocacy that I don't like. How dare he believe things that I don't believe? How dare he? Yeah, I'm using the Constitution to destroy the right-wing forces in American politics. We can't have that.
It says here that, let's see, in New Brunswick, New Jersey, to Turkish parents. He grew up in Istanbul, was raised as a Muslim. His father's family immigrated from Crete, Greece, to Turkey. His father, Mehmet Beckel Piker, is a political scientist and economist.
Beckel Piker, he's just like, Bechet, okay? He has no idea how to say that. That's funny. Bro said my dad's middle name, bro. I haven't said my dad's middle name in like a decade. That's crazy. Or tried to say my dad's middle name.
His mother, Euchre Sedef Piker, is an art and architectural historian teaching at New Jersey Institute of Technology. How many times have I also told you that the worst of the communists and so many of the Islamists come out of these colleges and universities or out of these
no
educational
more education. Who needs to learn about architectural art history?
Institutions. They don't come out of the streets. His uncle's this guy Cenk Unger, or Uyghur, that fat Slav, also from Turkey, founder of the Young Turks. And Piker returned to the United States, attended the University of Miami, then transferred to Rutgers, where he joined the Theta Delta Chi fraternity. Graduated in 2013 from Rutgers in political science and communication studies. He moved to L.A. 2021. He bought a $2.7 million home, 3,800 square feet, in West Hollywood. But, of course, he's a Marxist. Most of his streams have been filmed in his house. During his senior year of college in 2013, he interned for the Young Turks, filled with hate, Jew hate, America hate, Christian hate. The network ad sales and business department hired him after he graduated, so he worked for a while for his uncle.
This guy knows more about you than I do, and I've been watching you daily for almost 5 years. I think Levin is in love with you. It's crazy. Why does he know so much? I hate this guy. What the fuck? Mossad giving him the talking points? Nah, he probably just went on the Wikipedia page. I think this is just straight up from the Wikipedia page. Pretty sure he's reading the National Review article that was put out on you. Literally just the article that went over your wiki with your controversies mixed in.
Became a host and later producer for the show. He created his own video series in 2016, and then he's off to the races. He added content to the Huffington Post from 2016 to 2018. Started streaming on Twitch. A Twitch streamer. And so he's a disgusting, foul, America-hating, Jew-hating, Christian hating.
He's just reading my Wikipedia page and then going, I hate this. Disgusting. He's an America hater. While sounding like the Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Hating, Mao loving, Hamas loving, 9/11 loving, piece of garbage. And he wouldn't get away with this in any of the countries he loves, I can tell you that. Not any communist regime or Islamist regime. He would have already...
Wait. Isn't that completely false? Like, if I thought all of those other countries hate America and love Mao and love Islamism. Wouldn't that actually go super hard in places like Iran? If I lived in Iran, then they would celebrate me, no? Or China? Wouldn't they... Pretty sure if I was a Mao-loving, Hamas-loving, disgusting America hater, I could just like live in China and they'd be perfectly fine with that kind of politics, no?
He'd taken a dive off of a high roof. In other words, pushed. And the Democrats embrace him.
I like that. He's like taking a dive off a high roof. In other words, pushed. Thank you for clarifying that I would be defenestrated in a different regime, which is ironic because that's what you want to happen to me in this one. In this supposed cherished First Amendment loving Constitution loving broadcast on the Mark Levin show. You are literally demanding that happen to me, which is very funny. You also love it when Israel does that. It's just, he's basically demanding that happen here.
They embrace him.
Dude, I want pictures of HasanAbi, that web-crawling menace. I do have a tendency to turn everybody into J. Jonah Jameson. I don't know what it is. They're like, I hate the Spider-Man. It's like that meme of the guy going like this at the Mr. Burns' second in command Simpsons meme. He's like this, and I'm just shaking my booty in front of him. No! They're cooking his ass for speaking on you. Hasan Piker represents everything that is evil. Listen for a free. Oh, it's Smithers. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Mr. Smithers. This is just 2019 Alex Jones all over again, mispronouncing your name, bringing up TYT, getting an aneurysm. Yeah, Alex Jones in many respects was ahead of the game. He was ahead of the curve. He was ahead of the curve back then, all the way back in 2019 where he clocked this shit. I will call her at 139, calling you the enemy. You can clearly tell this guy has no idea who you are. 139. Oh, so he like took on callers from his community to be like, we should kill this guy.
I just got to pull up the call screen here. Sirius XM Satellite, how are you?
Mark, I'm doing well. Always a pleasure to speak to you, sir.
Thank you, brother.
this Hasan Piker is evil. He is the enemy, and if this is not a clear case as to why this birthright citizenship is completely wrong.
Bro, you can't be talking about birthright citizenship with that accent, motherfucker. You can't do that. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. He said, yes, Mark, we have to do something about these fucking birthright citizens. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What are you doing? Do you have no self-awareness? What the fuck? Mark, we have to do something. Average ICE agent. Oh my God. Ay, 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 por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, ay, ay.
And it makes no sense for us to survive as a country. But I also wanted to get your take, Mark, on dual citizenship. I think.
Oh, wait. Why do you care about dual citizenship?
That's a problem as well. Bernie Moreno, senator from Ohio, he was crafting some legislation to try to get rid of dual citizenship because I believe that you need to have full allegiance to the United States. You cannot have.
Yeah, why? What would Mark have to say about dual citizenship? Maybe no more dual citizenship for Israel, for example. Would that be on board? Would Mark be on board with no dual citizenship to Israel? Let's hear. Let's see what he had to say.
Allegiance among.
Lose the accent, hermano. No, this is what's so funny about like so many motherfuckers who are like who are Republican, but actually come from backgrounds that Republicans want to forcibly excise from the American state boundaries. It's just like unbelievable. People think, oh, as long as I LARP as a white supremacist, like, is fine. I will be fine. I will be spared. You will not be spared, motherfucker. This is why I don't understand, like, the juxtaposition, the inherent contradiction of Nicolas Fuentes. Nicolas Fuentes being Mexican. A Mexican white supremacist. How is that possible? That's the beauty of America in some ways. Okay? That's what it is. Nicolas Fuentes is the most prominent white supremacist in the country. And he's a gay Mexican manlet. It's crazy.
Countries. So I think that's a big problem as well. I would love to get your take on that.
Well, obviously, I know a lot of people who are citizens of the United States and Israel. I know a lot of people who are citizens of the United States and Canada. I know a lot of people are citizens of the United States and Britain. And to me, as long as you're loyal to the United States, I really don't have a problem.
Wait a minute. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. So you don't want the dual citizenship restrictions because I know a lot of white guys. And more importantly than like he said Israel first. I didn't say it. He said Israel first before he said Canada, before he said England, before he said the UK. What happened? Mark, what happened? What happened to no dual citizenship, Mark? Folded like a lawn chair. All right, I'm done. This is funny. There is like a million articles like this. They're all over the timeline. People are going fucking crazy over it. I am the biggest villain in American society right now. But just remember, it's because of moments like this that these motherfuckers consider me the biggest villain. I do want I do want to watch or read the Vox article. That one is always funny. I always do appreciate like when liberals get mad and they try to now they're trying to make it seem like the issue is not Israel, but it is still Israel, obviously. So we'll do that. But remember, this is the real problem. Okay, this.
If you steal from the poor, you become rich. If you steal from the wealthy, you go to prison. So there's only one direction where you can do unlimited theft and erode the social contract for the 99%. There's an invisibility baked into the system that allows the wealthy to engage in this sort of behavior. Because I mean, it's a cliche at this point, but like wage theft is the most consequential amount of theft that takes place in the United States of America.
That's it. I feel like this podcast was a trap. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, new attack line is San Francisco, do not replace Nancy Pelosi with a guy who campaigns with a bigot. And yeah, head in the office says, agreed. Don't vote for Scott Wiener. I love that. The beard was his own character here. Sometimes I'm shocked in the stuff they choose to clip. Like, do they think that's going to be an unpopular take? Every Israeli should have birthright U.S. citizenship. Okay. Ben Shapiro did the radical left's hostile takeover is here. Karl Marx, me, and then Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Kind of a banger, a bit of a banger a thumbnail, even though it's AI, obviously. But hilarious background overall. Again, these guys are so fucking mad. It's a weird, gross allegiance with some of the most like vicious, vile, repulsive elements in American politics. Jim Garrity, Hasan Piker's father, Mehmet Beşiktaş, spent 24 years working at Sabancı Holding, rising to the board of directors at a position of vice president. Do these guys think that like politics is passed down from generation to generation? I don't understand it. Like, what is... Like, do they think that like me and my dad are supposed to agree on everything politically? We don't. Yeah. We don't. We don't agree. Yeah, I have a father, and I take care of him financially now, which is ironic because, you know, he's Mr. Neoliberal, but that's besides the point, right? I'm very fortunate. I'm a very fortunate guy. I'm honored to be able to take care of my father. But yeah, we don't agree. We don't agree on politics. This is a very normal thing. Piker disputes the notion that he grew up wealthy and privileged. In November, Piker claimed that his father went broke by the time he got to college and was broke for the first decade after college. Apparently, it was the kind of broke that he could afford an Equinox gym membership in 2013, which cost $133 to $142 a month with a separate $175 initiation fee. Piker literally means broke as a synonym for not earning as much money as I would like. Dog, I literally did not have a vehicle in Los Angeles. I did not have an established place of residence in Los Angeles. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you think I was LARPing when I was living in the fucking kitchen of a frat house? Do you think I was LARPing when I had 3 fucking roommates that I lived with? You think I was doing that as a LARP? Like, I don't understand. What the fuck? That's hilarious. It is fucking hilarious that these guys are like, nah, he's faking it, dude. No, I was faking it. My tax returns were also faking it. I was LARPing being fucking broke. Not that it even matters, ironically enough. Not that it matters. Even if I was unbelievably and unfathomably rich, that doesn't actually change the fucking argument. You can't address the argument, so you're trying to you can't tackle the message, so you're trying to tackle the messenger. But it is funny that they're just like, nah, dude, he was rich. Okay. I wasn't, but let's say I was. Who gives a fuck? I am now, right? Who gives a fuck? There is no way to fucking tackle the merits. So they just hit like the messenger to lean into pre-existing idiotic fucking notions every time. Every fucking time. They're like, nah, dude, this is hypocritical. No, it's not hypocritical. You just worry. You worry that there are people like me out there, okay? You worry that there could be more people that recognize right from wrong, that understand that the situation is untenable, that there is a better future out there, there's a better mode of existing out there that is more egalitarian and better for overall society, where we don't actually starve out the unlimited potential of people simply because they were born in the wrong zip code, simply because they were born behind on the wrong side of a border, right? That's it. It's also extra funny that they bring up Frederick Engels, which I brought up, describing the concept of social murder. Engels owned a factory, right? Like, he was literally one of the godfathers of communism, right? And he owned a fucking factory. So they were able to hit both sides. Hypocritical rich communist and also broke boy that was eating off of his relationship with a hypocritical rich communist. Marx and Engels, both. Frederick Engels, literally OG, commie sugar daddy. It doesn't work. Why do they keep trying to conflate your father's net worth with the net worth of the holding company that he worked for? It's such a shit attempt to label you as some kind of billionaire nepo baby that does not hold up under inspection. A lot of people are stupid. A lot of people are unbelievably stupid. And there's also AI articles that make that conflation as well. So there's like plenty of bad information out there for those who don't want to scratch the surface of any of this stuff, right? So that's what it is. They're just like, see, his father worked for a company that had billions of dollars in a holding group, in a conglomerate. And it's like, okay, how the fuck does that translate to my life? Like, I don't understand. I've talked about my privileged and affluent beginnings over and over again. There's the reason why there are photos of me on a fucking horse, on my horse, mind you, as a child. How the fuck do you think this photo came out? You think you found it on your own? You did some investigative reporting? No, I posted it. I've talked about it. HasanAbi, as they're calling it. They try to do this with Zohran too, calling him a Hollywood nepo baby. I know. It's when you got no argument left, that's what you do. Anyway, where is the fucking Atlantic article? This is the last thing I'm going to read before we move on to situation monitoring. We'll be talking about the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on. Yeah, they're doing you like Julian. I saw in America, if you criticize Zionism, they will smear you with photos from when you were 13. They're doing it to me too. Michael Rappaport is doing it. Michael Rappaport is doing this to me. One day after San Francisco Chronicle did this to Julian Casablancas, it's the same shit. It's always communists who tell me that because we disagree, I'm unworthy of existence. Wait, what the fuck happened? Did I just lose the... Oh. Because we disagree, I'm unworthy of existence. I think it's because communism as an ideology is murderous at its very core. No, it's because you step on rakes on social media out of ignorance and low intelligence, and then you act indignant about your sideshow Bob act. And by the way, you did twist his words. If you had the decency, you'd apologize. You just instead feel sorry for yourself. Hasan isn't the one who hand waves away millions of deaths in the richest country in the world due to ration death. And that was you. And then you act like a victim because people are angry that you've done this because they use strong language. How about you grow up, Kelsey Tuak? Kelsey Piper. Yeah, she didn't say they were rationing death. She said suboptimal policy and business decisions. Anyway, yeah, Eric Levitz wrote about me, said, Hasan Piker is exceptionally good at ranting about politics while playing video games. Okay, lie, but that's fine. Right off the gates. Chatters, you hear this shit? They're calling me a fucking gamer. This is supposed to be a newspaper, okay? Folks, they're not doing their due diligence. Or maybe it's true, I do play video games. Anyway, in the late 20th century, this would have made him a fun, if exhausting, hang. In today's era, it has rendered him one of the most influential left-wing commentators in America. Do you notice the fucking, the hatred that is pouring out of every orifice? Like, these guys at the end of the day are just mad. They're like, why do people pay attention to him? He's fucking, he's not a serious person. The disdain, the vitriol, the envy. It's always, first of all, Vox.com is new media, right? Vox.com is itself new media. And I have a lot of love for some of the people that work there. You know, Estad Herndon. Love the guy. You guys know this. Every outlet that writes about this stuff, I have people that work there that I'm friends with, that I've worked with in the past when they worked at other news media outlets, right? Other publications. It doesn't matter. But for Vox.com to be this mad, to experience this level of like disdain for what I do is really strange because Vox itself is not a legacy publisher. It's been purchased, right? I think it was purchased by the New York Times at some point. It was like merged into it or something, but maybe it's separate again. But like, it's funny that Vox of all outlets is writing like this. Anyway, an increasingly popular surrogate for progressive candidates and a flashpoint of the Democratic Party's internal debates about Israel and platforming. For the last month, some moderate Democrats have called on their party to shun Piker in light of his anti-Semitic, in air quotes, and hateful, in air quotes, remarks. Among them, Americans deserve 9/11, that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, and that ultra-Orthodox Jews are inbred. That's not what I said, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Whatever, sure. This ostracism campaign has gained little traction. In recent weeks, the center-left columnist Ezra Klein defended Piker against charges of anti-Semitism, while the flagship podcast of Resistance Liberalism, Pod Save America, had the streamer on a show. And even resolutely pro-Israel Democratic politicians such as Rahm Emanuel and Gavin Newsom have suggested they would appear on Piker's live stream. From a political perspective, that makes sense. Piker's audience is formidable and comprised of people who share at least some of the Democratic Party's basic goals. Some? No, the problem is we actually do maintain a real interest in what the Democratic Party wants to present itself as. The major issue here is that Democrats claim they want these things, but they don't actually act on it because they are beholden to their corporate benefactors. Okay? That's the problem. The Democrats love talking about how they want to make healthcare more affordable, if not free, even though they don't say the second part usually, right? They want to implement policies that make it so that housing is cheaper, but they don't. They say, or used to say, that they were anti-war. They don't anymore, but they used to say it at least. Same with being pro-immigration, pro-immigrant. They used to say that. They don't necessarily anymore. The problem is we want to hold them to account. We actually want them to follow through on the promises. That's the issue. That's the real fucking issue. The moral panic over Hasan Piker's involvement with the Democratic Party is really about Palestine's growing influence in U.S. politics, while Israel supporters might want to ban him and Palestine from the discourse. They've already lost the fight. Yep, it's true. Always one vote short. From a political perspective, that makes sense. Piker's audience is formidable. But the merits of the streamer's own politics are another question. And that doesn't merely concern the legitimacy of anti-Zionism as much as commentary suggested. Piker may be worthy of engagement, but his worldview does not deserve any enlightened person's admiration. Many on the left beg to differ. Prominent progressive candidates have touted him as a surrogate, and socialist commentators have extolled him as a valiant critic of Israel's oppression of the Palestinian people and of U.S. warmongering and of a democratic establishment that supports both. In their account, it is Piker's uncompromising commitment to egalitarian principles, not his unfortunate and retracted comments about Orthodox Jews in 9/11. Now he's basically saying Orthodox Jews did 9/11 is my suggestion. I don't know. Very weird implication here. That have earned him centrist ire. This narrative is a kernel of truth. Many centrist Democrats have excused Israel's subjugation of Palestinians in the West Bank and its mass murder of civilians in Gaza, but Piker is prone to similar moral errors. Really? On topics as varied as Chinese communism, Russian imperialism, and Islamist terrorism, Piker's commentary is often just as ethically rudderless as what it claims to oppose. Washington's jingoist downplay or rationalize the crimes of America and Israel, Piker does much of the same for the nation's adversaries. The best word for Piker's ideology may be campism, a strain of leftism that judges foreign movements and regimes more by their degree of hostility towards the West than by their adherence to progressive values. Such tribalism is poisonous, whether it surfaces on the left, right, or center. Chairman Mao was bad, actually. Campism is a bit like disco. It made more sense in the 70s. During the Cold War, much of the world was divided between the American and Soviet blocs, or in the socialist jargon of the day, the world's first and second camps. In that context, some Western leftists felt it was more important to propagandize for the communist bloc than to criticize myriad crimes. Bro is bringing back McCarthyism, dude. How is this fucking possible? Dog, you write, Eric Levitz, you write for Vox. Why are you talking like a Mormon FBI agent in 1968? How is this possible? These motherfuckers literally just went back and said, hey, remember the fucking insanely anti-Semitic, anti-communist fucking weirdos in American politics? We should do that again in 2026 when material conditions are dog shit for the average American and there is no real ideological bloc-aligned opposition to America. America is uncontested around the fucking world. And we have seen its bountiful product. And most people hate it, even if they don't have the political language or the education to understand why they fucking hate it. They experience it. And they go, this sucks. The fuck do you mean campist? He talked about you at his town hall.
Just by a show of hands, have folks in this room heard of Hasan Piker? It's been in the news quite a bit lately. Our campaign a month ago, I actually flew out to Los Angeles and I joined Hasan on his stream. And in 1.5 hours, we raised $65,000 for our campaign, entirely grassroots. So we know that the money is there. It's the same small dollar fundraising engine that powered Bernie Sanders' presidential campaigns, that has Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as the very top fundraiser in the House of Representatives with no corporate PAC money. There are people all across the country, as well as here in South Florida, who want to see this kind of progressive leadership and this accountability to the working class and to the American people.
After the Soviet Union's fall, the rationale for campism fell apart, yet the desires that fueled it to see the global conflict in Manichaean terms, to demonstrate one's superlative contempt for American imperialism, and to identify with the West's geopolitical adversaries lingered on. On the fringes of the Western left, some continued to comport themselves as apologists for anti-imperialist bloc of foreign actors that had little in common with each other or American socialists beyond their hostility to the United States. These guys literally don't understand. I don't want emancipation for the Palestinians because it's anchored by a socialist desire. I want emancipation for the Palestinians because they're fucking human beings. They literally cannot comprehend caring about other human beings, even if we don't align ideologically with them. It's the same exact motivating principle for why I want healthcare for all, regardless. And I say for all, and I mean for all. Like, I mean American Nazis also should be getting fucking free healthcare, okay? It's unbelievable where they're like, no, every single allegiance has to be transactional. It's not the case. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care if people have a different perspective on the world when they're born in Gaza into a fucking open air prison. What the fuck do you mean? This is so weird. It's weird that people are this selfish and they openly demonstrate how selfish they are. That's why it always, that's why it was never a banger when people were like, LGBT for Palestine, they would kill you in Palestine. It's like, dude, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? They still deserve emancipation. They deserve to live lives of dignity. Like, these are human beings you're talking about. Who gives a fuck? Although Piker identifies as a Marxist, not a campus, his thought is shaped by the latter tradition. This is easiest to see his commentary on China. The streamer is a great admirer of the Chinese Communist Party, both past and present. In one broadcast, Piker vowed that he would never make fun of Mao Zedong, which, by the way, fucking jokingly saying that. Jesus Christ. Since the CCP founder was one of the greatest leaders of this world, a man who changed the entire universe, this is also true. Okay, this part is true. After receiving some pushback on his stance from viewers, Piker conceded there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong. Yeah. Oh, so you mean I have a nuanced perspective on this? I like that nuanced perspective on something like this is still couched as like, oh, his own fans owned him. What a fucking sinister, what a cynical fucking way to frame the commentary. Suffice to say, it is difficult to reconcile Piker's moral horror at Israel's human rights abuses with his cavalier attitude towards Mao. With the Great Leap Forward, a campaign to rapidly industrialize China through forced collectivization, Mao orchestrated the deaths of up to 45 million people, mostly from famine. Here's the fucking problem here, okay? You're not supposed to compare collectivization efforts in a peasant society to 2026 modernity, mechanized death and destruction at the behest of extracting more landmass from an indigenous population. You're supposed to look at that within the framework of collectivization, or not collectivization, but modern industrialization in the Western world. You know how we did that? With 400 years of chattel fucking slavery. Do you know the death toll for that? They always want to compare things to shit that doesn't fit the bill, okay? Oh, all deaths are the same. What do you mean? Okay, it's like whenever people say like, oh, communism has led to famine, which killed, tens of millions of people. Yeah, that's horrifying. It's horrible. Guess what? There's famine right now in a world where we have an abundance of food, where food distribution is simply a matter of profit, okay? The reason why there are still 14 million people that die under a global system of capitalism, the reason why that happens, even though technological advancements and agricultural production advances have created a system where famine could be eradicated around the globe, and yet still 14 million people die a year due to famine-related diseases. Why is that the case? That is never attributed to capitalism. That is never attributed to the system itself. They point to the failures within the collectivization initiatives in the USSR, in fucking Mao Zedong's China, the Great Leap Forward, things that I don't even consider to be defensible, things that even the fucking Chinese government doesn't consider to be defensible, right? And they point to that without looking at the adequate comparison in the Western world. The Western world was able to develop off of blood and soil, the rape of Africa, 400 years of chattel fucking slavery. That is how the West was able to develop, on the backs of other people's labor. That is the adequate comparison. Okay? But they don't want to make that adequate comparison. They want to compare this to what Israel is doing now. Israel is a modern country in a post-industrial revolution world, a country that's not comprised of the landed gentry and peasants and slaves revolting against landed gentry, a country that already has industrialized, a country that exists as a welfare state, let's be real, one that sucks up as much productive output and as many tax dollars as it possibly can from the Western world, with weapons from the Western world that has a singular focus of dominating the Palestinian lives, subjugating them, killing them, making their lives uninhabitable so they get the fuck out of this land that they want to have because they have an ethno-religious supremacist ideology anchoring their society, a fascist ideology. These two things are not comparable. It's perhaps best compared to Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. But of course, that's a comparison that no one wants to make. How dare you make that comparison? That is a similar comparison to one another. But when you make that comparison, they call you a fucking anti-Semite. They say, how dare you say that? It's ridiculous. Yeah. You die from famine under communist collectivization initiatives. That is the fault of communism. That's a direct death that was forced upon the people. You die from famine under a global system of capitalism, 14 million a year. That is your fault. You didn't bootstrap it. You didn't pick yourself up by your bootstraps. It was a moral failing that you were born to a country that unfortunately was on the receiving end of Western brutality, Western imperialism, that was too poor to set up its own agricultural production, that was purposely kept behind, that was overexploited. This is the dogmatic thought that is required in hegemonic capitalist, the current capitalist hegemony, okay? It is dogmatic. You have to look at the situation and go, capitalism is born out of meritocracy. It's the natural system of order, okay? I say it's unnatural. Why can't we have a normal conversation about that? Why can't we have a conversation on the merits? Why can't we have a conversation around the facts? His commentary on Israel, Piker has suggested that foreign actors should be judged, at least in part, on the basis of how many civilians they kill. Thus, Israel, since Israel's killed far more Palestinians than Hamas has killed Israelis, Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I think this is pretty flawed reasoning. But here, I would just note that Piker's stance is wholly incompatible with his reverence for Mao. Israel's killed more than 70,000 people in Gaza since October 7, or about 0.15% as many as Mao has killed. The Great Leap Forward. Oh my God. And that's not counting the 1.2 to 1.7 million people he killed with the Cultural Revolution. If Piker truly judged regimes by the scale of death and suffering they caused, he could not possibly venerate Mao's. I venerate America as well, the American Revolution as well. Okay? Would you turn around and say, Hasan Piker loves free speech, the American Constitution, due process? He lives in the United States of America, a system designed by slave owners who fucking did indigenous genocide, who propped up slavery, chattel slavery, for decades after the rest of the world had decided maybe it's a bridge too fucking far. Do you ever test that standard in the same way? No, you don't. You can have a nuanced understanding of development everywhere around the world. When people meet someone who is consistent on this stuff, they lose their fucking minds. The accurate comparison would be between the CCP's practice of dragnets, mass surveillance, and internment of Uyghur Muslims, Uyghur separatists in Xinjiang, to what Israel has done to the Palestinians. That's an adequate comparison. It's just not one that benefits the Western world. That is the reason why they never talk about it. I do. I have criticized the Chinese government's handling of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. And yet, what do I always say? If Israel treated the Palestinians in the same way that the CCP treated Xinjiang separatists, Israel would be held up as a beacon of light, the moral standard that the Western world should choose to abide by. How many fucking city blocks did Xi Jinping blow up with bombs? That is a better comparison, one that no one in the Western media will ever make. How many fucking toddlers did the CCP snipe deliberately? How many toddlers did the People's Liberation Army snipe in Xinjiang? How many city blocks blown up with eight atomic bombs worth of munitions deployed that we paid for, that American tax dollars paid for. Role reversal. If the Chinese government currently did anything close to what Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli government, has done for 80 fucking years, with its culmination being the Gaza genocide, if they had done that in the last couple of decades, we would have fucking nuked the Three Gorges Dam by now. It's unfucking believable. Asked whether there was any country that had done socialism the way that you like. Oh, during a live stream visit, Piker was harassed by Chinese police for filming in Tiananmen Square, the site where the regime massacred pro-democracy protesters in 1989, an event that still seeks to banish from public memory. The experience only reaffirmed his belief that China's security services are far less repressive than their counterparts in America, Europe, or Japan. I said, I've dealt with cops all around the world, okay? That minor instance was nothing in comparison to what my fucking police in my locality have done to me with my tax dollars. I pay for their fucking salaries. I pay for their chemical weapons that they use on me and others like me, my neighbors. That was what I fucking said. Because it's true. Asked whether there was any country that had done socialism the way that you like on the Trigonometry podcast, Piker said that China was the closest. This was a curious choice. Piker and his fellow American socialists typically advocate for large welfare states, powerful trade unions, and an egalitarian distribution of income and progressive social policies. Yet on each of these fronts, Scandinavian social democracies such as Sweden, Norway, and Denmark display far greater adherence to socialist ideals than China does. That's insane. Okay, this is, again, your ignorance. But not only that, but also, I don't have a fucking issue with Nordic democracies, Nordic social democracies. That's great. We should move in that direction. In fact, China maintains exceptionally small welfare state. Oh my God, welfare state is not socialism, dude. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, Vox News, but with an F. It's Fox News. By contrast, that figure is 19.8% in the United States and 26.1% in Sweden. The average amount of all OECD countries is 21.2%. Notably, this isn't merely because China is at an earlier stage of development. Rather, its threadbare safety net also reflects the ideology of his leadership. This is true. Xi Jinping despises the welfare state, okay? It's true. I think this is a shortcoming. When I said, I think the Chinese system is something that we could potentially emulate, I'm talking about controlling the flows of capital. I'm talking about moving society in a different vision, one that actually benefits every single American, one that benefits everyone around the world. I'm talking about a lack of interest in destabilizing countries overseas, a lack of interest in direct military interventions, and instead an interest in focusing on personal development inside of the United States of America. These are things that we can learn from the Chinese system. These are things that many Americans would agree to if you didn't say it was Chinese, okay? You show Americans a alternative vision where we could just, instead of spending unlimited billions of dollars blowing up fucking brown countries, black countries, and instead spending all of that wealth to develop high-speed rail in the United States of America, they're gonna be like, hell yeah, I want that. An alternative mode of transportation? That would be great. We can't have that though, because the airline lobby would never allow that to happen. Meanwhile, China's labor policies are exponentially more repressive than America's, let alone Scandinavia's, and independent trade unions are outlawed. Nor is the Chinese economy especially egalitarian in other respects. Chinese level of income inequality is 24% higher than Sweden's. Finally, China does not allow LGBT people to marry or adopt children, whereas the United States and Nordic social democracies and most Western countries do. There's never been a moment where I've actually said, oh, the Chinese social policies are ones that we need to fucking apply here. That's not what I'm saying. It's so interesting. Even an authoritarian socialist, one who believes that economic equality and social liberalism are more important than electoral democracy, should have little fondness for China's social model. Okay? That his policies are hostile towards LGBT people. No, man. Once again, it's always, these guys can only argue by completely taking away nuance from this conversation. If someone says, hey, aren't they jailing LGBT people in China? I'm going to be like, no, that's not the case. There are entire cities designed around queer culture, like Chengdu, that we went to, like Chongqing even. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to make such a silly statement when, it's not. It's something that I have observed. I went there with a gay dude, right? I went there with my podcast co-host and close friend, best friend, Austin Show. We went to gay bars. What do you want me to fucking say? Yeah, we went to Gay City. And they beat your ass for not twerking. But he also contends that the point of government is to improve the material conditions of all people. Therefore, the CCP's success in reducing extreme poverty makes its system preeminent. This is not persuasive. China's economic development over the past 3 decades is doubtlessly impressive, although those gains follow the country's embrace of market reforms and integration into global capitalism. Okay, you know what this argument entirely revolves around? Okay. Hey, China is communist, and yet they've eradicated so much extreme poverty. And then someone goes, no, China is capitalist. So you go, okay, let's try Chinese capitalism. And they go, no, no, no. At no point is social repression a part of the economic development of the people. I am talking about policies such as centralized command over the economy. I'm talking about policies such as controlling the flows of capital in order to dictate which industries we must focus on in terms of development. In times of necessity, if what is necessary is the development of a real estate industry, you move the flows of capital in that direction. That's what I'm talking about. It has nothing to do with like fucking, mass surveillance initiatives, which we have plenty of here as well. As a matter of fact, I'm very critical of that. It's the same as like Norway. We go, okay, let's do Norway. They go, fuck no, that's communism. And yet the poor nonetheless enjoy much higher living standards in the United States, Sweden, and other Western democracies than they do in China. And Western democracies have achieved such poverty reductions through more egalitarian economic and political institutions. Yeah, okay. This is not to deny the extraordinary successes of Chinese industrial policy when it comes to rapidly building out energy and transit infrastructure or cultivating advanced manufacturing. The CCP's accomplishments are indeed formidable, and America can learn from them. Oh, great. So you agree with me. But there is little reason for a person with Piker's ostensible values to revere a political economy in which welfare spending is low, labor unions. Okay, I don't care about any of this shit, okay? Each country has a different design. What works in China is not always going to work in the United States of America, which is ironic because that is a very Chinese way of looking at things. This is unironically how the Chinese look at it, where they're like, look, your system is different than ours. This works for us. It might not work for you. But my argument is there are certain things that we can learn from the Chinese industrialization initiatives. And I think we could learn some very valuable lessons. That's it. His position, therefore, seems to be grounded mostly in the fact that China supports socialism in theory and opposes American global influence in practice. Oh my God, yeah, China, the major opposition to American global influence. By what? By just fucking existing, I guess. If you actually knew anything about my criticism of China, you would know that they should probably do a little bit more to prop up countries like Cuba, for example. But they don't. Unironically, I'm fairly critical of Chinese foreign policy because I feel like it's not only self-defeating, because they're not being super serious about the way that America is treating China. Hasan Piker is now the third most watched Twitch streamer in the world. This comes as pro-Israel influencers and politicians are currently trying to cancel him. Yeah. Love that. Not really the main point, but I do think that part of what makes Hasan Piker's popularity notable is that he built a large audience on Twitch largely without gaming. Thousands tune into his platform built around gaming to watch his socialist takes on politics, not for the gaming. Yeah, that's true. Will Staken, he's definitely in here. Senior Washington reporter for ABC News. He's definitely HasanAbi Ed, straight up. Bro, Zoran cooked you? Today marks the 111th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. Come on, guys. That's fucked up to say he cooked me. What do you mean, dude? That's crazy. Oh, man. In 2020, the military forces of Azerbaijan and Turkey attacked. Ooh. Okay, Zoran. Okay, Zoran. Okay. Not only connecting it to policy that also favors Israel. Eric Adams would never do that shit. Let me tell you. He did a twofer right there. Okay. All right. Let's I don't want to go through the whole thing. I don't want to go through the entire thing to your earlier point. Yeah. Framing the present crisis via old Cold War moralism won't work. That the U.S. can now be seen as a vicious and amoral empire is progress. Our responsibility is to change it, not to seek retroactive justifications in comparison to something worse, as John Gaddis used to say. Yet the explicit argument of my piece is that it is bad to justify the crimes of your side on the grounds that your enemies are even worse. Yet you resurrect the entire suitcase of Cold War justification for U.S. empire that did exactly that. Miles, 45 million dead, etc. How many did the U.S. kill in the Cold War? My responsibility as an American is the crimes of my country, not some Archimedean position of the world. It's funny because you can't do one without the other, right? You can't do one without the other. That's the whole point. You have to constantly bring back Cold War era truisms over and over again, talking about how fucking devastating the scary bulwark of socialism, bulwark of communism is. All right. Now let's get to Trump orders military to shoot and kill Iranian boats laying mines.
Off in the Strait of Hormuz intensifies. This morning,
situation
President
monitoring
Trump
is now. I got to pee. I'll be back.
He's not under any pressure to make a deal with Iran, saying he has, quote, all the time in the world.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time.
But he is trying to up the pressure on Iran as the showdown over the critical waterway continues. Trump announcing he has ordered the military to, quote, shoot and kill any Iranian boats that may be laying mines in the strait.
We intend to conduct the boarding of your vessel.
The U.S. is also enforcing its own blockade of Iranian ports. The Pentagon posting this video of U.S. forces seizing a second Iranian tanker. It comes after Iran flexed its own muscles, releasing this produced video claiming to show masked soldiers boarding a commercial cargo ship, guns in hand. With no plans to resume negotiations, the war now heading into week 9. After initially calling it an excursion that would last 4 to 6 weeks, the president now saying this.
We were in the Korean War for 7 years.
But reporters pressing.
What do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know that they are having higher...
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam?
Trump says he extended the current ceasefire with no deadline to give Iran time to come up with a peace plan, claiming the regime is fractured and, quote, in turmoil.
They have all new leadership and they're fighting like cats and dogs.
But security sources we spoke with paint a different picture of the Iranian regime. One source familiar with the intelligence tells ABC News there is no clear evidence of fractures at the level of core decision-making. Here at home, the toll of the war is mounting.
So if you're asking for more time to sort out negotiations with Iran...
I'm not asking you for more time.
I mean,
I'm not asking
in general.
for them. No,
but if you need more time...
I'm not asking anybody for more time.
If you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future?
For a little while. And you know what they
Well,
get
how
for
long?
that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon.
Now, all this comes as gas prices are now topping more than $4 a gallon. That's up more than $1 since the war began. And a new poll now shows that 73% of Americans believe the economy is getting worse. George.
Mary Bruce, thanks.
Iran is sending a team to Pakistan for a second round of talks with the United States, according to Pakistani and Iranian sources. Iran's top diplomat, Foreign Minister Abbas ARAGCHI, is expected to arrive tonight with a small delegation. It's unclear whether the U.S. will take part, though. It comes after new negotiations failed to materialize earlier in the week. During this morning's briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. military will maintain the blockade on Iran's ports for as long as...
Look at this. Fifi's here as well.
Stop kicking her. Stop kicking her. That's crazy.
Kaya keeps kicking Fiona. She's such an ass.
You want to go out? Okay. Okay, out.
Fiona Burger Grill, Mark's Kaya, and Rotisserie Chicken. Oh my God, you're right. Fiona does look like a burgle. Bro, did you do leg day? Yeah. All right.
it takes, and he urged Tehran to cut a peace deal.
Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. Iran has a historic chance to make a serious deal, and the ball is in their court. Either way, the War Department stands ready for what comes next, locked and loaded.
CNN's Elena Treen live this morning at the White House. Are you hearing anything about whether the United States is going to show up for these talks?
Yeah, look, I've been catching up with my sources here.
Famously, when you're constantly begging for a deal, you only do that when you have the upper hand, when you have the leverage. The side that has the maximum leverage is the side that's usually like, yeah, let's do a deal. Iran is begging for one, actually. They're positively begging for one. They're always like, come on, let's please do a deal. Let's please do a deal. Tasnim says that ARAGCHI is not there for talks. That's interesting. I thought that ARAGCHI was going, but maybe not.
Sarah, and I think the status of this is, one, they are obviously aware that the Iranian foreign minister is traveling.
Iran is in Pakistan for bilateral talks. Oh. If he's going there for bilateral talks, then, you know, it's not just going to go lies in the title. No. ARAGCHI is in Islamabad. That's true. ARAGCHI is going to Islamabad. But what he is going to Islamabad is potentially up for debate. Did you listen to the Daily? Yeah, I did. I did this morning. It was really interesting that Maggie Haberman came in hot and was like, no. A lot of people misunderstood our reporting. We weren't saying that Israel goaded Trump into doing this. Trump really wanted to do this on his own, which was really funny. It's like, oh, well, Maggie, cat's out of the fucking bag, don't you think? You kind of fucked it up by writing an article extensively. You're on Fox News right now from the New York Times interview. Again, dude, they did this. What the fuck is going on with Fox News? I don't understand what they're doing, man. I really don't get it. No, they're not. It's Mike Johnson. It's Michael Penis talking about the Department of Homeland Security receiving money.
Time to go through a laborious reconciliation process.
DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen joins me now. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us here today. Just hearing from the speaker, time is running out, money is running out. When for DHS?
Well, they're trying to pin the Dems to you. Is this an all-out effort? Yeah, they are. The U.S. government just put it in text that we're in conflict because of Israel. The official announcement from the U.S. government on why it launched military attacks against Iran. U.S. Department of State says on its website that the war started at the request of Israel. As the United States has explained in multiple letters to the U.S. Security Council, including most recently on March 10th, the United States is engaged in this conflict at the request of and in the collective self-defense of its Israeli ally. Look at that. Look at that, dude. It's just, you know, how anti-Semitic. How anti-Semitic of them to say such anti-Semitism.
To Pakistan, I think that's obviously a
Wait,
good
I guess it's not
development,
anti-Semitic
for
if you
the
say
US,
it's good, though.
really
That's a good
trying
thing.
To get a second round of talks between Washington and Tehran in person on the books. But I think they're still working through what this could look like. But given that ARAGCHI is going to be in Pakistan.
ARAGCHI. Arigato. Gozaimasu. Tamagotchi ARAGCHI.
We know that there is also a U.S. logistics team that has been in place in Islamabad, really preparing for a potential second round of in-person talks. I think it could be likely that we could be seeing, some people from the Trump administration trying to do that. But right now, it's very much unclear, and I think it's all currently being discussed behind those closed doors in that building behind me, Sarah. But this could be a significant move. I mean, look, even though we've heard the president in recent days, he just repeated this yesterday, that there's no rush. He doesn't want to have pressure on him. He's kind of not putting any sort of definitive timeline on this extension of the ceasefire that he declared earlier this week. I know from the conversations I've been having throughout the Trump administration that they do not want this to drag on longer, and they do not want the Iranians to try and drag out talks either. And so they have really been pushing toward trying to get a second meeting in person back on the books, and also really trying to get negotiations to a place where they believe it could lead to a diplomatic solution. That has remained the priority through all of this, even as we have reporting that the Pentagon and the military has been preparing different options should this ceasefire not produce a peaceful solution. They've been working on different target and attack plans, many of them actually trained on the Strait of Hormuz. But overall, they still very much want to reach a deal with the Iranians. So this is a good development, but we really have to see where things stand and whether or not this could lead to talks in the next couple of days between Trump administration officials and the Iranians, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, a diplomatic solution is the only solution unless you want a war to go on forever. Elena Treen, we will wait and see what happens with these talks. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Kate?
And joining us right now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk and CNN Political National Security analyst David Sanger of the New York Times. Good to see you, gentlemen. Brett, what do you make of this news that Iran is now sending a delegation, one that includes the foreign minister?
It's interesting, Kate, because Iran's position has been very clear that they will not negotiate so long as we have the blockade on Iranian ports. The messaging from the administration in the last 48 hours, we are keeping the blockade.
By the way, again, just another interesting point, okay? Just another interesting point, which is, of course, you know how like Fox News has been like, oh, focus on, and then centrist media, corporate media, or at least some of the loyal servants of Israel and corporate media have been saying the exact same things in both the Democratic Party. The handshake between centrist Democrats, right-wing Democrats, and reactionary forces also very clearly exists when it comes to American foreign policy. Brett McGurk is the best example of this, okay? Brett McGurk was one of the chief architects of Biden's MENA policy alongside Amos Hochstein. Brett McGurk has been fairly positive about all of the developments that Trump has initiated here. And yes, you're right. Brett McGurk should be in jail. Obviously, in a just world, he would be in jail. However, right now he's on CNN, right? Communist News Network, CNN, giving a laundered, totally whitewashed approach to Trump's Iran policy with minor concessions, with minor criticisms. He was glazing the shit out of the 12-day war when it was happening. Also on CNN. He now has a contract with CNN. He's a contributor. He's a paid contributor to CNN. So just remember that. Just on interesting note from the Echelon poll about you, Dems who have heard of you agree with you by a plurality, 47%. The 51% who wanted you condemned by party leaders only based it off the poll question about you loving 9/11 and don't know you beyond that. Measuring Hasan Piker's influence among Democrats? Wait, what the fuck? As luck would have it, the GOP-leaning fall perm Echelon Insights asked 1,000 registered voters nationwide. Piker is much less well-known than Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. 60% of respondents said they had not heard of him. Just 2% of respondents had a very favorable opinion of him, and 5% had a somewhat favorable opinion of him. Just 4% feel somewhat unfavorable about him, and 11% feel very unfavorable about him. But that doesnn't quite mean that Piker is marginally influential among Democrats, particularly young Democrats. We asked all Democrats for their thoughts on Hasan Piker, and after an introduction of some of his most controversial views, just over half said they would be explicitly opposed by party leaders. He should be explicitly opposed by party leaders. The Echelon is a right-wing pollster, by the way, and they did do a push poll. They're referencing a push poll where they were like, Hasan Piker is responsible for 9/11, loves Hamas, and hates Jews. Do you think he should be condemned by party leaders? And even with that fucking push poll, about a third said he can help fight MAGA or outright agree with Piker's views. This group is distinctly younger, non-white, and urban. Interestingly, Democrats who indicated they have heard of Hasan Piker agree with him or think he can help fight MAGA by a plurality of 47%. It doesn't appear that the survey Mr. Garrick is referring to actually makes his point. The people being paid to push anti-Hasan narratives need those polls so they can show deliverable results to their boss when asking for a raise next quarter. Yeah, I guess so. But it's not fucking working. But I do like that they think it's working because I think hopefully that it will get people off my ass.
We're going to tighten the blockade, and yet you still see ARAGCHI, the foreign minister, going to Islamabad. So that's an interesting development. You know, we've talked in the Ukraine context about diplomacy. Often there's a lot of motion without foreign movement, and that can mean you're really not making progress. But here, even some motion, I think, is important. So it's an interesting sign.
Is there a point where Brett McGurk will say, hey, why are we waging fucking war with Iran? No, of course not. I'm joking. That's never going to happen. Don't be silly.
I suspect he's going to talk to the Pakistanis about where Iran stands, given that they've had trying to get their act together in Tehran. Whether or not that leads to a U.S. team going, probably not, but we'll have to see. So,
dude, there's no way you got a 20-month subscriber in here. When did you say America deserved 9/11, and where's the full clip? Buddy, come on. I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not. It was in 2019. You got to be memeing.
I think it's a positive development, but, you know, we still have a long way to go to a deal.
To say the least. And David, you've done some new reporting this week on one big aspect that is central to the eventual end result of any of these talks, which is what to do about Iran's enriched uranium, what the president has called the nuclear dust, if you will, as to suggest it is. He's trying to suggest it is more insignificant than it actually is.
You said what about 9/11?
Well, I think we have to remember, Kate, this is what this whole thing was about, right? If it had not been for the presence of a nuclear program that includes 440 kilograms of near bomb grade uranium, there wouldn't have been an attack to begin with on February 28th, or at least that's the administration's position. But their problem now is much larger because in order to make the president's commitment that Iran could never build a bomb real, they need to get not only that 440 kilograms, about 1,000 pounds of uranium out of the country, they need to get another 10 tons of material that Iran has. It's enriched to lower levels. It's not as close to a bomb. And so that's a pretty comprehensive program. Very hard to understand how you would do that other than a negotiated release. And here, of course, the president is haunted a
Don't say that around Brett. He's going to get mad. For those counting, the articles The Atlantic has published about Hasan Piker this week, 4. Articles The Atlantic has published about Hind Rajab since she was murdered by Israel on January 29, 2024, 0. Graham Wood, who wrote several articles in 2023 arguing against a ceasefire in Gaza and published the most obscene genocide denial piece of 2024, where he lied about the death count and wrote, "It is possible to kill children legally," is now lamenting the immorality of shoplifting. Bro, it feels like it's like perfectly designed. Do you really support theft? Yes, dude, all the time. It's my favorite thing. Yeah, it is perfectly designed to show people that, like, these guys actually love theft. They love murder. They love it and will defend it if it's Israel doing it. They love it and defend it if it's America doing it. They love it and defend it if it's capital owners doing it to you. And anyone who even broaches that subject matter with any kind of sober analysis that looks at the system and says, you know, the system is entirely fucked, right? And that's probably the reason why people are stealing. It's not great that they are. I don't personally give a shit overall, but, you know, that's why it's happening. And they go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, they care about a poor person stealing a loaf of bread a lot more than they do about an entire nation state stealing homes from the Palestinians. An entire nation state, the United States of America, stealing Venezuela's natural resources, its oil. They care a whole lot more about a poor person stealing a loaf of bread than they do about your boss stealing your fucking wages. Okay?
A little bit by the deal that he passed by or pulled out of in 2018. Because President Obama managed to get about 97% of Iran's stockpile out of the country in 2015, 2016. That left them with some, but nothing near what they have today.
And Brett, one of David's colleagues at the New York Times has some pretty amazing reporting about what from sources inside Iran about the state of the supreme leader there, that on that February 28th strike that made Mujtaba Khamenei the supreme leader now, he was gravely injured, disfigured, burned to an extent that he can't speak well. We have not seen or heard, we've seen messages, but it's also led to him being in hiding, surrounded by doctors, no electronics around him in order so that it can't be detected, which has had him delegate and kind of relegate and leave a lot of the responsibility and decision making to the IRGC, including kind of leading on this diplomatic front. If this really is the case in the state of the supreme leader, what does that mean for these negotiations? Because the central question has remained, who can actually secure a deal on the
Isn't this the lady that Slime said he's in love with? For those who watch the Fear and podcast, this is her, right? This is Slime's crush.
part of the Iranians
Sorry.
that the country will follow?
Yeah, Kate, it makes it much harder. I mean, negotiating with Iran was difficult even when you had Khamenei, the supreme leader, and he had like they called it a 5-man group around him that would kind of bless final decisions. You kind of knew that was the system. But they still had some fractures and debate, but it was really the supreme leader and the office of the supreme leader, the people around him in charge. So if you don't have that, the first time since the 1979 revolution, you don't have a supreme leader really firmly in charge. And the reporting from the New York Times that he's communicating with written messages, kind of like a Osama bin Laden in hiding type situation, makes it even more difficult because this negotiation, Kate, on nuclear material and sanctions relief, it is complicated stuff. It requires back and forth. It requires adjustments here and there. It's going to take time. So if that's how they're making decisions, it's really hard to see the road from here to a verifiable nuclear deal. You can maybe come up with a framework arrangement, but I go back to where I started. I think we're a long way from any sort of a real verifiable nuclear agreement. This is nuclear physics, requires inspections, international monitors, and then the sanctions relief is also very important, which is a part of it. And I wouldn't put aside the concern about missiles, support for terrorism, and of course the Iranian people, which we can't put aside. But obviously these talks are very focused on the nuclear.
Yeah, and David, just a quote that you had in one of your pieces is
Guy who only knows one Muslim, getting a lot of Osama bin Laden vibes from this guy. Yeah.
this week from Robert Malley, who's negotiated with the Iranians leading up to the 2015 deal and the failed attempt with the Biden administration. Just comparing the style and approach, was it fascinating?
Getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this situation. I've only seen Boss Baby. That's my only frame of reference here. McGurk is an Israeli asset. Yes, 100%. He is unbelievably pro-Israel. He's got financial entanglements with the Gulf. He's got, I assume, some financial entanglements with Israel, or at least has unbelievable ideological loyalty to the Zionist project. And no, before people go, oh, you're being anti-Semitic, he's not Jewish. Okay. So, don't even, he is the perfect demonstration, him and Joe Biden, the perfect demonstration that loyalty to the Zionist project is not simply a Jewish thing in the way that people present it. He is a beacon of the bipartisan nature of American foreign policy. He is a fixture in modern American foreign policy establishment. So just remember that.
Kind of pulling together by Malley. Trump is impulsive and temperamental. Iran's leadership is stubborn and tenacious. Trump demands immediate results. Iran's leadership plays the long game. Trump insists on a flashy, headline-grabbing outcome. Iran's leadership sweats every detail. Trump believes brute force can compel obedience. Iran's leadership is prepared to endure enormous pain rather than concede on core interests. And I'm just left thinking, yeah, that means quite a bit to how this could ever eventually come to an end.
Well, there's a reason, Kate, that agreement in 2015 was 150 pages long, even a little longer, had 5 annexes to it, that it took nearly 2 years to negotiate. Because as Brett suggests here, the devil is truly in the details here. What the inspection and verification looks like. How you define no nuclear activity. Does that mean no nuclear research? Does that mean that you can keep some of the equipment, but you can't actually be putting nuclear material into it? All kinds of complex issues. And so Brett points out rightly that if you've got this system where it's not clear who's making the decision, that's a lot of material to go through.
Congressman, let me ask you first on the news that we just got in from Pakistani and Iranian sources that Iran is now planning to send a delegation to Pakistan for talks. Unclear what the United States will do, but what's your reaction?
Well, I hope negotiations continue. There needs to be a diplomatic resolution to this situation. I don't believe you're going to be able to bomb it out. I think there is a matter of trust right now. The Iranians don't trust the United States, and of course, we don't trust Iran. And so I think that getting and engaging more of our allies in it so that there's individuals. I thank Pakistan for what it's doing, but you have to negotiate your way out of this, and that's going to take sitting down and having real dialogue and conversation, and that could take some time. I would hope that part of the deal that is struck is that the strait is open while these negotiations take place so that there are thorough negotiations of which both sides can agree and people don't suffer, because of the cost of
life
oil,
for Pakistan.
The cost of fertilizer,
Pakistan,
and rising costs that are affecting both the American people, of course, as we're feeling right now, and others around the world.
Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week.
Now that I started wearing suits, ill-fitting suits, mind you, more often, I have recognized that this man, with the exception of his ugly ass fucking, American pocket, his napkin that he wears on his fucking pocket, his sartorial choices are pretty good. Like his suits are so well dressed. I hate that he is like his pocket square. Yeah, napkin that he wears on his fucking pocket. I I hate that his fits go kind of hard. Otherwise, like they're very well fitting. They're very well tailored. I mean, he was a TV guy for the longest time. That's probably why. If the talks were hosted in New Delhi, we would have had a treaty by now. Yeah, I am getting fucking mogged by this dipshit, both with the fact that he can do 3 plates and also he has a really nice suits.
We seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that...
Brett McGurk, Biden's National Security Council coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa, just said on CNN that the lesson here is that Iran shouldn't have started this war against Israel and no pushback whatsoever from everyone. This was back in June 21, 2025, back when Brett McGurk was going on and glazing the 12-day war over and over again. Those 3 plates were fake confirmed. Bro, you can afford a tailor? I know, man. I know. You're not telling me something I don't know, okay? I do know that. The problem is I don't have time. When do I have time to go to the fucking tailor, dog? When? Like, think about it. Do you know what I did this morning? I talk about what I do. Like, I say I'm a chud-ass loser. But, like, I end the broadcast. Okay? Last night I ended it at 11, right? I did, like, additional work on top of, additional streams on top of my regular stream. I go to sleep. I rush back home. I fucking pass out. I woke up at 6 a.m. I worked out. I did 1 private phone call. I will not be revealing with who I will be linking up with soon. And then after that, I did a whole thing with Jasper Nathaniel for his Substack. We did a video podcast. That's why I was late. I didn't have a single fucking moment, right?
Had left Iranian ports before...
No, it's not Barack Obama, guys. It's not.
And pussy too.
Wait, he's here? Barack, get out of here.
And pussy too.
Stop. Barack. Bro, Barack, why do you... Yo, Barry, chill.
And pussy too.
What the fuck? He's in here. Yeah, no, I talked to Trump. I'm going to be doing a podcast with Trump.
May Allah awaken the people.
Dude, Trump is here too. What the fuck? It's too busy. It's too busy. They're just off. They're just busy off screen. They're hanging out. They're hanging out with one another.
The blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control. Nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power. A blockade as long as it takes, whatever President Trump decides. Because the bottom line remains the bottom line. Iran will never get a nuclear bomb. The choice is theirs, but with this blockade, the clock is not on their side. Moreover, President Trump has authorized the United States Navy to destroy any Iranian fast boats that attempt to put mines in the water or disrupt passage through the Strait of Hormuz, to shoot and kill. Our commanders have clear rules of engagement. If Iran is putting mines in the water or otherwise threatening American commercial shipping or American forces, we will shoot to destroy. No hesitation, just like the drug boats in the Caribbean. It's also worth saying, this should not be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line, headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over.
Day 56 of the war has brought a series of claims, military claims, some more substantial than others. One was that the United States...
Dude. It's so good. You guys don't understand. is actually really good. According to Raja News, quoting Iranian officials, negotiations with the U.S. under current circumstances and conditions have been forbidden by the Iranian leader. So yeah, what's going on right now? Is our boy, Foreign Minister Abbas ARAGCHI is going to Islamabad. However, he's also going to Oman, and he's going to do bilateral talks with both Russia and numerous other countries, as is the case, as is his duty as the foreign minister. America is using that as an opportunity to make it seem like they are also in talks with Iran. America is also sending their envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to have talks as well. I'm not entirely certain if Abbas ARAGCHI will have private communications while they're both there, through envoys, through mediators. I don't know. Iran is saying that no talks are happening. America is saying all talks are happening. Both parties do have a tendency from time to time to embellish or to misrepresent what's actually going on for their own political benefits. So you know, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be actual conversations or not.
Sink on sight any Iranian boats they saw putting mines into the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the American ships are the other side of the blockade line. That's about 300 miles away. They can't do very much. It's possible, of course, that the US could operate their aircraft, say, from Al Udeid in Doha. But if they did, they'd have to have aircraft circulating in this area, ready to go against any boat that they saw planting mines. That would actually leave them in a relatively vulnerable position, hanging around, waiting for a target. They're not likely to want to do that. The problem with mines is that although some of them require quite a lot of specialist equipment, like these moored mines and maybe even the seabed mines, the floating mines are very easy to sow. Any motorboat can just throw floating mines off the back of the boat and be away again. Floating mines are very dangerous because they can go anywhere. They go with tide and current. They can effectively close a big area of water because they just spread out. Dangerous thing to do, but nevertheless, if the Iranians decide to do that, there's not much that the Americans can do about it in reality. The other thing the Americans said today, which doesn't have a great deal of credibility, is that the blockade is now total. Well, maybe it is, but it hasn't been until now. Cargo tracking services have revealed that up to Wednesday this week, 34 ships came and went across the blockade line, 19 going outwards, 15 going inwards, and indeed about 10 million barrels of Iranian oil, they said, went through the blockade line up to Wednesday this week. Maybe the blockade line will be tighter from now, but it hasn't been so far. The issue which the Americans are much more credible on is their reinforcements. The USS Tripoli, an amphibious assault group, that's been in theatre for a while. The USS Boxer is on its way, another amphibious assault group. And by early next week, the United States will have 3 carrier battle groups in the area. They have the Abraham Lincoln, which has been there for...
I think they're waiting for this, by the way. If they were to make any sort of escalatory moves, they would do it after this, right? After this new positioning. And part of the problem was they couldn't go through the Red Sea, so they had to go through the Horn of Africa instead. So we shall see if they escalate further from this point on. And in the process, while they've been moving another strike group, another aircraft carrier into the region, they also were continuously sending more troops into the area as well. I believe the number at this point is like upwards of 50,000 plus. It's not enough for a land invasion of Iran. Of course it's not. but it could be enough, at least with some of the analysts, some of the journalists that I talked to, and the NatSec side and the Pentagon side. The assessment is that, and Klippenstein has reported on this as well, the assessment is not that there will be a full-blown military invasion of Iranian soil, but enough of troops have amassed specifically for, some kind of special operation, whether it be something so spectacular and maybe even foolish as to try to secure the Isfahan facility and extract the enriched uranium by force. Not sure if they would try something so crazy, but enough amassed troops for a potential invasion of one of the islands. So that is, guys, I know that it's impossible to fucking do a full blown campaign on Isfahan. I'm just saying that they have amassed enough troops for a special operation, like trying to take over one of the islands, like whether it be Karg or other islands, and protect the coastline as well. Once again, also an unbelievably difficult endeavor, regardless, and with no guarantees of continuously holding a potential forward operating base that they build on any of these islands if they were to even successfully defeat the conventional forces on the ground. Very, very difficult for them to maintain a military presence there. Yes, I will be watching the Michigan primary debate. I'll tune into it a little bit.
Sometime. You have the Gerald Ford, which is on its way into the Red Sea and is now down at the southern part of the Red Sea. And they have the George H.W. Bush, which has been on its way up the coast of Africa, and that will be in theatre very soon. They will soon have 3 carrier strike groups, 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, the 31st and the 11th, with a great concentration of power. And not least, they have at least a brigade from the elite 82nd Airborne. And that will give them another 3,000 parachute troops. So 10,000 extra troops in total, added to the 35 or 40,000 they have in the region as a whole. That's a really powerful force. What's it there for? To intimidate the Iranians, possibly. Also to persuade the Iranians that they really have to make a deal in Islamabad. It looks as if the Islamabad talks might now be on again for some time over the weekend or early next week. But here's the problem. One of the spoilers to the Islamabad talks is the war within a war in Lebanon. And although there has been, last night declared, a 3-week ceasefire in Lebanon, which is good news, that's not likely to be a complete ceasefire. And the Israelis have got their agenda. And their agenda is to create this forward defense line, this buffer zone, all the way along southern Lebanon, right through to the northern part, into Mount Hermon, which they've already occupied, including parts of Lebanon and parts of Syria. The Golan Heights doesn't belong to Israel, but they've annexed it. In international law, that's illegal, but nevertheless, that's where they are. And the Israelis are determined to hold on to that buffer zone to protect northern Israel. Equally determinedly, Hezbollah will not be disarmed, and they are determined at some point in the future to completely destroy Israel. So whether or not there's a 2 or 3 week ceasefire, this war within a war will certainly go on. Which leaves us back at the possibility of some resolution in the coming days. The fact is that both Iran and the United States really want to get out of this. They're both looking for a way out. President Trump says he's in no hurry to make a deal. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary for War, said today, we have all the time in the world. He actually said it twice. We have all the time in the world. They don't. The clock is ticking for both sides on this, but I think the clock is ticking ever more loudly for the US side.
We begin with breaking news. After the...
Oh, yeah. The Mohammedan Dani. Breaking news. The Islamist Mohammedan Dani has come out and shown the perfidious nature of the Taqiyya practicing Shia 12er. That's right. Sharia law is thriving, folks. I'm here to clock his tea, okay? Shakira Law from the Taquito practicing Mamba Dabba Dabby. Here it is.
City Council passed 2 buffer zone bills. Today, the mayor vetoed one that would have established those zones at school protests. Alice Gaynor is live in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, where the mayor just spoke on the issue. Alice?
Yeah, the mayor says he has constitutional concerns over the bill he vetoed, but let's start with the one he's allowing to go into effect. Now, the final version of the bill, the mayor says, is narrower in scope and effect and now requires the NYPD to document its existing practices related to protests near houses of worship. The bill he vetoed would have required the police commissioner to establish a plan for buffer zones during protests near educational facilities.
The second does not have a counterbalance to the.
What happened here, my man? God damn. What the heliante happened here? 2, not 1, but 2 stray hairs right on your forehead? Crazy. Looking like you worked up a sweat governing hard as hell. He bikes to work, true.
From the civil
Let's take a look.
rights movement in the 1960s to anti-war protests just this month, our city's history is written by those who refuse to stay silent. As mayor, I stand firmly on the side of New Yorkers' right to challenge power. Yes, even mine. Last month, the City Council passed 2 bills related to this right, known as buffer zone bills. Today, I am letting one of them go into effect and vetoing the other. Here's why. The first bill is Intro 1B, which applies to houses of worship. I understand this issue is deeply significant to many New Yorkers. The right to worship is as sacred as the right to protest. New Yorkers deserve the ability to gather with fellow congregants, listen to scripture, and pray freely. The original version of the bill raised constitutional concerns. However, the final version of it as passed is narrower in scope and effect. It requires the NYPD to write down its existing practices related to protests near houses of worship. That is why I will allow this legislation to go into effect, although I disagree with its framing of all protest as a security concern. The second, Intro 175B.
So I still don't agree with this, by the way. I think he should have just yeeted that one too. Like, you should be able to still engage in protests when synagogues are doing land fairs. And I guess or settler fairs. And I guess his argument is going to be going forward that they have to write down exactly why they're trying to do a buffer. He can't. It's veto proof. Yes. It's a veto proof majority. I know. Mamdani to veto protest buffer zone bill that would criminalize protests outside of schools, which plainly violates constitutional rights. Opts not to veto protest bill for house of worship, which was defanged into being a totally redundant to existing law. For what it's worth, I think it was the closest you could get to the right call. Vetoing on principle is a toothless bill would do nothing but give Menin ammo. Vetoing an unconstitutional bill means that what comes next is either as it should be or a legal headache for Menin, not Mamdani. First bill is redundant to existing New York Police Department policy, and the second is likely unconstitutional. Expecting or demanding a Mamdani veto is demanding that he faceplant on an obvious PR trap. A civil suit will take place. Will take care of this without giving Menin et al. The media Mamdani bashing that they want. Question now is why Menin apparently tried to mislead people by describing the veto of legislation as plainly unconstitutional and that attacks the First Amendment rights of New Yorkers controversial. Is Menin's world, in Menin's world, are only select groups allowed to protest? Maybe now they have to write what the sale is for what they want to protest court in. Yeah. I guess that's a part of it. Correct, but also a minor point to clarity. The House of Worship law was initially supposed to be 100-foot barrier that Menin wanted to pass, but after serious revisions, it was gutted. The law now directs NYPD to review practices around protests, around houses of worship, meaning they can establish barriers. Correct, but also a minor point of clarity. NYPD was directed to outline in writing their plan of action. They already operationally established frozen zones and pathways for egress. The bill was defanged so much that now all it is asking NYPD to do is to write out what they already do. The protest that provoked this was already using pens to keep two sides apart and ensure egress. The legislation was pushed through based on claims made by far-right extremists of Beitar who intentionally walked into protest pens to provoke, then falsely claim being blocked. I have a question. How is America fascist when we have immigrants coming here and wanting to stay here? Wouldn't you want to leave if you came to another country and the very best come to a fascist country? How is America fascist? Is this because of did the Peter Beinart thing just come out? Is that why? Because I said that, there are spiritually fascist politicians in this country. What is that? Oh, okay. The reason why people come here is because regardless of the unfair and unjustifiable and unbelievably violent policies that American politicians actively move around, actively push for, we are far more brutal to their original countries, and that's the reason why they choose to come here. Yes, I had it's still better to live in a fascist place that isn't being bombed than to live in your original country that is being bombed. How Hasan Piker sees the world. Wait, this is only 7 minutes long? Oh, he's just giving a taste. Twitch streamer and political commentator Hasan Piker has been much in the news as of late. He first rose to fame as the host of The Young Turks, where he created the series The Breakdown. Topics include defining imperialism, the fall Soviet Union and its impact on the world, South Africa's ANC versus Hamas forms of resistance, using the term Nazi. Just giving a little taste. I saw the McMorrow major FEC violation chat. I know. Our boy might have the heavens mandate. The Jannah's mandate. Did he interview or just make a piece? No, we talked. We talked. We even, I would dare I say, debate. We debated. Debat. We didn't just talk, we debat. Me and Peter. It's healthy. It's good. It hopefully will yield more productive conversations. We shall see. Because we largely agree on many things. But there are, I guess, some aesthetic disagreements that we have, like in terms of the utilization of the deployment of the term Nazi. Right? He has a disagreement with me on that, but I think if you were to listen to our conversation, you would probably come out on my side on that issue. Maybe even some people in his audience might come out on my side on that issue. Yeah. Did you see Dave Smith did a 30-minute segment on you on a show and all of his fans in the comments were on your side? I did not. I don't know why people keep bringing this up. Someone said Dave Smith claimed that I chickened out of talking to him. Dave Smith never replied to my DM. I literally DM'd him giving him props. I was like, we don't agree on much, but I wanted to give you props for holding firm on the Israel stuff. And he never fucking responded to my DM. And now he's running around. I just watched the Rage VOD. I'm ready to do Chad Vice. The callers are going to be of the same caliber. Yeah, I showed the DM yesterday. Hell yeah, Connor eats pants. They will always be of the same caliber, if not better. A second national review, Atrical for today is at the timeline. Yeah, we saw this already. No one will believe you if you don't show it. I did. I showed it yesterday. I leaked the DM. Tim Pool has Randy Fine on his podcast, makes comments, subscribers only, Lamau. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, they got your ass. The more scared the right wing is of you, the less they will say you matter. Yeah. Dude, they got your ass posted all over the internet like bounty posters. I know. They're writing and speaking on you like you're trying to run for office. I know. I don't know why they're so bent. This is what Menin was up to earlier this month. In New York City, we all voted for New York City mayor and his affordability agenda, not former Republican Julie Menin, the wealthiest person in New York City Council history, protecting her $22 million beach mansion and her ultra-rich friends. A previously unreported internal union memo shows that Menin helped plan a protest outside of the mayor's 100-day speech in Queens on Sunday, an unusual and major escalation of tensions, though both she and the labor organization denied any plotting took place. Menin, they're treating you like a presidential frontrunner, no joke. They're hitting me with the AOC treatment, okay? And I hope people in this community are a little bit more woke about this, where the AOC treatment is when you just fucking constantly blast AOC on Fox News and then show her base-boosted disapproval ratings from the Republican side to say she would be a horribly controversial figure to run. And then the establishment liberals look at those numbers and say, yeah, we should move away from AOC's brand of politics. Look at how fucking controversial she is. It's nonsense. Okay? They're doing the same exact shit to me right now. That's the Echelon poll. That was the exact same thing, right? They do a week-long media blast showing every fucking 85-year-old Klansman and their wives that are 80 years old watching Fox News every day. Constant fucking articles about how dangerous and scary I am. And then they turn around and they show the negative approval rating, because obviously it's like inflamed on the Republican side. Because if you look at the Echelon poll, you'll see more Republicans know who I am than Democrats overall. And they're the ones who are, fronting the large majority of disapproval. So then they use that overall disapproval rating to be like, see, he's quite the controversial guy. He's bad. They did that with AOC. And they still do it with AOC. AOC is a beloved figure on the left, okay? Everything to the left of the center, AOC has incredible metrics. So whenever they talk about AOC being controversial, they're actually talking about how bad her overall approval rating is because Republicans fucking despise her. Yeah, the center likes her, the left likes her, liberals love her. But of course, right-wingers fucking despise her. Why do they despise her? Because she has been the leader of all of the enmity, all the animosity on the Republican smear machine. Same thing with Ilhan Omar. Same thing with Rashida Tlaib. It doesn't matter. In order to fucking win elections, you don't have to win Republican voters, okay? You have to win the independents and you have to win the Democrats and those who don't normally vote. That's how you win elections. The idea that like we have to win over Republican voters is a fucking stupid concept. Don't know who invented it, but it's actually obviously very favorable to the third way neoliberal think tank, and that's why it's the only meta that you hear about. Okay? It's important to, unironically, this is good. We need to draw the lines clearly on who has your back, who attacks you, and who stays silent. It's important to note that centrists work with right-wing media. They retweet fucking Nazis as long as they attack you. It's a coordinated billionaire run-op. Yes. Yes. Neera Tanden, who's like talking about how anti-woke I am, has retweeted Richard Hanania, a white supremacist, Nick Fuentes, another neo-Nazi, and Sneeko. So like, they don't even care if someone is anti-Israel as long as they're shitting on me. They're like, oh, it's good. We'll take it. Because from a centrist perspective, I am a far graver threat to their established position within the party than some fucking right-wing neo-Nazi is, right? That's what it is. What is this? You wouldn't download a car as a meme. The Hasan segment is weak as fuck. You missed the point entirely. Dave having this many Hasan fans in his fan base makes everything so much funnier. Damn. People in his fan base are defending my ass. Dave, Hasan is talking about downloading a car as theft, not stealing one. Dave, you usually don't miss the point, but you missed Hasan's point completely. Wait, isn't Dave a libertarian? He's fucking angry about IP theft? There's no way that a libertarian would want to... Are libertarians also pro patents? Aren't they like... I guess they might be. Libertarians love IP, so I feel like some libertarians don't. He's angry that you said words. Man, I love the show, but I feel like Hasan bit was completely off and I hate the guy. I thought I heard him say he'd pirate a car, not steal a physical car. And his bit about paintings at the Louvre seemed like a joke, no? The Hasan segment was pretty pathetic. Felt embarrassing to watch. Dave playing a semantic game, being super literal, grasping at straws to belittle someone he clearly has no real point on. Oh my God, what the fuck? Hasan was not saying he would literally steal a car. He was talking in a sarcastic way, saying that anti-piracy ads comparing piracy to stealing a car was a false equivalent. It's not the same thing. And if he could piracy-style download a car, he would do it. The whole point was there's a difference between copying IP and actually literally stealing a physical thing belonging to someone. If you listen to David All, you would know that he acknowledged that there's a difference between stealing someone's intellectual property and stealing a car. Hasan Piker did more than say piracy isn't a big deal. He justified murder in the name of blah, 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 all this shit. Clip 1, stealing a car is not the same as, oh my God, they're duking it out in the YouTube comments, defending my honor. Do you think they're retweeting right-wingers to present a unified front against you to make it seem like it's a justified and moral position? If you have personal animosity towards me, like in the case of Sex Pestiny, right? You don't give a fuck who you're aligning with, as long as they're saying, fuck Hasan, let's kill Hasan. Right? And for Neera Tanden is a shrewd and clever operator who understands that I, or this movement, presents a real threat because she has been the gatekeeper of what it means to be progressive. Okay? For Epstein doesn't give a shit. He'll retweet the RNC. He'll retweet senators. He has literally tried to get Tom Cotton to pull me in front of Congress. Those guys are fucking animals, okay? They have no real consistency. They talk about how they hate the MAGA right, but they absolutely... The moment that Donald Trump talks about like how bad I am, he will absolutely say, oh, I hate the guy, but I have to hand it to him, okay? 100%. You'll see it happen. Maybe now that I said it, because his position is permanently contrarian to everything that I say, he might actually, for the first time ever, not align with a fucking right-wing shithead. But for Neera Tanden, it's different. Neera Tanden does the exact same thing as Sex Pestiny, but it's not actually coming from a place of like pure vitriol and pure hatred towards who I am, more so about what this movement represents. Neera Tanden, at the head of the Center for American Progress, is supposed to be the last, like, is supposed to be the biggest bottleneck for further left movements. Her entire position is to say this is the appropriate progressive position for the Democratic Party, which is Clinton, Hillary Clinton, right? Who she worked with for many years. So if this movement, if this left flank movement, if this left populist movement that says, no, we have to do class first politics, we have to push for health care and things of that nature, if that movement actually gains momentum with electoral victories, all of a sudden her position in the party is under great threat. Yeah, look, Nira Tanden is sharing Nick Fuentes videos now. Do not vote in the midterms. And if you do vote Democrat, this administration needs to be shut down. You have a chokehold on the barbers over 60 years old, MSM Cook.
Hasan Piker, let's talk about it. Why is everybody making such a big deal about Hasan?
We got the barbers!
Why. Because Hasan appeals to all the people that the Democratic Party do not appeal to. People who've had it with the party, who are sick of it. People who want to know what's really going on and now what corporate Democrats are telling us. And Hasan says it like it is. They say that his demographic on Twitch is mainly young men, but it's not true. Look at me, this boomer here, and I'm telling you right now, if you've missed Hasan, find him. He's on Twitch, he's on YouTube, he's on TikTok.
What is this music? I love it. I love it. Hell yeah.
He's everywhere, and he's great. Sure, is he vulgar a little bit? Yeah. Does he swear? Hell yeah. But if you want to get your news and you want to know what's really going on, check out Hasan. That's why they're trying.
We got the barbs on our side, the new barbs, not the old barbs, not the Nicki Minaj stands. Well, some of them are on our side too. All right, let's continue. How did I get on this fucking tangent? Oh, we were talking about Mamdani.
Which applies to educational institutions, is meaningfully different. The problem is how widely this bill defines an educational institution and the constitutional concerns it raises regarding New Yorkers' fundamental right to protest. As the bill is written, everywhere from universities to...
Someone said maybe Nira hates you because you remind her of Faiz Shakir. That's funny. I wonder if he would appreciate that comparison.
museums to teaching hospitals could face restrictions. Say you're a worker protesting ICE, or a college student demanding your school divest from fossil fuels, or demonstrating in support of Palestinian rights. Intro 175B is not a narrow public safety measure. It is a piece of legislation that has alarmed much of the labor movement, reproductive rights groups, and immigration advocates, amongst others, across the city. Nearly a dozen unions have raised the alarm about its impact on their ability to organize. That is why I am vetoing this legislation. These topics are inherently complicated. Debate, disagreement, and even protest are too. But we believe the constitutional rights to protest and to worship are both invaluable. Our city will continue to uphold both, and we will make sure that protection, prayer, and protest are guaranteed for every New Yorker.
All right.
The right to protest, it opens itself up to those constitutional concerns, and it also defines educational institutions in such...
Sean is talking about you on the radio right now. Wait, Hannity? How the fuck are you tuned in to Sean Hannity's radio broadcast, brother? That is crazy. That is actually crazy to me, okay? It's one thing to be like, oh, Sean Hannity, I saw this like podcast after he was posted. You're listening to him live on AM radio? I don't even know how I would tune into the Sean Hannity live radio broadcast. It's good. It's good that my spies are everywhere, okay? I like that. You complaining about having shooters chill? No, I'm not. It's still unbelievable, though. Wait, is this how you tune in? The fuck's he saying? How can I even hear it? It's not playing for me. Is it perhaps because I have this on? Maybe?
At the University of Redlands, you won't just prepare.
Oh, my God. Listen here.
Sean, if you want to be a part of the program, health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, longevity. Collaborated or sought his platform. Bernie Sanders praised him. Revolution in Media thanked him. AOC hosted a live stream, conversations with him. Congresswoman Tlaib, Ro Khanna has been on many times. open to further engagement.
Call in?
Abdul,
No, I'm not going to call in because I'm actually going to debate him. I don't
earlier
want to
this
fucking
week.
call him on his radio show. I'm actually going to debate him in person.
Zoran, Marxist, Kami, Mamdani, Congresswoman Summer Lee, joining Piker. And then the others expressed openness, including Gavin Newsom and Tom Steyer and others. But so why is it important? I think people need to understand. What do I talk often about on this program? I talk about radicalism, radical leftism. There's nothing to debate with this guy. I mean, if you want to rationalize, the thought pattern of people in this country that have no problem with assassinating the United Healthcare CEO.
What the? It's a parody, man. It's a parody account.
Align yourself with prominent elected Democrats. Does that not prove how radicalized
I'm
that
going to
party has
retweet
become?
this.
But Sean,
Let's
with all
see
due
if it-
respect, and I mean this seriously, you're giving a platform to someone, and it doesn't matter who aligns with him, because if you look at accountability, there's none of it. Nobody goes to jail. There is no accountability. We have a Republican House and Senate who can't get one damn thing passed that our president wants. No accountability. They all go on vacation.
Stay focused.
No, but I'm just saying, this is my point. There is no accountability, right?
Is this
or
lady
left,
saying
right?
I should
So
go to
whether you
jail
put
for
Hasan
thought
Pike on
crimes?
Or you're not drawing attention to anything, because at the end of the day, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. How many people have died on 9/11? How many people have died post 9/11? How many families were lost, broken, shattered? And now you're going to bring on the guy who said America deserved it. I'm sorry, that guy doesn't get a voice. In fact, I would like him to have no vocal cords at all. I don't think he should be talking, period.
Now you sound like him. Do you want to rip out his vocal cords?
Yeah, why don't I? He likes to say hyperbole and sarcasm is what he means when he says, that this United CEO deserved it. That's hyperbole
You're
and
saying
sarcasm.
if you want to use his style and techniques.
That's what I'm saying. We're making a comparison.
I think you're missing the bigger point.
What is the bigger point?
Look, when I took on the issue of the Pope and his remarks that God never approves of conflict, that just is not biblically accurate to me. It was just a disagreement. Everyone ignored all the good things I said about the Catholic Church and its impact on me and my life, and that's fine. But I knew going in that what the predictable result would be. I know going in what the predictable result will be. How dare you platform him, etc. That's not the point. My argument has been for the longest time is that this Democratic Party has been so radicalized, it represents nothing of the past Democratic Party.
Shawnee boy defending me.
Democratic is a process.
Democrat Party, whatever. Stop. You're nitpicking. And my point is that people like Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries are leaders in name only, and they bow at the altar of these radicals because they're the ones that are really in control. And that's why Schumer wouldn't even stand up to Mamdani. That's why Hakeem
What do you mean?
Jeffries
He
wouldn't
cowered
stand up
away.
to
He never
Mamdani.
endorsed
That's not
them.
why. That's not why.
No, it is so because they know they would alienate their base, and
Negative.
they wouldn't even be leaders in name only at that point. They would be done.
Nope.
They'd be gone.
Negative.
Gone.
Nope. I
Done.
disagree. You want to
Finished.
know why?
You're wrong.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. How could the defense be wrong? I haven't even started yet.
Defense is wrong.
Let me tell you
Wrong.
why. The reason why they don't stand up to him, the reason why they're
Because
all
they
in bed
agree with him
together
secretly.
is because the guy that's paying for all of their campaigns, the guy that's paying for everything they do, it's all the same people. It's all the same organizations. They have to stay lockstep. It's like I always say, Democrats are incredible at staying together. They are like glue. They're like an
I
old
can't believe
piece of gum that
ContraPoints
just
has
won't
fallen
separate.
so out
It's
of favor that
fantastic.
she's
The
on the
Republicans
Sean
need
Hannity
help.
show saying stuff
I've
like
said this
this.
for years. Republicans create circular firing squads. Democrats, they circle the wagons. There's a big difference, but that's not the environment we live in now. If you go back to the Reagan years, if you go back further, there was a time when they were more rational. And at this point in time, they've become so radicalized, so extreme, so hostile that they would take this country. They're like James Carville's. If they get power, there's going to be D.C. statehood, Puerto Rico statehood. We're going to jam-pack the Supreme Court. We'll end the filibuster. And it'll be one-party rule. They'll Abigail Spamberger every state in terms of gerrymandering for their advantage.
And that will happen if we don't pass the SAVE Act. 100%. I agree with you.
Here's the problem. Most Americans don't know the influence that people like this guy are having and the embrace that they're receiving from prominent Democratic voices. I would argue the list of people, Democrats I just mentioned, that list of Democrats is far more influential, powerful than Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or any old mainstream Democrat. There aren't any mainstream Democrats. There's one. His name is John and Fetterman. That's it. Every other Democrat has lost their mind. Now, we have a very important midterm
His
election.
number one Democrat is a brain dead comatose ogre.
Right here in front of me from today, part of my long research that I do in leading up to today's show. I mean, this is from Axios. Day one, they call it impeachment. Day one, House Democrats are pushing their colleagues to begin to build the case against President Trump now in anticipation of a day one impeachment vote if they retake the House. Why it matters. The mere existence of this movement shows how much pressure Democratic lawmakers will face next January if they retake the House. This article is not off base. And I'm just telling you, if what you saw, and we had on earlier on the program, we were talking to Ken Cuccinelli about this gerrymandering, power grab in Virginia. If you don't know what the radicals that are in charge are thinking, and most normal people, I argue, don't. But I'm going to tell you what the criticism will be. But whether I do this or not, I haven't really fully decided yet. I'm thinking about it. I could go in with a lot of different strategies against this guy, and I don't want to telegraph which one. But the one that I want the most, I want him to talk. I want him to explain.
Do you want him to bring the dog that he electrocutes while he talks? That should be a fun background element.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not wrong. It's on video. Whether he's using a vibration collar or a shock collar, that dog moved too much during his broadcast, and he did whatever he did to it. He's like, oh, I didn't shock it. It's a vibration collar. She was moving too much. I'm like, it's a dog, bro. That's what we're doing now?
You don't believe in, the electric fence?
Hell no. Absolutely not.
Oh, my gosh. Sean Hannity is defending electrocuting dogs.
That's disgusting.
Meanwhile, you overfeed your cat.
Don't stay focused. Don't drift away from Hassan Piker and how much I don't like him.
Oh, I'm making a point off of your point. All right, to our phones, let us say hi to DJ in North Carolina. Hey, DJ.
His goal is to let me talk.
What's going on?
Is, you just mentioned something about the Democrats wanting to impeach President Trump and everything, and they had come up with the fake whistleblower and all the fake evidence and everything.
Guys, I'm not going to call in. I want to do a fucking full-blown debate. Why would I bust the nut early? You guys are so stupid. You don't know what cum retention is, okay? You don't know how to withhold your orgasm, your nut, until the very last moment, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
That you keep in mind that you have one important civic duty this year, and that is commit in your heart, your mind, and your soul that you're going to go out and
We're doing foreplay right now, okay? We're edging. We're doing foreplay. This is tantric sex, okay?
They're already telegraphing what they'll do. James Carville telegraphed it. These people are telling you on day one they will come in power in the House of Representatives and impeach Donald Trump. They don't even have a reason for it.
Gooners, all of you.
And this country will be spiraling out of control into chaos. That they are a party of rage, a party of radical rage. And I don't think most Americans is fully aware of how bad it is, which is part of my thinking that I want people to know more. I know I'll get yelled at because, Hannity, you didn't push back hard enough. Hannity, you interrupted too much. Hannity, you platformed this guy. Well, am I better off? Are people better off being ignorant? Let me tell you something. I put this guy on my show. This goes viral. And I have avoided a lot of the, I would call it, clickbait attempts that other people have embraced openly to bring on the most extreme people for the very reason is I think it's usually not worthwhile. However, this might be worthwhile for people to educate themselves and realize how bad what I know and what I study every day really is.
His audience is so worried about him debating me that they're literally like, don't do it, don't do it. And he's like, no, it's fine. It's good. It's good that we're doing it.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, someone broke into your house. Gee, thanks a lot. Why didn't you stop it? Well, if you had Simply Safe Home Security, they have a better way, comprehensive protection.
Oh, fuck, he's doing an ad. He wants to end you, yeah. The woman that's talking right now is this. Rose Tennant has been a prominent figure for 20 years and a syndicated conservative talk show host. She's a frequent guest on Sean Hannity and has made several appearances on Fox News. She's currently the spokesperson for a Made in America trade show. Rose serves on the advisory board for Women for Trump Coalition and Moms for America. She's formerly worked as a political liaison for Smaller Manufacturers Council. Wait a minute. She might actually love me if she knows that I only fucking use American garment producers, made in America, baby, and a union shop nonetheless. See, this is the other side of the story. I'm more fucking patriotic than half of these losers. Actually, I'm more patriotic than all of these fucking losers. I want what's best for Americans, okay? Not what's best for Israel, for example. No, these shows can't get mad at real fucking union labor, made in America union labor either. Some of you are saying, oh, they'll say like, some are saying like, oh, they'll say like union labor is evil or whatever. Nah. I'm on hold with the show now. They're going to let me on. Oh, no. Oh, no.
On Hannity Show. You've got it on the home of Dallas Cowboys football and Texoma. KWFS, News Talk 1290 and 96.3.
Don't embarrass me.
Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $54.99 a month with auto.
Don't embarrass me. All right, let's continue. Well, we'll
broad
see.
manner that it includes museums, libraries, teaching hospitals, things of that nature.
Well, the mayor says this could impact workers protesting ICE, for example. Now, City Council Speaker Julie Menin issued a statement on the veto that reads in part, quote, ensuring students can enter and exit their schools without fear of harassment or intimidation should not be controversial. This bill simply requires the NYPD to clearly outline how it will ensure safe access when there are threats of obstruction or physical injury, while fully protecting First Amendment rights. Meantime, the Legal Aid Society commended the mayor for the veto, saying in part that it, quote, would significantly expand police presence and discretion in ways that risk undermining the constitutional rights of New Yorkers engaged in First Amendment activity. Now, we will have much more on reaction to all of this coming up today at 5 o'clock on CBS News New York. For now, we are live in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Alice Gaynor, CBS News New York.
From the civil rights movement in the 1960s to anti-war protests just this month, our city's history is written by those who refuse to stay silent. As mayor, I stand firmly on the side of New Yorkers' right to challenge power. Yes, even mine. Last month, the City Council passed 2 bills related to this right, known as buffer zone.
We already saw this.
Okay.
So I've spoken to some people in the
Go back on Hannity?
It's called Obesity USA. Population 115 million.
Dude, what the fuck? It's not live yet. It's still ads. Chatter said he's on next. I'm losing it. Oh my God.
Anxiety, insomnia.
Poggers. Do not fuck the bag up, Chatter. I will ban you. I will ban your ass if you fuck it up.
People in Obesity USA can't sleep.
I like that earlier Chatters was like, bro, why are you reading articles about yourself? Why don't you cover the news? Now that I'm covering the news, they're like, dude, get back to Sean Hannity. We need drama right now. Ooh, it's cold as fucking here, by the way. Holy shit. Bro, Chatter's gonna say he's a gay furry or something? No, do not do that.
I think it's time to head back in.
Okay.
God, I'm waiting.
Come back?
Sure.
I'm waiting. No, we just want you to listen. We just want to listen to Hannity. Yeah, finally. You want to hear from a real broadcaster, a consummate professional, one who does not burp in the microphone. Okay? That's what you want to hear from. You want to hear from the most trusted name in news for the past 2 decades, Sean Hannity. Oh, man.
Near you. Also.
God damn, there's so many fucking commercials. What the hell? is crazy. Be easy on Rose Tenet. What if Sean ends up liking you like Trump did with Zoran? I think there's a very high likelihood of that happening because these guys are constantly surrounded by major charisma sucks. That's they're surrounded by, like, they are surrounded by fucking horrible dipshits, unfuckable losers. And people like Sean Hannity are, I mean, they're like the football guys, you know what I mean? Some of the Republican hosts they come from a background of at least at some point in time, like having normal social lives, right? So, you know, you can connect with another human being that's a little bit more normal, a little bit more. They ran out of time for me, but they invited me to call back on Monday. Like, think about it this way. They might.
Blockade embargo really going to work? We'll know a lot more by Monday. Linda, this weekend, I'm giving you a very direct order as your boss.
Okay.
As your boss. Liam gets Chick-fil-A with the waffle fries, cooked in oil.
Okay.
And all the pizza he wants from Uncle Sean. And
wait, the show's over? Show's over.
Yeah.
And a Sprite. As many Sprites as he wants.
How much Pepto-Bismol should I be preparing to buy for this extravaganza?
Need Pepto-Bismol. There's no
I'm gonna need a lot of Pepto-Bismol.
All right, that's it for today. Have a great weekend. Thank you for making the show possible.
Boo, Sean! He was vocally strangling his guests within 30 seconds of randomly tuning in. He hates his people. New Trump post. Trump criticizes right-wing podcaster Candace Owens. Uh-oh. Candace Owens' stock. What the fuck is this photo? Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she is an extremely low IQ individual. I don't understand why he keeps defending the First Lady of France. Like, Candace Owens' line of attack against the First Lady of France is transphobic. And that's and it's conspiratorial. That's exactly the type of shit that his audience loves. If anything, it's like making the insane transphobes hate Trump, maybe. Oh, y'all think it's a pedophile defense? Is that, you think that's what it is? Because the First Lady of France is also a predator. Emmanuel Macron was like underage, I'm pretty sure, right? Wasn't he? So that's like, maybe that's the connection there where he's like, I'm a mutual. I defend anyone who's trying to fuck a 15-year-old. Emmanuel Macron was 15. Brigitte robbed the cradle. Very good. Brigitte was Emmanuel Macron's teacher. Emmanuel Macron's teacher, and they fell in love. He was 14. She was the teacher, and they fell in love. Love, folks. Who amongst us hasn't fallen in love? That type of shit. Okay, another. By the way, we all know what he's doing when he calls like black and brown people low IQ, right? Like, it's just, at this point, we know what's going on there, right? Like, I don't need to fucking state the obvious here, right? It's pretty clear what's going on there. Okay, because right after this Candace Owens one, he goes, where is it? Trump, Hakeem high-tax Jeffries is a low IQ individual who is not smart enough to be running the Democratic Party and certainly not smart enough to be involved in running the United States of America. It is people like this who almost destroyed our nation with our high-tax, open border policies. In the future, Hakeem, a fine American name, will forever be known as high-tax. Yeah, we have a better name for Hakeem here. Sex Panther. Hakeem Sex Panther Jeffries. The debate will be, what is this? Senate debate is starting. Okay, I can't watch it on fucking Facebook. Do we have another mirror or something? I don't have a Facebook account, chatters. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this. Yeah, there's no way for me to watch this. We got a fork. What the hell is this, by the way? Oh, C-SPAN programming.
A debate with 3 Democrats running in Michigan's Senate race, Representative Haley Stevens,
Thank you.
Dr. Abdul El Sayed, and State Senator Mallory McMorrow, hosted by the United Auto Workers Union at a political conference in Washington, D.C. They talk about Social Security, affordability, workers' rights, and artificial intelligence.
Wait, this is old, bro. This is literally from February 11th. Man. Y'all, find the fucking OG one, please. God damn, dude. Wait, you don't have a Facebook? Who have I been sexting with then? Not me. Stop abusing your chat? Never. The fall off of chat must be studied? True. Honestly, you're so right, dude. You're so right. Chat is fucking fallen off, dude. It is. Chat is dead. Is dead. Chat used to be a place where we had a hive mind. We could find anything around the internet. Ever since I stopped linking stuff, yeah, Bussy Angel. Once you stop linking stuff, it is over. What happened to chat is a reflection of the streamer. True. Community is a reflection of the streamer. We will never take accountability. The Facebook page is getting the HasanAbi treatment. Are you going to live stream the debate? Live stream? Live stream? Wait, are they just having a debate by themselves? Like, what the fuck's going on? This link will assure you chat has fallen off. If it's a poop sock, you're done.
I only pray you'll never leave me behind. Never leave me. Because good music can be so hard to find. So hard to find. I'll take your hand and hold it closer to mine. Yeah. Our love was dead, but now you're changing my mind. My heart's a stereo. It beats for you, so listen close. Because good music can be so hard to find. So hard to find. I'll take your hand and hold it closer to mine. Yeah. Our love was dead, but now you're changing my mind. My heart's a stereo.
God damn it, dude. What the hell is happening? I live to commute half an hour away and y'all lose your minds. How do I unsubscribe to chat? You cut our wings when you took the top of the hour, Jabez. True. I did. I really did. Starts in 25 minutes, so might be bad link. Please don't shock me. Place. One wait is just me. We're organizing against you. Here's the link, twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, chatter. This debate seems obscure as fuck. It is, but I want to see how he tests his mettle in the marketplace of ideas. This is the cultural background noise of the collapse of the two-party system? Okay, dude. I don't deserve this. I'm leaving. You better fucking stay right where you are. You better stay right the frick where you are. Bruh. I guess it's delayed. At this point, just call Abdul up. Yeah, I'm going to hit him up and be like, yo, King. Yo, turn it on. Put the phone up. Put the phone up to your face. HasanAbi vibes are immaculate today. Yeah, I don't know why I'm in such a good mood. All it took for me was a little bit of socializing, and I went from being like this
negotiating international trade agreements
to being alive,
59 days
dude.
after we stood in this office and President Trump, standing with Albert Bourla from Pfizer, announced the first of the 17 MFN deals, together with our colleagues from the Department of Commerce under Secretary Lutnick's leadership and from the U.S. Trade Representative's office under the leadership of Ambassador Greer.
Sean Hannity boosted your mood from a 3 to a 10. Oh, that's true. Oh, you woke up.
They agreed to increase significantly.
Oh, never mind. Back to sleep.
Branded pharmaceuticals for the first time in 26 years. That work continues with other countries. And third, we will continue our work with our partners in Congress to codify the principles that underpin these most favored nation deals, so that
Man is an extrovert, living as an introvert. True. As district attorney of San Francisco, it is my solemn duty to safeguard the city for its people and prosperity. If Hasan Piker enters San Francisco city limits, he will be immediately arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We have zero tolerance policy for theft committed by liberals. If HasanAbi sneaks in and doesn't play by the rules, steals, then I will have J. Connor Bortega use enhanced interrogation methods on him until he reveals the location of Hamas leaders. Pull up to Sonoma County. The DA is a HasanAbi head. Nice. I did the math comparing your streams and mood, and your best moods are on weeks where you stream gaming and or Chad Vice. So do those on stream more often if you want to be in a good mood more often. What did you do, Unc? Oh, yeah, Stavros told me he's Greek, so I beat his ass and broke his arm. It's true. I can't believe that this fucking got 16,000 likes, by the way. What did she say to deserve this? What is this? This is criminal. In prison. Oh. It's true. She got banned from San Francisco. They did that shit. They did that shit. She doesn't even know it. Anyway. Okay, where are we? All right, we did that. High tax.
Business community who felt that video, because you're standing in.
Oh, remember when I showed the Zoram Dani thing, the Your Rage? And he was like, yeah, that's kind of beast mode. That's how you sell the stuff, okay? When are you going to tell Kai she's adopted? She's not. I gave birth to her. What the fuck's wrong with you? How dare you say that? This is my biological daughter. Mpreg.
Front of one of his homes, you're calling him out, that it sort of crossed the line in terms that you were personalizing it. And in this environment, politics is very polarized. Some people were thinking about the United Healthcare CEO who was assassinated. Do you have any regrets about doing that? I noticed that, the day after you did the video, you did not invoke his name again. You gave some other examples. But do you regret doing that video?
That home, when it was purchased, was the most expensive home in the United States of America. It's publicly reported, and it was described as such. And in a political environment where there is always an attempt to describe any increase in taxes as if it would be one that would apply to all, we wanted to make very clear that this applies to a very select group of properties. And the reason that I gave other examples of this is that this piece of legislation is not motivated by any one individual. Rather, it is one that applies broadly, without exemption. And so the next day I spoke about a Saudi prince who bought an apartment for $90 million, a Russian auto dealer who bought an apartment for close to $30 million in cash. I say these things not because I do not want these individuals to be here in New York City or to purchase property in New York City, but rather to outline that we are talking about a proposal that will have a very narrow impact and one that is being driven by an intention to ensure that everyone can remain in the city, including those that are taxed by it.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we've got.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Pneumatic Toaster, reach out to the mods. I saw your message.
Brooklyn council member Chio Say released from police custody this afternoon.
I'm sorry if I'm a little spacey. My head.
New York City Council member HasanAbi head weightlifter Chiose was apprehended physically and violently by the New York Police Department the other day as he was trying to defend a constituent from being evicted from their home. And he was brutalized. Chiose is of Nigerian and Chinese descent. Not that it's relevant to the conversation, but he is also a part of the Chinese American coalition that we are also a part of. As you know, I'm white Chinese, he's black Chinese. Okay, there's many different versions of us out there. But yeah, he got brutalized. And there is a common practice that is actually kind of unfucking believable called deed theft that takes place in New York City. Okay? And we'll get into it a little bit. Chi himself has talked about this already. Chiose recently came out of the closet as a straight man as well. That's right. Or I guess technically back in the closet, whichever way you want to call it. It happens all over New York State. We'll get into it in a second.
The pavement pretty hard today.
Police pushed Councilmember Osei to the ground and arrested him as he tried to help a constituent, Carmela Charrington, who was battling eviction this morning from her Bed-Stuy home.
It's horrible that they will do that to even him.
Osei has been working to help Charrington reverse what she says was an act of deed theft. Bad actors, who she says duped her elderly father and stole the title to their Brooklyn building.
We've been in this property for over 60 years, and we were trying to explain this to the courts and let the courts know that whatever they did was illegal.
News of the arrest hit as Mayor Zohran Mamdani was attending an unrelated news conference in Queens.
He's like face down on the floor getting handcuffed. Okay. You know, are you able to comment on...
I mean, that's incredibly concerning to hear, and that's exactly something that we're going to follow up on.
Mayor Mamdani promised to make deed theft one of his top housing priorities.
Which he has, by the way. In the aftermath of this controversy, I guess if you want to call it that, this unjustifiable, flagrant violation of the NYPD, once again, doing excessive use of force. Zohran Mamdani now has a prosecutor on the deed theft situation. Like, they're going to be conducting more investigations into it. She also came out and defended Zohran
during the campaign.
The council member is rightly passionate about tackling the scourge of deed theft.
But Mayor Mamdani's NYPD quickly today coming under scrutiny for its handling of the situation, which began when...
Dude, that's crazy. Mayor Mamdani's NYPD.
Marshals and the city sheriff this morning called for police backup. They said protesters had made it impossible for them to complete a court-ordered eviction that had been signed by a judge. Osei said he would file a misconduct complaint.
They slammed me against the concrete.
Mayor Mamdani later posted he had seen the concerning footage and was in touch with Commissioner Tisch about the nature of the arrest.
As soon as I saw that video, that's the conversation we started to have, because what New Yorkers want to know is that everything that they're seeing is actually in line with what it should be.
Outside the 79th Precinct, Council Speaker Julie Menon also said she had spoken with Commissioner Tisch.
I spoke to the police commissioner to ask for his immediate release.
The NYPD says their takedown of Councilmember Osei was within department guidelines for an arrest involving someone who they say was trying to commit an act of obstruction of governmental administration. They say that Councilmember Osei resisted officers' efforts to restrain him and pushed past the police when they tried to stop him from blocking the eviction.
Yeah, sometimes called deed fraud. Home title theft happens when a criminal uses forged documents to fraudulently transfer someone's property deed into their name. This gives the scammer the ability to then sell the property to an unsuspecting third party, pocketing the profits. It's a fairly commonplace practice in New York State, especially in New York, in a lot of underserved communities. It targets a lot of vulnerable populations, including, especially black and brown populations. They prey on the elderly. It's really fucking vile.
Osei and other council members said more needs to be done to stop deed theft, which they say is up 300% in New York City and disproportionately targets senior citizens and communities of color.
I went up to Albany to pressure the governor to do right by the people of New York and do right by black homeowners and keeping them in their home. The governor bailed on our meeting.
A source close to Hochul said Councilmember Osei had been invited to attend a meeting in Albany with the governor's housing team, but not with the governor herself. A Hochul spokesperson said in a statement, Councilmember Osei has been a strong advocate for his community, and the governor is relieved he is out of custody. No New Yorker should be cheated out of the opportunity to keep their home.
We thank you.
Yeah, hold on. There was more. Chiose Zoran Mamdani, he comes out. He says, I hate this narrative around this mayor not being a mayor for black people. The last mayor was black and he didn't do crap on deed theft.
Thank you to Mayor Mamdani. You know, can I be real for a second? I hate this narrative around this mayor not being a mayor for black people. The last mayor was black and he didn't do crap on deed theft. So I really want to acknowledge this mayor for taking a step and putting money where his mouth is and opening this office.
She's Haitian, not Nigerian? I thought he was. Didn't he tell me on the broadcast that he had some Nigerian in him too? Am I crazy? Anyway, I'll be hanging out with Chi and lifting some weights next time I'm in New York, which will be next week. I will be in New York next week starting Monday. I'll also be going to Philadelphia. I will also be going to Missouri. So, yeah. He will be lift mogging me. He will be butt mogging me as well. Let's be real. He can outlift me 100%. As someone in a bordering state, fucking why? I'm going to be hanging out with Cori Bush in Missouri. As you got no ass, bro? No, I have ass, but he can out deadlift me. DC again when? DC was supposed to be today. Ironically enough, I got invited to some Washington, DC White House Correspondents' Dinner events. I chose not to go because I didn't want to extend the trip. I already have too much time away from home. So I didn't want to also extend it by like almost an additional 3-4 days. So I'm you know, I'm still here rather than in D.C. I will be linking up with Ebro and Rosenberg. Yes. I will be when I'm in New York. And Trevor Noah as well. That's right. I got a bunch of stuff lined up in New York. You're such a couch potato? That's crazy to say that about me. I have been roaming, okay? I have been all around the country. What the fuck? I'm talking about, I've announced going. Hey, I'm an organizer in the New School for a conference with czar and admin people and 20 plus professors. Adam 2s. It's 5-2. Interested in coming? No. No disrespect. I will not be able to make it to that. They're live. Is live. It's not live here. Does anyone have a link? Stop sending me a Facebook link. I'm not going to watch it on Facebook. I will not be watching it on Facebook. I cannot watch it on Facebook. If you guys download the video after the fact or live broadcast it or if you can find a mirror, then that's fine. But yeah, I mean, we're waiting for this, but it's not working. We're going to find out that the Israeli embassy put out some memo to attack Piker on the advice of a highly paid pollster. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, it is that is what's going on. I hope people understand. Like, that's not a ridiculous suspicion. Abso-fucking-lutely 100%. There is definitely some people in positions of power that have put the beat out on me. Refresh the YouTube page. I mean, there's a countdown. There's a 5-minute countdown. Maybe it'll start when the candidates start answering questions, potentially. You are on top chat and on live chat. I'm not trying to see all of you motherfuckers trying to reach out to me on the YouTube chat, okay? I don't care about that. Yeah, there's definitely been a noticeable increase in the attacks that Track APAC has been receiving as well. I thought that was interesting. People are talking about their tracker being busted and bad and wrong and all this shit. I did notice that as well. Anyway. Hello.
Zoran Mamdani unveiled a new initiative to try and stop the predatory practice of deed theft here in New York City. Mamdani says this is a problem that is preyed mostly upon communities of color. And now he says the new Office of Deed Theft Prevention will aim to help victims get their homes back. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett live this afternoon in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. NJ?
And right, Sandra, the new Office of Deed Theft Prevention will raise
awareness
and will also connect victims
Your video
and
mirroring it is private.
Victims with advice and assistance. As you said, Mayor Mamdani made the announcement here in Bedford-Stuyvesant this morning, It's focused on rapidly gentrifying communities where developers and speculators are seeking real estate, and often at a terrible price, to the people who've lived in these communities and developed these neighborhoods. In some cases, Sandra, signatures are forged on deeds. In other cases, homeowners are tricked into signing documents and either signing away their homes, or they're tricked into selling them for a fraction of their actual value. Yes, it all comes days after City Council member Chi Osei was arrested with several others while protesting the eviction of a woman who says her deed was stolen after she'd been living in her home for decades. The mayor says the new office.
I'm grateful for the opportunity this evening.
Nice.
Good evening. You know, the Council of Baptist Pastors, Detroit and vicinity, was created in 1965 to focus on community and social justice.
God, the audio is so bad.
And oh boy, do we need some of that right now. You know, my motivation.
I know she sounds like Bobby Hill, bro. I know.
Who's put up my hands for Michigan time and time again as a daughter of Michigan, as a daughter of small business owners. My parents had landscaping business, and my dad also taught first grade right here in the city of Detroit, and he loved every minute of it. And he also told me, hey, do not try and do not ever be the smartest person in any room, but be the hardest working. And that is what has motivated my career of public service, of putting up my hand for Michigan in tough moments, like when we were experiencing a great recession, where I worked for President Obama, saving General Motors and Chrysler and 200,000 Michigan jobs.
What do you got to say?
My friends, right now is another
What do you got to
Michigan
say?
moment. Donald Trump doesn't give a whit about who we are, what we do, and what we need. Healthcare, jobs, well-funded schools. That's what I am fighting for now in the Congress. And that is what I will do as your next U.S. Senator. Thank you.
Good evening. Pastor Littlejohn, thank you so much. To the council, thank you so much for having us here today. And to both of the folks also running for this seat, it takes a lot of courage to run, so thank you.
Oh, she's so heavy.
I am a physician in epidemiologist. I became a doctor because I had to go 15 hours to Egypt where my folks immigrated from, or 15 minutes from where I grew up into neighborhoods in the city. Either way, I traveled 10 years difference in life expectancy. I wanted to do something about it. Got the opportunity to rebuild Detroit's health department after it had been shut down. Lead Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services.
How much does she weigh? 120 pounds.
Since we introduced that program to the city of Detroit across the state of Michigan. Took on corporate polluters, made sure our kids weren't drinking lead and water in their schools. We made sure we put air quality monitors all over Wayne County, with Narcan, vending machines in 100 different locations, and eliminated upwards of $700 million in medical debt. Now, I'm never going to forget the day when they froze federal funds, put all of the work we were doing in jeopardy. That was the day that our current U.S. Senator decided that he was not seeking re-election. And I realized, where is the fight for the public health now? We're running a campaign to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. I've been now in 9 different cities.
You should go to the park every day, twice a day.
People tell me it just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford basic dignities of your life. Shouldn't be this hard to work the same job tomorrow you worked yesterday. Should not be this hard to see a doctor. And it doesn't have to be. I'm looking forward to the conversation again and grateful to be here. Thank you so much.
Bro, this audio is so ass. I don't want to watch it, and there's no CC. Kaya, go. No, I'm not. I can't watch this, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I want to watch this, but I cannot understand what the fuck they're saying. You know, apologies to everybody, but it's laggy. I can't hear it. I can't understand it. Can you boost audio or something? Sorry to be that guy. No, I can't, dude. What do you want me to fucking do? They're not filtering. They're not using the proper audio channels in their live stream. It's a bunch of boomers in a church. They didn't do the proper production. Anyway, put your mic closer to him. Can you not go there? Yeah, I could. I just choose not to. I'm there right now. I'm in Michigan right now. I brought my entire setup behind me to Michigan, and I chose not to go to the place. I'm in Michigan currently. I'm in Lansing. Yeah. I'm in Detroit. It was for the congregation too, and I'm a part of the congregation. Kaya was on ABC News.
Jay, what is the Hot Rotisserie Chicken Act and why is it being proposed?
Yeah, hey there, Ashan. This is a pretty narrowly tailored bill. All it really does is allow for those Americans on food benefits, SNAP food assistance, what used to be called food stamps, to be able to buy hot rotisserie chicken in grocery stores and places like Costco, because right now
That's crazy. They can buy a Kaya. All right. Fucking. All right, let's move on.
Mayor Mamdani is cracking down on deed theft. This morning, the mayor announced that his administration is creating the city's first Office of Deed Theft Prevention. Earlier this month, a CBS News New York investigation found that deed theft complaints to the New York AG's office have tripled in recent years, with a 240% increase in the past 2 years alone. The mayor says deed theft significantly impacts neighborhoods in Brooklyn and Queens and disproportionately affects people of color.
The Office of Deed Theft Prevention will coordinate closely with HPD and our city's Commission on Human Rights to educate homeowners across the 5 boroughs, particularly those in neighborhoods with the highest rates of predatory reverse redlining. And the team will work with the Homeowner Help Desk to provide resources and connect property owners to legal counsel.
City Councilman Chiosei was at today's announcement. He and 3 other people were arrested 2 days ago in Brooklyn at a protest against a woman being evicted from her longtime home.
We have some news right now. A top Trump official, counterterrorism official, is now allegedly under...
I forgot to cover this story, and I've literally had it on the docket nonstop. But it's time. It's time. Now that the real news goat, Aaron Parnas, is covering it, it's time for me to cover it as well. New top Trump counterterrorism official faces investigation for alleged sugar daddy relationship. Security experts sound the alarm. Okay, this is an awooga ass story.
Investigation within the Department of Homeland Security by the Inspector General for using sugar daddies to afford their exorbitant lifestyle. That, according to new reporting from the Daily Mail. Now, I want to preface this. It doesn't matter what people do in their personal lives. That's not the issue. The issue is, according to security experts, that this type of investigation could open up the senior counterterrorism official to blackmail, bribery, etc., and could compromise her role with...
Again, you can't blackmail someone who's shameless. It's that simple.
In the federal government. The official is Julia Varvaro, who has served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism within the Department of Homeland Security. And one man named Robert submitted an official complaint.
Not gonna lie, that Hogalette is pretty fine. I am not a misogynist, and therefore I don't see the attractiveness of women. Okay, as a feminist, I don't acknowledge when someone is attractive. When a woman is attractive or not, I will make no statement on it. I will, however, say she's horny is crazy. I will, however, say I believe that she also worked for the previous administration as well.
Complaint to the Inspector General alleging he spent $40,000 on
Yeah, she worked under Biden for FEMA.
And the complaint has been filed with the Inspector General, an official complaint. Now, according to a former CIA officer, the claims are troubling because allegations of a sugar daddy relationship and unreported income are serious issues for DHS security personnel. Quote, I would be curious to see what kind of vetting was done on her prior to her employment. The complaint also observed her ingesting marijuana on numerous occasions, as well as recreational use of, and security experts claims
recreational use of Xanax. He claimed he warned her that this could put her top secret clearance in jeopardy, but that she indicated she was not concerned because she was above being tested. Ooh, that's a boss ass right there. That's a boss ass B, Queen B. Security expert who spoke to Daily Mail warned behaviors in the complaint like a sugar daddy arrangement created serious vulnerabilities. Now, what I find insane about this admin is there is something unique to this admin. And that is everyone's doing it. Okay. Everyone is scheming. I have never seen something this flagrant. Like in the past, you had people that would engage in schemes, right? Con men, things of that nature. Sometimes they get caught. Obviously, the famous cases of wheeling and dealing, such as like the Clinton Institute, they engaged in complex financial maneuvering, going through different corporate subsidiaries, like creating offshore accounts, things of that nature. Nowadays, the schemes are at a smaller level. They're much more open and much more flagrant. It's like it's very strange. Like the way that these guys operate is like they just openly do low-level corruption. And there's a larger tie-in here as well. I'm gonna get to that in a second. There's the Maduro raid that ties into this story as well.
Essentially, that could put her clearance in jeopardy. That's where we're at right now. As always, let me know what you think. Spread the word. Follow for more.
He's the biggest.
Secret sugar daddy sex scandal explodes inside Trump's counterterrorism headquarters. Yeah, Trump says the world is a casino. Everybody transgender, everything computer. The world is a casino. He's so fucking awesome. I feel like the bigger story isn't the sugar baby stuff, but the fact that she was FEMA program analyst under the Biden admin who somehow convinced Trump to hire her as the deputy assistant secretary for counterterrorism. I think we know how she did that. I'm going to be super honest with you. Trump does have a pattern of just like literally putting sexy women into whatever position they want to be in. Like that's like no disrespect. I know I just said I'm a feminist. I can't acknowledge if a woman is hot or not, but like he does put baddies in charge all the time. Like it is a little, yeah, it's the Gaddafi method for sure. Yeah, I think obviously, you know, there are non-baddies that he also puts into places of power that have no business being there. People that, you know, like Laura Loomer, free spirit. Obviously, she's not a baddie, right? Caroline Leavitt. But I will say this. I will say Susie Wiles, sheesh. If she was blonde, you would be going awooga, hamana, Hasan, white women, or exotic piker. Bro, I'm trying my very best not to go awooga on this situation to maintain my credibility as a feminist. Otherwise, I would be disparaging other W feminists, Your Rage Gaming, who just did a collab stream with me. It would ruin his feminist cred, okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Yes, she's hot, bro. Yes. What do you want me to fucking say? Yes. Julia Varvaro is a fucking babe, okay? Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear? Yeah, she's hot, dude. Yeah. Sure. I was her sugar daddy only for a little bit, okay? It's not illegal on my end, at least. It might be illegal for her. That was just for a little bit. Another Trump team embarrassment. DHS counterterrorism official Julia Varvaro under investigation over sugar daddy complaint. Varvaro, 29, and also not a weird age gap. Okay, just remember, I'm only 34. She's 29. It's not a weird age gap relationship. All right. Trump's deputy assistant secretary for counterterrorism is facing a formal DHS inspector general complaint after a man claims he spent $40,000. God damn. 40 grand in 3 months? What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? That is crazy. Okay, sorry. In 3 months on luxury trips and Cartier jewelry, and she told him her collection was trophies from her sugar daddies. She allegedly told him she was above being tested when he warned the arrangement could jeopardize her top secret clearance, and texted from a Homeland Security conference, "They call me secretary. I like it. I'm the boss, princess." Former CIA officer is now asking for a full background investigation. How a full background investigation missed all this? The administration that promised to hire only the best is currently investigating its own counterterrorism office. You cannot make this up. All credit to Daily Mail. She's a horny. Here are some 2,000 half your rent due to furlough. Shoes, so cute. They're playing billiards. I need M-Sculpt Neo. If your friend doesn't do it, can you call this place and set up a package for me, please? Or maybe there's a med spot in Frederick that does it. It's like something I have to go to once a week. I'll check, but we could just go to the gym. I need to anyway. Oh my gosh, she hit the thumbs down. I'm not used to having to ask like this for a simple card or help with my rent, especially being furloughed. Any pass? Oh my God. Trump, Doge cooked her. Doge cooked her. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was illegal to support people working in public office like this. I didn't realize that you woke libtards hated supporting women's rights and women's wrongs. Okay? Don't forget this asshole shocks his dog. It's true. Kaya. Kaya, come here. Come here. Come here. No, come here. Come here. Come here. Ooh. I'm zapping her right now. Look, she's wagging her tail with excitement. She loves the zap now. I've ruined her. Okay, go. Place. I didn't realize that it was we're getting mad at people who are supporting our federal government employees that were furloughed, by the way. It's kind of fucked up. If you ask me, I think it should not be illegal. Anyway. Yeah. It's mutual aid. It's mutual aid. Yeah. As Hoscord would say, this is mutual aid. Where else? What else were we going to do here? This is a quote from a former top Bondi aide. Part of the reason the weaponization. Oh, this was what I was going to show you guys. Part of the reason the weaponization work has been difficult is that you need people who are MAGA and who are really competent, said Chad Mizell, former chief of staff for Bondi. Many career prosecutors are not interested in this kind of work. It's a very small group of people. Mizell worked alongside Blanche and knows that even if the Justice Department can bring a case against one of Trump's top political adversaries, they will be up against top defense attorneys. In the end, Mizell said he is confident Blanche will be successful in these prosecutions. Yeah, I don't think so. All right. So that was one of the issues in the admin, right? We got a sugar baby that's just trying to make ends meet. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up that they were complaining about, bro, all you say is slop. True. Well, we are living in a slopiverse right now, so. And you said chat fell off. Julia Vervaro did nothing wrong. Oh my God, there's someone at The Spectator defending this woman. That is crazy. Bro is down abysmal. W feminism. Okay. So the other side of the slop, you're a fat man baby. Okay, Monkey Squad, you got it. Anyway, I'll keep you up here. Okay, little pet. We'll give you little pets a couple times throughout the day. Matt Gaetz, nobody in this entire story did anything wrong. Is wanting expensive stuff for your boyfriend illegal now? Is wanting a boyfriend who can get you expensive stuff forbidden? Is getting a girlfriend the expensive stuff she wants the sign of a bad guy? I don't really care how this woman dates. All that matters is whether she's good at her job. Oh my God, of course Matt Gaetz came in to defend her. Of course. Anyway, we also obviously have another story about how unbelievably corrupt this admin is, like in a comical manner, much worse than even Trump 1 somehow, even though Trump 1 really pushed the needle in terms of the ridiculous nature of comical levels of corruption. Okay. There was a soldier that was arrested for alleged Maduro bet. Would you be surprised to find out that there was a person who made an incredible polymarket bet that caused them to make $400,000 because he was participating in the fucking Maduro raid, who then turned around and dumped 33 grand, okay? 33 grand into a polymarket bet about Maduro's capture and ended up making $400,000. Let's take a look at the story now.
Forces soldier is due in federal court on charges he used classified information to bet on the commando raid that ousted Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro before it happened. Federal prosecutors said Master Sergeant Gannon Ken Van Dyke placed bets on Polymarket on the timing and outcome of that very operation, all to turn a profit of more than
You can't prove he did anything wrong. That's true. That's true. Is it illegal to just know exactly what's going to happen? I don't understand. I didn't realize it was illegal to be able to predict the future just because you're inside and have information from the inside. That's not illegal.
$1,000. While helping to plan and execute the operation to capture Maduro, the indictment said Van Dyke opened a Polymarket account and traded on Maduro and Venezuela-related contracts on 13 separate occasions, including in the hours before the raid when he wagered Maduro out by January 31st. The soldier is charged with fraud and unlawful use of confidential government information.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was illegal to know what's going to happen.
For personal gain. The first time the Justice Department is prosecuting alleged insider trading on a prediction market. There are now calls for Congress to investigate well-timed bets on prediction markets. A Polymarket user made more than $500,000 through a series of bets related to the war in Iran and the toppling of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And right before President Trump scrapped plans to attack Iranian power plants, traders successfully bet almost $1 billion oil prices would fall. Asked whether he's concerned federal employees like the soldier now facing criminal charges may be profiting from inside information, the president appeared to downplay it.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it.
The president's eldest son, Don Jr., is an advisor to and investor in Polymarket, and one of the president's namesake companies announced last year it would launch its own prediction market. As for the soldier who was stationed at Fort Bragg, he's due in a North Carolina court today before he's brought here to New York to face charges. George, there are already calls in Congress for him to receive a pardon, and no doubt there will be a trade on Polymarket.
And you saw the president mention Pete Rose there. He actually called for a pardon of Pete Rose. As well. These markets are so ripe for corruption.
And we've seen all these big bets that happen sometimes just minutes before a major world event, not always as earth-shaking as the war in Iran, maybe Taylor Swift's engagement or the awarding of a Nobel Peace Prize.
And harder to trace the stocks than what's happening on Polymarket.
Polymarket says it's cooperating and wants its markets to be right.
We know you'll stay on top of it. All right, Aaron, thank you.
No, Polymarket is not fucking cooperating because it doesn't have to, because both Polymarket and Kalshi have Donald Trump's son, as they mentioned here, sitting on the fucking advisory board. And that is precisely the reason why no punishments will be dished out. Okay? Trump obviously has some interesting comments here as well. And so did Marco Rubio. Dude, this guy, I brought this guy up on here so that he could offer like anything unique, right? I thought he would hit us with something funny, something interesting, just a total fucking black hole of charisma and entertainment. Can you zap your dog again? We need more landlords. Like, you are going to eventually be replaced by ChatGPT, chatter. Like, I think a actual NPC, an actual ChatGPT bot would do a more entertaining job. Genuinely sad. We need more landlords in the U.S. We need more capitalism. Guy with no fucking land. Guy who will be a permanent renter for the rest of his life. Hasan uses peptides. Like, nothing. It's a sad state of affairs, chatter. You had the opportunity. You had the platform. And you came up with nothing. Nothing at all. That's so sad, brother.
If he bet against his team, that would be no good. But he bet on his own team.
That was really funny. Yeah, he said he bet on his own. He bet on his own team, like Pete Rose.
I'll look into it. Yeah.
There are also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. No, I think that I'm not happy with any of that stuff, but they have all these different sites. They have predictive markets. It's a crazy world. It's a much different world than it was. Please. If he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it, yeah.
There are also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening.
There was also this. J.D. Vance throwing darts.
What do you think of this idea of replacing Iran with Italy in the World Cup?
I don't think about it too much. That's an interesting question. Let me give it. You know what? Let me give it that a little thought. That's a very. Is that what they're doing? They're thinking about replacing him.
Apparently, it's a proposal.
Let Marco make his poly.
Marco, could you make a statement on that, please? What do you think of?
There's nothing from the U.S. has told them they can't come. I mean, the problem with Iran, it would be not their athletes. It would be some of the other people that would.
Ask you a FIFA question, sir. What do you think of this idea of replacing Iran with Italy in
If he doesn't like it conceptually, he could do something about it. He's a fucking president. You don't understand. Everything casino. Everybody transgender. Everything casino. The gambling epidemic is so much worse than you think. Second Thought also did a everything casino thing. What is this? Exclusive. Our candidates are fat, Jewish, Zionist, fucks, Trump 8, Paul and Gracia under fire again as leaked group chat reveals slur-filled rant targeting fellow Republican with vile AI-altered photo. Wait, this photo is a vile AI-altered photo? I thought that was real. Jacqueline Sweet says the people who made the reference Photoshop fine pick are Jewish Republicans, lol. Yeah, they AI photoshopped it to make him skinny. It would be almost impossible to believe that the level of coordination found here between Searchlight Institute, Majority Democrats PAC, and the Mallory McMorrow campaign, who are all backed by the same exact billionaires and somehow share staff, is legal. Yeah, Lever, David Sirota's operation, dug a little bit deeper into some of the fuck Hasan guys that have been running around and found some interesting reporting, it seems. But before we get into that, let's watch the gambling epidemic.
When will the next recession start?
From Second Thought.
Is Earth flat? Will the big JC come back before GTA 6? Will Elon send Kai Cenat to space?
Yo, check!
For centuries, man has toiled over these and other real questions. But recently, man's become a total moron about spending money on them. You've already heard about this. Gambling has taken over.
21, a winner! Holy bank balance!
I won the jackpot! I won!
According to one estimate, there's now a quarter of us gambling every single day here in the US.
Jesus Christ.
We're at the point now where hundreds of billions of dollars are wagered every year, and the consequences of all this, turns out, aren't that pretty.
The worst epidemic of addiction that the world has ever seen.
FanDuel is a portal to hell, and they're screwing an entire generation of young men.
My son just asked me like a month ago, was like, hey, can I get like $100 to bet on sports? No. It's like, what?
For starters, 2.5 million Americans now have a severe gambling problem, and there's a couple million more that are teetering on the edge. In states where sports betting has been legalized, bankruptcies have shot up by about 1/3. And that's not all. A recent study by The Lancet found that, increasingly, gamblers are missing mortgage payments more often than non-gamblers, are more likely to lose their jobs, are more likely to commit acts of domestic violence, and are, across the board, experiencing higher rates of both depression and suicidality.
One of the top causes for suicide, gambling addiction.
Research by the University of Bristol found among 20-year-olds, problem gamblers had quadruple the risk of attempting suicide compared to people who don't gamble.
I know this is all a bit preachy, but I wanted to get it out on the table before we get to the rest of the video, because we're gonna lose track of all that as we go deeper on this topic. Gambling can be really devastating, and the more it becomes popular, the more people are affected by that. But gambling can also be fun, and not a big deal, and just a regular boring vice like smoking or drinking. It isn't necessarily good, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. I've had poker nights with friends. I've played the lottery. I've flipped boosters on eBay to make a 12-year-old cry. Gambling doesn't make me, you, a bad person. But it does make for a bad economy.
No! I lost it all!
We are a country with a gambling problem. And this video isn't going to be about whether or not you should gamble. I don't care. This video is not about gamblers. It's about the gambling industry and the money and power that's been expended to make sure that you gamble. And more importantly, that you lose. All right, quick plug, then we'll get back to it. As always, want to respect your time, so here's a timestamp to skip ahead if you're not interested or not able to support the channel. I've said this before, but it's worth repeating. This show runs on viewer support. That's just the reality of doing this kind of work. There aren't a lot of companies lining up to fund openly socialist content, and even when they do, that's not something I want to depend on long term. Because at the end of the day, if your funding comes from corporations, there's always going to be pressure there. And sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's really not, but it's never on your terms. So
I was so close to doing it, I couldn't.
It's pretty straightforward. If we want this kind of content to exist, it has to be supported directly by the people who actually watch it. If you're in a position to help out, Patreon is the easiest way to do that. You get some nice perks too, including early access to ad-free versions of every video and access to our patrons-only Discord server, complete with book club. And then there's Means TV, which I've been really working hard to help build these last couple of years. Means is a worker-owned streaming platform. That means no ads, no corporate oversight, just normal people trying to build something that actually reflects the politics we talk about here. I've been posting some extra stuff there already, including like 15 minutes of extra content for
I've always been anti-Gamba. It was another one of my consistent positions that was right but too early.
Watching and sharing the videos helps a lot on its own. But if you do want to go a step further and help make sure that Second Thought stays afloat, these are the best ways to do it. For those of you who are already supporting us financially and those who are on the fence, thank you so much. It really does mean the world to us. All right, that's it. Back to the video.
Anytime anyone said
Have you ever gambled before? Yeah, of course I've gambled. I've gone to Vegas.
I just happened to bet. I couldn't help myself.
I gamble, yes. Sometimes I gamble.
This all
That's
started
not the problem.
about 8 years ago. Of course, the US has had gambling pretty much forever, but back in 2018, the Supreme Court struck down a 26-year nationwide ban on sports gambling. And that fundamentally changed the US.
The ads are everywhere. Whoa!
Come on, boys!
So let's make it interesting. Sports books, such as those offered by DraftKings and FanDuel, took in $150 billion worth of bets in 2024.
Oh my God! I just won $117,000! Oh my God!
Right, yes. So listen, what the hell was that?
For the last couple decades, it used to be that you could pretty much only legally gamble, especially on sports, in Vegas and a choice few cities.
Come as you are to downtown Casino Center and the all-new Las Vegas Club Hotel Casino and the elegant but casual Stadium Club.
But unless you lived on the Strip, gambling was contained and small enough that it wasn't going to take over your life. In this context, sports betting was a small-ish business.
Tell you what, put a sawbuck on Captain Nemo in the third at Belmont.
In many cases, it actually served as a loss leader for casinos. Sports leagues were pretty strongly against it, and all that meant that it wasn't hugely popular. You had to make an effort. It wasn't an everyday thing. It ruined or improved relatively few lives. But that's not where we are now.
New Jersey won a landmark ruling from the Supreme Court on Monday, allowing the state to legalize sports betting.
Flash forward a few years, and all of a sudden, 38 out of 50 states have now legalized sports betting. That Supreme Court decision swept through the country, and it's now actually harder to find somewhere that you can't gamble than somewhere you can. Not only that, in the last 8 years, most states didn't just legalize sports betting, but specifically online sports betting, making it so gambling is not just easy, but it's now a daily practice for millions of people the way checking the news might be.
Oh my God, if I get one more yard, I'll win my bet. I'll win my bet. Yes, go. Bro, go. I need one more yard. Bro, where you going? Bro, stop.
This is when FanDuel and DraftKings took over. I remember for a while, but honestly, still today, actually, you couldn't watch anything without Post Malone, Charles Barkley, Kevin Hart, actually, promising crazy payouts for small bets made directly on your phone.
Oh, look, wait a minute. There's my $200. That was fast.
The promises in these ads were pretty simple.
Jackpot, baby.
Life rocks when you're loaded. Look how easy it is to gamble your way there. You're already a genius because you love sports, and, worst case, you just had a more exciting and emotionally investing watching experience. This message was everywhere, because not only did FanDuel and DraftKings rake in billions of dollars of revenue, but sports leagues found out that gambling gave people an extra incentive to watch off-season and less popular games. If a good chunk of rent is riding on a random away game, you're gonna tune in when you might not have before. So broadcasters started putting odds right on the screen. Retired athletes became glorified gambling consultants on major networks. Sports leagues had official partnerships with betting apps. Channels had their own gambling websites. And the number of things you could bet on just kept growing. Nowadays, log into FanDuel and you're not just betting on who's gonna win or what the final score is gonna be, the way sports betting in Vegas used to be. You can now gamble on individual players' stats, yards rushed, receptions, rebounds, assists, and not just in major sports leagues either. Almost any international game, Ukrainian ping pong, Russian basketball, it's all out there.
This isn't unique to the US, it's all around the world. Actually, in the Western world, the United States was unique for not having this be as pervasive of a problem in comparison to Australia and even in the UK and in Ireland. This has become a major problem since the judicial body and the legislative body made way for its growth as a massive sector. We were one of the few countries that didn't have this as big as a problem as like all these other places.
Somewhere easy to gamble on. And then there's the parlays. If you want to stack any random bets into a 5-leg dice roll, you can. The margins are horrible, they give the house an enormous edge, but if it hits, $5 got you 300, and that is incredibly appealing. The advent of sports betting has been paradigm shifting for government tax revenue, sports broadcasting, and sports watching, and it's had some pretty bad consequences. And not just all the things we've already addressed. Since 2018, we've seen players and coaches rigging games for sports bet payouts. Allegedly. Fans have also been harassing players when their bets don't hit, which is new. And it's almost certainly the biggest single cause behind our national gambling problems. Like with the bankruptcies, it's in the states where sports betting took off that the greatest increase in Google searches for help with gambling addiction also went up. But I'm not gonna lie, we're sort of breezing through this because for how bad sports gambling has become, I think we're all roughly aware of it, right? You probably have personal experience with these apps either goading you into betting more with free money after a string of bad luck, or kicking you off and limiting your bets when you do too well. Sports betting is the very visible tip of this iceberg. But have you heard about the world of 6-7 slot machines? Since sports betting took off, there's been a gold rush on monetizing gambling addictions now that they're so widespread. More and more companies are now in the business of finding whatever brain rot, moonshot, crackpot bet is going to bring the most desperate gamblers in.
We all know a friend who struggles with online gambling.
A friend who's on the verge of losing everything. His house, his family, his entire life.
And now you can bet on exactly how he'll lose it all.
With Rock Bottom Kings.
And in the casino-style game world, that effort is epitomized by companies like Stake. They're the ones behind that 6-7 game, and for the past few years, they've become the main reference in online casinos. Slots, Plinko, the platform has like 4,000 ways to gamble, and the reason you've probably already heard of them before is because the company has spent years now getting mainstream attention, most notably by paying streamers and Drake,
cheers to each and every one of you,
millions of dollars to gamble the company's money on stream for their audiences of, let's be real, mostly children. These sponsored streams often feature huge stakes, multi-million-dollar wins, and truly degenerate, glassy-eyed gambling by millionaires who don't have to worry about losing either their own or their sponsors' money. This all gives a pretty skewed idea of how fun or risky gambling is. And what's worse, all these streamers aren't just purely endorsing gambling as if it was another ad read. According to a recent article in the New York Times, while big streamers popularized online gambling, there's a whole ecosystem of smaller creators who are sponsored by gambling sites and depend on affiliate link and referral code signups to get paid. So even though every gambling stream starts with them telling their audience not to—
Apparently, me cracking jokes about gambling with XQC and stuff on the Your Race stream, of course, made its way to Trainwrecks and XQC, who I saw a clip were talking shit. They were like, promoting gambling is bad? Well, you promote terrorism. That's what they were saying.
Gamble, that they're going to lose, that you shouldn't do it if you're not 21, the next 6 hours of non-stop slot slop is there to get signups. And there's good evidence that this strategy has paid off. According to data shared with Forbes, Stake made $4.7 billion in revenue in 2024, more than what MGM made at all of its Vegas locations combined. But Stake still has a bit of a reputation problem. It's popular, but its association with the alt-right through its streaming platform Kick doesn't give it the best name. But then there's the world of prediction markets. We've already sort of touched on them in this video. It's the Kalshis and the Poly markets, places online where this logic has been taken a step further, and you can take bets on truly anything from sports to politics to general pop culture events.
The Oscar goes to one battle after another.
Just like Stake, these guys are becoming huge economic players. $1 billion gets traded on Kalshi a week these days, and a few months ago, their valuation went up to $11 billion, while Poly Markets is now at $12 billion. Plus, they have a partnership with the New York Stock Exchange. Like with Stake, these companies have gotten to where they are by riding the sports betting wave and being promoted on streams. But unlike the sports betting industry, which is legally shitty most of the time, these guys have gotten to where they are by exploiting legal loopholes. Most of the gambling on stake.com, for example, is illegal in the...
To be fair, sports betting, the most popular versions of sports betting, also exploited a legal loophole. DraftKings initially was supposed to be a peer-to-peer like gambling, not real gambling network, but was the draft, right? It was supposed to be what's it called? It was a daily fantasy marketplace. Or you could do fantasy football. Yeah. So, sports betting, unsurprisingly, also started off with a legal loophole.
The US. To get around this, Stake is technically based out of Curacao and has a US-specific website, stake.us, which is aggressively pared down and more compliant with US law. But people aren't using stake.us. This dual setup they have lets the company advertise to Americans, knowing full well that most of these gamblers are absolutely not going to the baby URL and just getting a VPN to play with the real thing. Politicians have not caught up to tech this basic, so there's very little regulatory oversight of all this. And if that wasn't enough, the way this company operates as close to legality as possible, despite not having a gambling license anywhere in the country, is through a loophole in American no purchase necessary sweepstake law. Sweepstakes are legal so long as they don't require you to buy anything. So to qualify as a no purchase necessary sweepstake, Stake has built a little two-tiered digital currency system. There's gold, which you can buy like you would V-Bucks and can use to place bets on games just for fun, but it can't be cashed out for real money. But then there's Stake Cash, which comes free as a quote-unquote bonus with any purchase of gold. But unlike gold, Stake Cash can be exchanged for real cash or crypto. Because you can't purchase it directly, even though you basically did, it's technically a free entry and not breaking the law. Kalshi and Polymarket are running a similar racket. Even though no one would call betting on what Ariana Grande says on Fallon anything but straight up gambling, a very slopified kind at that, these companies and their CEOs are adamant that they are doing something else entirely. They call their services prediction markets. These guys argue that because they've got no stake in the outcome of any given bet, they're more like the stock exchange than a casino or a bookie. They just take a quick fee, no big deal. What's more, they argue that prediction markets are different from gambling because they're really there to provide us with more information about future events, like a poll, just more accurate somehow. This little workaround has let the company expand across the US, even though, as we already saw, the bread and butter of companies like Kalshi is the same thing that everyone else is doing: sports betting. They are selling the same product, get rich quick, making a better bet than some poor sucker. It's like crypto and NFTs. Con men keep telling everyone it has all these great applications, and it's gonna solve fiat currency and fix the art world and change everything forever, and then in real life, all anyone does with it is buy low and sell high, or try to at least. Because those same con men are perpetually running rug pulls on retail traders getting in with the hope of a lucky investment. And look at that! Crypto is the second biggest category on these things, at least for now. Because at some point, the goal of these companies is for gambling to be literally everywhere, to become a part of every aspect of your life.
The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion.
There's no better proof that this is just the new scam than what Trump is doing. First, crypto, with Trump Coin. Now the president is launching his own prediction market service right on Truth Social. You can now bet on elections right on the app controlled by a sitting president who has no stake in the game whatsoever, nor any desire to use this new legally ambiguous stream of revenue as a way to finance personal favors or access. That would be unconscionable, of course. But even though this new way of gambling looks just like the old ones, it's different in that prediction markets are benefiting from much more mainstream legitimacy than crypto ever did. Recently, CNN has confirmed that Kalshi bets are going to be an integral part of its reporting, and to some extent, replace their polls. Not only that, Donald Trump Jr. is an advisor for both Polymarket and Kalshi. If there's any question why federal regulators aren't tearing through prediction market apps, the president's family and the president himself having a stake in the game might have something to do with it. This is doubly problematic because as all these systems merge together, news, gambling, political power, the consequences of insider trading and market manipulation that is inherent to these apps becomes much greater than just a simple money grab. And there's a huge part of this that is vulnerable to insider trading. These guys say so themselves.
But predictive markets do rely on someone having some inside information.
It's sort of an inevitability that this will happen, and there's a lot of benefits from it, and people will adapt.
If a bet on a prediction market app can be doctored by an inside trader, sanctioned by a senior company official, then transformed into a headline in a reputable news outlet, and then recycled back into policy because it's become a topic in the public discourse, you now have a closed loop for those with power to gain even more wealth and control while also having the nifty side effect of bleeding gambling addicts dry. Why buy ads if you have an even more reputable way of communicating that you're going to win, sanctioned by news outlets, and that doesn't require asking normal people for their thoughts? Why run a kleptocracy the hard way, with lobbying think tanks and all that mess, when you can just be in bed with the casinos? It worked for Batista. Why not for our autocrats? And look, I get why all this is popular, especially for the young white guys in their late teens, 20s, and early 30s who are the biggest demographic for this stuff. All the guarantees of middle-class life you could have come to expect as a white dude, the upward mobility of a college education, the predictability of career advancement at a stable job, the manageable cost of housing and healthcare, that's all gone. It's gone for everyone, but we expected it most. So if everything in your life is trending downwards, and the prospects are getting slimmer as capitalism keeps more and more wealth at the top, gambling offers a narrative of hope that you can still get your hockey stick graph. You can still have your American dream. And that's powerfully attractive, even though we know these things are scams. They're barely hiding it. Too many ads, too many celebrities, too many streamers have convinced people that, yeah, sure, it is a scam, but you can join the pyramid scheme at just the right time to sucker everyone else below. You're smarter, you know more about sports, or politics, or Ariana Grande, even though the truth is there is no winning for anyone but those in charge of these apps.
Yeah, that aspect of it is one of the most... The systemic critique here is that capitalism has made life uninhabitable. It's ruined the lives of many. People are living in an environment of deep despair with no hope for any sort of upwards mobility. And so they lean into these industries that farm those with... what the fuck is this? Industries with people who who lean into these prediction markets like gambling as the only way to make money.
Most people lose.
Upward social mobility only comes from a sheer stroke of luck. It's totally fucked up. I've warned about this a lot. This is another one of my like Palestine style locks. It's one of those instances where for years and years, I think, even from this point on, for years and years to come, given how powerful this behemoth is becoming, it will be impossible to get a word in edgewise to criticize these institutions, to try to rein in this despair economy. It won't happen, obviously. No, I'm not going to watch Cody's video, man.
It's fun. It's stupid.
I love some more news, but that's a 50-minute video. We already watched 20 minutes. Why do you want me to watch another 30-minute video with John Oliver? I'm not doing that.
Make no mistake. Getting into it thinking it's going to be your ticket to the top is setting you down a path where you are not in control and the odds are stacked against you from day one. It's happening to everyone else. It will happen to you. And at the end of the day, it's only going to make the con artists better off.
Why is China surging its nuclear forces? Oh, shit. This should be on the front page of every newspaper in America. A Syrian billionaire needed U.S. sanctions lifted so we could cash in on $12 billion in reconstruction contracts. In an attempt to influence American foreign policy, he proposed a Trump-branded golf course, cut Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump into a multi-billion-dollar real estate deal for a resort in Albania, and had someone physically deliver a stone engraved with a Trump family crest to a Republican member of Congress with instructions to take it to the White House to get the president's attention. Trump threw his weight behind repealing the sanctions. They were lifted. The contracts are moving. The Trump family's deals are expanding. And not a single Washington Republican is willing to say a word about any of it. This is corruption of everything the office of the presidency is supposed to stand for. And the American people deserve to know about it. It is so funny. This is literally Erdogan, bro. Down to utilizing your immediate family members. This is Vladimir Putin. This is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. This is the new method of autocrats. Okay, in this day and age, you have this different system, a system that is still, I guess, somewhat vulnerable. Like there is still the capacity to potentially use the confines of the system, like with Viktor Orban, who also is not dissimilar to this, right? Viktor Orban was elected out of office. Who knows what the future of Hungary holds? Having said that, however, it is still like that is the new semi-authoritarianism that exists all around the world. And Trump is doing that in America right now. I don't trust that the Dems won't do the same shit if they get their guy in for 2028. Fuck no. Are you kidding me? Democrats are pussies, dude. No. Not even in a million fucking years would they do anything close to this. Listen, I shit on the Democrats a lot. It's not really saying much that they just wouldn't do like naked, ambitious graft in this way. But there is no shot. There is no fucking shot a Democrat would behave like this. I mean, obviously you got the Bob Menendez, the Henry Cuellars and whatnot, but I'm talking like there's no way that a Democrat would engage in anything short of like an incredibly complex financial engineered deal, like, you know, with the Hillary Clintons of the world. What we're talking about is something different. This is like chic, like politics, if that makes sense. This is the way that like Gulf royalty operates, like open and out front, direct bribery. Interest in the Michigan debate seems low. I think it was literally open only to clergy, right? Yeah, that's what it is. They should have put me in there, bro. I would have filled that entire thing. I would have filled that shit up. What is this? What about the newest red pen video? What is a red pen? A critique of Western Marxism. Oh, I feel like I've watched this person's videos before. They're pretty good, right? I can't wait to see Red Pen face off against S4A. I don't know who these guys are, but I feel like I've seen a Red Pen video before. We watched one like 2 years ago. Yeah, see, I'm already subscribed to them. Which one's the one? Which one's the one that's like annoying? Which one's the one that's fucking annoying? The socialism one that like hates me. Right? There's one, socialism for all. Yeah. That's the one, right? I've never seen a single damn video of his, but everyone's always like, bro, address socialism for all. This is the annoying channel, youtube.com @HasanAbi. True. True. It's crazy that my interview with Jeffrey Sachs that I did, welcome to the broad, on my channel did worse than like archive channels. It's unbelievable. My audience wants one thing and one thing only, and it's disgusting, okay? They just want short edits of the stream. If I do anything that's like an hour long, they're like, nope, never watching that. You can shoot me in the fucking head, and I wouldn't watch that. I'd rather die than watch anything that isn't like a 16 second clip, a 16-minute clip from the video. Socialism for All shits on deprogram all the time too, and went after Hakim for being a Muslim, aka not a real communist. That's awesome. I have no idea who the fuck Socialism for All is, but that sounds dope. Jeffrey Sachs went on Tucker. Oh, he went in person too? That's crazy. Yeah, no wonder, dude. No wonder he offered 2 hours of person-to-person contact with Tucker Carlson. This shit's got 169,000 views in like 4 hours. My video with him on my channel got 90,000 in 24 hours. Cooked. Insane proof of vibe shift. J.K. Rowling now. Vibe shift is so hard. J.K. Rowling has gotten less transphobic. Nothing's changed. I was being honest about how I feel as an individual, about an individual trans woman I know who was a gay man pre-transition who I met for the first time post-transition. Objectively speaking, she has physical characteristics that make it fairly obvious she wasn't born a female, but she's a gentle, funny person I've never referred to as anything other than she and her. I find it perfectly easy to reconcile my fond feelings towards her and my experience. Oh my God, did she meet a chill-ass trans person? Is that what happened? I swear to God, it's a one-shot. This is an undefeated theory. It's an undefeated theory. I swear to God. What do I always tell you guys, the trans folk in my community? There is nothing more powerful than being fucking cool around transphobic people. I know it sounds like a lot to ask for, but you literally end up one-shotting people fucking permanently. Not to say that this is a real sea change. Not to say that she's actually going to become like this, but it kind of does correspond to a theory that I'm working with, which is most people have never met a trans person, have maybe seen trans people on TV and see them as this like cartoonish depiction and don't understand. Gender obviously is very closely associated to their personhood. So it bricks their consciousness and they just increasingly go down the rabbit hole of becoming more and more insane. And honestly, the best solution to that is to, because like most normies have like, not the best opinions of trans people, but they're not as transphobic as Matt Walsh, right? I haven't talked about this in a long time, so maybe it bears repeating. Most normies think trans people are weird. We know this, right? They don't understand it. They think it's weird, but they don't want to like literally fucking actively push for legislation to like erode trans people, erase trans people, right? Like that's a totally different level of psycho that has outsized representation in American politics. Okay? But most people also have never been around trans people, or rather don't know that they're around trans people if they are. And in my experience, one of the greatest ways to combat transphobia, from what I have seen, is just being a chill-ass trans person in like a normal work setting. Like a lot of people, I think, go, oh my God, I did not know it was just, I did not know it was just like that. It goes insanely long way. Now, obviously, there are, you know what I'm talking about. There's motherfuckers out there who have the brain disease, right? Like being trans is not a mental illness. Transphobia, on the other hand, is a mental illness. And the deeper you go down the transphobia pipeline, the more mentally ill you become. Transvestigation, obviously, is the highest state of transphobia, and therefore the TDS, the real TDS, not Trump derangement syndrome, trans derangement syndrome. But yeah, it's just, when you actually meet, if you're like in the margins a little bit, and you actually meet a trans person in your place of work, and the trans person is kind of chill, you're like, damn, my bad. And you can have a lifelong convert. Anyway. But yeah, I don't think J.K. Rowling is going to not be transphobic anytime soon. Let's be real. I mean, look, some were very female coded energy with the belief that she hasn't literally changed her sex, and incidentally, she doesn't believe she's literally changed sex either. Yeah, that's not, like, trans people don't say they, unless they're memeing, they don't say they literally changed their biological sex. They say they changed their gender, and not even change their gender, but affirm their actual gender. It's not. You're very misinformed on this. I mean, isn't there a difference? I mean, I don't really care one way or another, right? It's just, you are who you are. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you want to call it is something I will abide by. I'm not using the terms sex, gender in the way that you're predisposed to understand. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. If you have some kind of anger or resentment towards what I just delivered right here. Okay? Clippers on standby? Yes, Hasan is unlimited transphobic. Dude, you are so verbose. I can't understand what you're saying. Are you saying trans people should be chill, or being with a chill trans person changes minds? No, I'm saying both. Like, there is a unlimited potential for people who are on the border of transphobia, when they encounter a chill trans person in their workplace or whatever, at least from anecdotal evidence that I've heard from, other people, it is the maximum antidote to transphobia. But my understanding always has been that your gender is what you wear as a sleeve. It's like your inner thoughts and your outward presentation. It's a social construct. And that not only sex is not binary either in the way that it's presented, but gender certainly is not. It's a social construct. I don't know if there's new tech that I'm not privy to. But like, no one ever makes an assessment on the gender of a human being off of their chromosomes. That's not a real thing. And that's the only way that you can actually figure out what people associate with sex, right? Technically. And it's ridiculous. It's unsustainable. It's not correct. And it's actually a totally silly way to operate. So when what people are referencing as sex is usually, I guess, closely associated with the your assigned your assigned gender at birth, right? When in fact, Hasan, please shut up. What? Transsexuals do say that, and they are what we are talking about when we usually talk about trans people. What? Are you British? I feel like the only people I hear use this term is British people. Like older trans people or British people. No disrespect, chatter. No, you're good. It's just uninformed is chill. Hasan is right. Sex is a physical characteristic. Gender is sociological characteristics. Primary and secondary sexual characteristics. Not true. It's back in style. See, there's too much new tech, man. I don't know. I just don't care, you know? Do your thing. Live your life. I don't care, you know? It's too complicated sometimes. Things change too much. There's always new tech. What do I always say? You got to go to the council of elders and then discuss. You got to go to the forest, discuss with the trans and queer council of elders, and then you got to come out with like a big release, you know? And do it like every 5 years where like we got new updated tech. There's a DLC. You know, this is what we're doing. Because like there's been attempts in the past where they'll be like, oh, we're doing, we're like AFAB was new when it first came out. You know what I mean? Like I was there when they were doing the patch notes. I remember when people were like, we're doing assign female at birth, assign male at birth now. We're doing AFAB, AMAB. Like that's the new designation. I was like, okay, I got it. I downloaded that. Now that might have changed. You know, there might have been an update. I don't fucking know. You didn't buy the gender battle pass? No. Yeah, 5-year gender plans. AFAB is kind of a turf dog whistle now. If I'm being real, wait, what? The other problem with this is that you know who's the most tapped in with new gender tech? Fucking transphobes. So anytime trans people come up with some new shit and they update the firmware, the transphobes are right there. They're like, ooh, new terminology. Now we can use this as a pejorative. Now we can use this as a slur. And I feel like it's a constant battle between these two fucking forces. And I just want to be nice, you know? I want to be kind. I want to be nice. What the fuck are we doing? You know? What is happening? Stop digging the hole, bro. I'm not. What are you talking about? You want a shovel or are you done digging? How do we start talking about this? We're talking about J.K. Rowling. Hasan Piker likens transgender movement to Android device and condones their murder. Yeah, bro, transphobes are right there. As soon as the new patch notes come out, transphobes are waiting. Matt Walsh is like, downloaded the new shit. I don't even know. Is he still doing it? He probably is, right? I just haven't heard from him in a while because he's washed. People don't like when you play stupid. That's why chat is behaving like that. I'm not playing stupid. What the fuck? What did I say? Matt Walsh still shit on you on Twitter. He was in your replies not too long ago posting his clips of you. Wait, really? He's trying to promote his own fucking dog shit ass YouTube page? Trying to get a crumb off the fuck Hasan tip? That's crazy. What a sad state of affairs. Hasan, you got your street team of aunties like me out here combating the latest barrage of smears. Mashallah for your strength, your work, and your heart. You are a bomb to the chaos of the chaos makers. May every bad eye break. May every jealous tongue tire itself out. And may only sincere people reach you. If I could, I'd pin a blue Nazar Bonjour to your jacket myself. Zohra, Afghan auntie from New York City. AFAB and AMAB are still very commonly used terms. Some trans people do use the term transsexual to refer to the fact that they have physically transitioned. There's roughly 5 sex characteristics, so trans people aren't necessarily saying They can change their sex, but they can change some of their sex characteristics, external genitalia, for example. But you are correct that no one is changing their gender. What do you mean, changing their gender? I mean, they're not, it's just gender affirmation, right? That's what it is. I thought that's what the whole process is. There's varying degrees of gender affirmation, gender confirmation, or whatever you want to call it. And you know, you can even do surgery, like boob stuff, genitalia stuff, you know, all of that is the only thing that's like unchanging is your chromosomes, but no one fucking makes an assessment off of that. That was the point I was trying to make. There's never been a moment in your life where you're like, well, what's your chromosome situation? You know what I mean? And that's where I land on this stuff, where it's like, you know, all of this is whatever. You know, you do what you want to do. You look how you want to look. The only thing that you're you know, assigned at birth is the chromosome situation, at least for now. And for the time being, like, that's the reason why so many of these fucking transphobes will try to like lock you down to that, when in fact, not a single person has ever made an assessment on, you know, your chromosomes. You don't get on hormones to change, alter our gender. It's to change our sex. I'm ASAP assigned swag at birth. No, Hasan, 20% of women have XY chromosomes. Yeah, but my point is that doesn't change. I wasn't saying it's binary. Chatter, you misunderstood me. I'm not saying it's binary. I'm saying even on that front, it's not binary. It's not even, I guess, bimodal. But your chromosomes are what your chromosomes are, right? Like, that's it. But it doesn't really matter anyway. No one is walking around with a science lab asking you out on a date. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Netanyahu has ass cancer, but he got it done. He got treated. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu diagnosed, treated for prostate cancer. It was benign. Yes, we all know transition isn't changing our gender. We were already that gender. He gets that, chat. You're just confusing him by bringing it up. Yeah, I wasn't saying. I'm begging you, please chat with a trans person instead of talking in the chat about this. Okay, this is the most transgender chat of all time. The fuck? 14%. It's probably gone up since the last time we did the census. The people in the chat aren't like random cis people. Is it 16%? Everybody transgender, everything computer. Everywhere gambling, everywhere casino, everybody transgender, everything computer. Everywhere casino, that's the new one. CBS News sources are being tight-lipped about last night's Paramount dinner with Trump, but I'm told that Editor-in-Chief Barry Weiss and President Tom Chabrowski were both there, along with a handful of CBS DC correspondents who were invited and attended in an off-the-record capacity. Some more scuttlebutt about last night's Paramount dinner. I hear that Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and Brendan Carr were among the many Trump admin officials in attendance. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Isn't that great? That's exactly how the media should be. Doing behind closed door private dinners with the president and numerous administration officials. That's how it's supposed to be, okay? There is this, though, which is funny. Tony DeCoppel sounds like a nice, smart guy in a tough situation who's made some mistakes, but is mostly suffering because of high expectations and working for inexperienced bosses. But mostly my reaction to this piece is, what the fuck is a second circumcision? Tommy Vitor learned about Tony Double Circ's second penis cut. That's right. It's spreading. Ladies and gentlemen, more and more people are learning about Double Circ Tony. Oh my God. Tony 2 cuts. Tony motherfucking 2 cuts, baby. Snip and a second snip. Double Circ Tony. He converted to Judaism as an adult after his first wife, who, ironically enough, after he converted, his first wife took the kids, divorced them, and lives in Israel. So he still failed on that front. But hey, that didn't stop him. He loves Israel. And yes, he did get a second adult circumcision. He did. You can cut off the head once, twice, but it'll grow a new one. It has to be 3. Triple circ is ambitious. I don't even know how you would get away with that logistically. Performative man meets a performative woman. You said this is me? Is it performative to have headphones with cables now? Since when did that become a thing? Cable headphones are back? Why is that a thing now? Like, why did that happen? People think it's vintage. Never left. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. There's like the Zoomers got like old retro iPads, or not iPads, like iPods, flip phones, and cable tech. Amına koyayım, kablosuz kulakları çıktığından beri kabloyu kullanıyorum, 30 yaşındayım. AirPods look hella goofy. Zoomer's gonna save us from crypto by not being able to use a PC. I mean, I do some of this shit without it being deliberate, you know? So I don't know. I guess, like, is it performative if you're kind of doing it? How does that work? Do you have to do it on purpose for it to be performative? Or is it, we're going to go full circle when Zoomers or Gen Alpha ask for headphone jacks back? I've been considering going back to wired headphones because all the new wireless pods suck now. It's performative when you do it. Okay, thanks. That makes sense. Okay. What is this? Mr. Beast company sued over alleged sexual harassment, wrongful termination. What the fuck?
Planet.
I recreated every single set from Squid Game in real life.
Jimmy Donaldson, better known as Mr. Beast, has built a multi-billion-dollar empire with more than 470 million subscribers drawn to videos like these.
In this video, we are building 10 schools all around the world.
But this morning, a former employee is suing his production company.
I was yelled at, cursed at.
Lorraine Mavromatis claims she was subject to sexual harassment and gender bias.
I was obligated to attend one-on-one meetings at the CEO's house by myself in an upstairs room only lit by a side lamp.
Her lawsuit claims male employees would tell women to shut up in meetings and mock female participants in Mr. Beast videos. She says after returning from maternity leave, she was fired.
And the reason was, and I quote, "You are too high of a caliber for this position."
The company denies the accusations, saying the lawsuit is built on deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements. It cites messages on a company Slack channel about a meeting in which Mavromatis allegedly wrote, "I need to cancel and postpone. I'm actually in labor at the hospital as we speak." A coworker replying, "You shouldn't even be checking Slack now," sending a big hug and lots of success. Mr. Beast spoke at the Time 100 summit.
There's a lot of attention right now on your company culture.
Yeah.
Are there things you'd like to change?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always something that people talk about. Because I started this business when I was 11, so obviously I didn't even know what that word meant back then.
Mavromatis says she has evidence to prove her claims.
Was that $250,000 right there?
He built a massive empire on viral stunts, high-stakes challenges, and giving away millions of dollars. But tonight, Mr. Beast's companies are facing a legal challenge of their own, just as Jimmy Donaldson himself took the stage at the Time 100 summit as one of the world's most influential people. Former employee Lorraine Mavromatis filing a federal lawsuit in North Carolina, claiming she faced discrimination, retaliation, was required to work while on maternity leave, and was terminated within a few weeks of returning to the job, told she was too high caliber for the position. NBC News spoke with Mavromatis today in a broadcast exclusive.
I do not want to be silenced anymore. I really want to use my voice.
In the complaint, she alleges that she rose quickly inside the company after starting in 2022. But after raising concerns about sexual harassment, was demoted and transferred into what the lawsuit calls a division where, quote, careers go to die. Mr. Beast spokeswoman responding to NBC News, saying Mavromatis' position was eliminated as part of a restructuring, adding in a statement, quote, this clout-chasing complaint is built on deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements.
This clout-chasing complaint, you can't on the one hand be like a professional media company and then on the other hand deliver an official correspondence that says clout chasing in it. What the fuck?
And we have the receipts to prove it. There is extensive evidence, including Slack and WhatsApp messages, company documents, and witness testimony that unequivocally refutes her claims. We will not submit to opportunistic lawyers looking to manufacture a payday from us. The lawsuit also alleges Mavromatis was contacted to work while on maternity leave and that the company never gave her required notice of her rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act.
Jimmy Donaldson himself, he says that you've got to get the job done and there's no excuses.
Her suit claims she feared retaliation if she refused to work during her leave and was on a work conference call while in the labor and delivery room and traveled to Brazil for a shoot with soccer star Neymar a few weeks after giving birth.
But if Neymar wins, I will donate it to whatever charity he chooses.
No mother would want to leave their newborn baby behind to go to work, especially out of the country when you're breastfeeding your baby. That's the last thing that I wanted to do.
Documents obtained by NBC News show Mavromatis' signature on an employee handbook dated 4 days before giving birth, which laid out the company's maternity leave policies, something Mavromatis says she doesn't remember.
So you never signed any sort of FMLA documents 4 days before you gave birth?
No, I do not recall signing, and I was never informed of my rights.
NBC News also...
Man, a business doesn't have to let you know about FMLA. That's on you not defending them, but that ain't a thing. I don't
To
understand
repeat
what's
a
going
message in
on.
which Mavromatis appears to express a willingness to go to Brazil.
Why is this such a big news story? It's like a employee dispute. Is it because it's Mr. Beast? I mean, it's fucked up regardless, but I feel like this is like fairly standard bad practice in most companies, no? Like, I've never seen a labor dispute of this magnitude get addressed on fucking NBC News when it's incredibly commonplace. Like, dude, here, I'll give you an example, okay? A couple of weeks ago, there was a dude who died in another Amazon distribution facility, I think in Oregon, and the managers were like, keep working, just don't look in the direction. And that happens like way more frequently than you would think. Okay? That to me, not like, I'm not disparaging this story, right? But it's like crazy because like that shit is, I mean, it's heinous. Workplace conditions in this country especially are heinous. And it rarely gets serious media coverage.
Writing, despite being on maternity
So I'm
leave,
like a little
I felt
confused.
like it would be extremely valuable to go with you to make sure everything works out smoothly. Later asking, would there be a seat available on the jet for me?
So in my mind, I had to be there. I didn't have a choice. As my first question was, is there room for me on the jet that would make it more comfortable for me as postpartum? I was told no, there was not room, so I flew commercial and I went there to get the job done.
The drama around one of the biggest stars in the world doesn't appear to be slowing him down as he works to expand his empire into food, toys, philanthropy, and even potentially crypto. As Mr. Beast racks up accolades, hours after the lawsuit was filed, he was asked about company culture.
And so it's obviously evolved over the lifetime of the company, but a couple years ago, especially now we're at 750 employees, I brought in more experienced people.
A brand built on the YouTube screen, now facing serious questions about what allegedly happened behind the scenes.
All right, let's bring Chloe Molas in for more of her reporting now. So, Chloe, this isn't the first time that Mr. Beast's companies have faced legal action, right? Walk us through that.
Ryan, that's right. In 2024, Mr. Beast was sued for his Amazon show Beast Games, saying that he created an unsafe environment. And that was a class action lawsuit filed by 5 of the former contestants. That suit is ongoing. Mr. Beast and his team denied all of those allegations.
Okay, you want to hear my most controversial opinion on this stuff? I think the reality TV angle with Mr. Beast is like the least like, I think workplace conditions are dog shit for sure, because it's unbelievably unprofessional from everything that we know, right? But as far as like the reality TV angle, if you know anything about normal reality TV, the only difference between Mr. Beast with the Beast Games and like regular television reality TV is that they got the most airtight motherfucking contracts, which is precisely the reason why you never hear anything about it. Okay? My most controversial opinion is like Mr. Beast is doing reality TV for the most part, but because he's so accessible as a content creator on YouTube, we don't realize that it's like the same thing that you watch as slop on television. So we treat it very differently, when in fact it's identical. It just straight up is identical to what you do on like what you watch and consume with regular frequency. None of it's for me. I don't care for it. I don't understand it. To each their own, I guess. I will never understand it. Ban it all. That's so funny. I mean, people enjoy it. do people have a different opinion than yours? Yes. There's definitely, yeah, no, people are like much more angry at this stuff than they, like, there are people who watch reality TV with regular frequency not thinking about like what the production side looks like, when it's most likely just as bad, if not significantly worse than this. Everything that I know, at least from the production aspect of Mr. Beast, or not Mr. Beast, but just like reality TV in general, is that reality TV is horrifyingly bad for the people, the contestants. But I do think that we treat Mr. Beast differently, because it's not like it's not, we don't look at it as like a regular professional reality TV production. We look at it as like, oh, that's Mr. Beast, like that's a YouTuber. So there's like extra attention on it. I think it's so funny about Looksmaxxers that make it seem, something so funny about Looksmaxxers that make it seem like they've arrived at like this incredible truth, which is like a basic truism that they turned into like their lifelong credo, their lifelong motto, which is that, yeah, people are nicer to people that they're attracted to. But they literally have turned this into like the cardinal rule to go by. It's so fucking funny. It's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, no, people want to fuck you when you're hot. If they find you sexually attractive, people will. 2 p.m. Yeah, I saw this little kid. He was talking about climaxing. He was talking about how he cries sometimes, and then he takes his tears when he's crying and rubs it in his hair, and it's like a sea salt spray. Yeah, he said it makes his hair look better. Bro said he wakes up in the morning at 2 p.m. That's not the morning, man. That's the afternoon, big dog. That's like you're damn near the evening at that point, you know? Fuck you mean? Yeah, here's the video. Clavicular's friend is crying on purpose every day because he believes tears make his hair softer.
So the thing people don't know about climaxing is like you actually have salt in your tears. So what I do is I take the tears and I put it in my hair, and it's almost like sea salt spray. It's not fucking funny stuff. I don't complain that much.
That's a perfect clip. Is he crying while he's defending why he cries? Like, what's happening? This is not ironic. This is sincere. Also, I'm sorry, crying in the middle of the day sporadically and waking up at 2 p.m. This motherfucker's not Looksmaxxing. He's just depressed. Okay. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a term for that. Many HasanAbi heads in this community have been Looksmaxxing, I guess, for quite a while. Okay. What's next? This is called isolation maxing, where I just kind of like sit around in my underwear in bed for long periods of time and refuse to get out of bed. And I don't really have the urge to do anything. It's very cool. It's just bed rot maxing.
So the thing people don't know about climaxing is like you actually have salt in your tears. So what I do is I take the tears and I put it in my hair, and it's almost like sea salt spray.
They reinvented bimbification from first principles. I know. But in this day and age, it has to be like, they have to use, like masculine terminology. It's like, oh, we're fucking winning. Everything is gamified and everything is masculine.
And I do.
Like, I think Clavicular is gay. I was talking about this last night with Your Rage. I think he's a gay man, and there's nothing wrong with that. I've seen the way he kisses. I saw, and then right after I said Clavicular is gay, that video came out of him shaking the woman. Like, And I'm not saying because like, oh, gay people care about the way they look. Like I'm not on some shit like that. I mean, obviously I care about the way I look too. But bro, check Rage Fit. I saw. You need to stop dressing like someone else and go back to the real you. Why he got Ronald McDonald shoes? Get him.
Whatever it takes to look better. I use funny that gay is used as an insult because I am not insulted by it whatsoever, because it's like the only insults that work are ones that have validity to them. So if you made fun of my blue hair, I literally couldn't even comprehend being offended because I don't have blue hair. So I don't
fucking own. Dude, these guys are so good at debating. It's kind of crazy. Like,
understand the idea of using that as an insult. It really doesn't make sense. And I think I literally take it as a compliment. The gay dating market is a lot more competitive. So the average person, when they say you look gay, means that they're saying you look better than average.
oh, this was when he got mogged. When he got mogged, the thing that destroys the Looksmaxxers is when you just bring a dude that's better looking than they are, who's effortlessly just normal and good looking. And this is unironically what happened with 60 Minutes, where the 60 Minutes guy is a Chad, and he's also just normal, and he's Australian, which automatically gives you extra points, right? Yeah. I got voice mogged. I couldn't voice max here.
Someone, and you could height mog them, you could be taller. So it typically means like outshining someone in some regard.
Are you mugging me right now?
Well, in what metric?
Any?
Status mogging.
What do you mean by that?
I mean,
he's so serious, but also he's panicking because he's in his mind, because he's so autistic. He can't just like fib on the spot. Okay. Look at his eyes. He can't fib on the spot. He can't just be like, yeah, I'm better looking than you. Like he's like worried about saying that because he has this infallible system. And in his mind, he has to make the mathematical calculation that, yes, he is currently being mogged by the 60 Minutes Australia guy. Okay? So in a panic state, he can't be like, no, I'm mogging you. I'm better looking than you. He can't say that. So he is trying to calculate in his mind, like, what he could possibly be mogging the Australia 60 Minutes reporter on. And he's thinking, oh, status mogging you? I have more status than you? And he's like, what do you mean by that?
Like I might be status mogging you, maybe?
Like, look, I might be, maybe. He's unsure because his cortisol levels are spiking. I know that he's on a shit ton of mood stabilizers, so you can't tell, but this is the most his cortisol has spiked in months. And right now, he's entering a panic state. He's anxiety maxing.
I don't know. You're fine. Like potentially money mogging. Who's to say, right? I don't know. But like, those are different types of mogs that you could achieve on someone. It doesn't only pertain to looks, right? So there's all types of mogs.
Well, your whole persona and shtick is about appearance and looks, right? So would you say you're looks mogging me right now?
I can't really see you, to be fair.
My eyes. Bro, this bricked him so hard. he literally OD'd after this. Okay, like a week after this, he OD'd. Yeah, he lost his vision in that moment. Like he was like, I can't see. I got blurry eyesight. Yeah, and the reason why is because he didn't think he was fucking mogging him on the looks front. That's what it is. He literally was looking across from him at this guy and thinking, this guy's fucking hot. He's better looking than me. That's the reason why he's like collapsing right here.
Can't really see you, to be fair. It's kind of hard with the light. The camera's quite far away. So I'll just give it to you.
I'll just give it to you.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see.
All right. Well, how about this? If I was to come to you for advice, which you give out readily, would you say that I need to do something to myself to ascend or live a better life?
Well, the issue is you're just giga far away on a laptop screen, so I wouldn't be able to really say what you could do. It's very far away. Sorry about that.
He's going Joel for Jor. Jor for Jor. Mog EMP direct hit. He cooked his ass, bro. Bro trying so hard not to laugh in his face. Yeah, he was getting fucking mogged. A pro weighs in.
You're going to make me hip to some new lingo, right?
Oh, very hip to the best lingo. Okay, Curtis, I've got a very important one.
Uh-oh.
Looksmaxxing.
Look snatching.
No. Looksmaxxing.
Why do old people turn into foreigners when they hear like new terminology? That's like some shit that one of my relatives that hears an English term that they had never encountered before, they would just like try to sound it out. Looks tap tip.
Ding.
Look snatching.
No. Looksmaxxing.
Oh, is that when I take a hammer to my face so that I can get that contoured double chin look?
How do you know about Looksmaxxing,
Well,
Curtis?
I've seen enough guys there, man, looking at themselves. They're peacocking themselves. They're looking in the mirror. I said, what's up with that? And he goes, man, I got to tell you, I feel like I got to take a hammer to my cheeks. I got to get that double chin.
So, hold on. You know what Looksmaxxing is? Are you up to date on Clav? You know, clavicular? He was brutally frame-mogged by the ASU frat leader.
Now, let me tell you something. You're throwing those $5 words at me. It's multi-syllabic. You got to roll it slow. Remember, I'm pretty much at the point where I'm collecting Social Security. So remember that. What's
he said? He's multi-syllabic.
that word again?
Looksmaxxing.
You're busting. You're making me bust out the thesaurus.
Yeah, I told you what that
Look,
was.
Curtis, we got some fans here.
Oh, yeah. That's right. It's glazing, right? Don't be glazing me.
Stop glazing me, Curtis.
Man, do you see?
It's weird he doesn't look at me at all.
That stuck to me all over the world. I can't go nowhere without somebody popping that. Yo, don't be glazing me, Curtis.
How do you feel that Curtis knows about Looksmaxxing?
I mean, probably good that he knows about it. Probably good that people of his generation know what's going on the internet.
Oh, wait a second. My generation. Hold on a second.
He's bone smashing as we speak.
How do you do it? How do you bone smash?
Hammer to the chin.
That's
Hammer
right.
to the chin. You have a hammer on you?
Yeah,
That's
man,
right.
You
That's
take
right.
that hammer and you smash yourself. You're a masochist, but it's so that you have the look so you can attract those women out there who would give you no play and treat you like a person of no consequence.
Okay. You heard it here first.
I educated
You heard it
them.
here first.
Yeah, don't be glazing me.
Fucking love this guy, man. Even though he famously did a hate crime on camera on Fox News on the Sean Hannity broadcast. Forgive me for being defeatist. You are from the USA, yet you seem content that we're absolutely fucked and the world is a crapshoot. Forgive me for being defeatist, but we are fucked. When the center loses, we all lose. Wait, what? Yo, stick to your own politics, man. Okay? You don't have to fucking ruin ours. Go vote for the centrists in your country. Okay?
People are.
I mean, they're not wrong. COVID did definitely cook so many people, including the dude who was on Chad Vice yesterday with the VTuber parasocial relationship. Sorry if you're watching right now. Hope you started taking some necessary steps. But straight up is not a secret. I feel like that is the big distinction between like young Gen Z and older Gen Z. Gen Z that's like closer to millennial in age had, I guess, some of their more formative years outside and with like a relatively healthy social development and upbringing. Young Gen Z are fucking cooked, dude. Older Gen Z, many of you are older Gen Z in here, if not millennials, don't realize like how close you were to just being completely and utterly destroyed. Gen Alpha can't read? What?
My students can't read. They're not recognizing letters. They're not recognizing letter sounds.
Attention spans are waning because everything is high stimulation. They can just scroll, watch less than a minute.
We are in a crisis mode in American schools.
The kids can't read, write, or remember anything or use their imaginations, and the teachers are wondering why.
So apparently Gen Alpha can't read, write, or spell because learning 6-7 is apparently more important than reading at grade level.
Don't watch this video, is too sad. I mean, it's over, bro. It's over. Fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. Chinese Century. It's fine. Like, that's it. Those motherfuckers are going to be running the show. Okay? It's over. I don't know if it's a byproduct of being old. I feel like this is probably what the fucking boomers and the Gen Xers thought about my generation as well. But like, I can't help. I don't know if this is a byproduct of getting older. It probably is to a certain degree. There's probably a level of exaggeration here. But also society is so busted. As a Gen Z centrist, 2001, I feel like the divide is based off who graduated when COVID hit and who was still in high school when it hit. I graduated in 2020, and I feel like any who graduated 2022 and before got away better than those who graduated 2023 and later. I have kids, and it isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. The kids can read. Let's look at this Looksmaxxing shit, and then we'll look at the other. True.
I went to Los Angeles to visit Hasan Piker. You might have seen me on his stream, but there was a lot more we talked about off camera. Lately, Hasan has been shoved into the middle of American politics. He's now one of the biggest targets of the Democratic establishment in the Republican Party, and it's bad enough that with literally everything going on, all the people in charge are instead focusing on a streamer, but it's also disturbing how much Hasan is being treated like an exhibit. Many people either smear and demonize him, or they just sort of see him as this guy on their screen. Of course, he has tons of fans and people who care about him, but there's lots of people who, in many ways, strip him of his humanity. They kind of treat him as this sort of abstract thing. I wanted to get beneath some of that and just talk to Hasan about everything. Religion, body image, how he sees himself, his goals, ambitions, war, politics, his controversial comments with the context that's been robbed, and a bunch more. One reason so many of our country's most powerful people are attacking Hasan is because their power at all is threatened by him. The more that people connect with him, the less...
Damn, bro, this makes me sound badass, dude. What the frick?
They believe in the way things are run right now. And the best way to stop people from connecting with him is by stripping him of his humanity. But there's a better way of understanding Hasan and of...
Neekskid, wait, did those guys use subhuman unironically? Are we allowed to do that these days? That's what I have to say to you, Neekskid.
Understanding why so many people connect with him. Check out our profile of Hasan at Zateo.com to see it.
We have this video. Mom realizes FBI follows her son's Instagram. 1 million views in one day. We got to watch this. We got to watch this. Neek Skit? No, I didn't ban Neek Skit.
Familiar with the username Incel Revolution soon?
Yeah.
Have you talked about how all women need to be masculine?
No. What?
Total Jewish bring forth now. Kill them all, get lefties.
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo, this is exactly what I suspect motherfuckers who chirp at me to look like and live like, dude. You rarely ever get to see behind the account. You know what I mean? Gray names, rise up.
White male. Oh, white male. He's so scary. What is wrong with you
come
people?
up with one
They're
that's
FBI. Nobody could have reported me. Yeah, because they're terrorists.
He's right, though. He cooked on that one. This Groiper Nazi incel is met with a more powerful entity for once.
Access and spy on people with the Patriot Act. You need to watch yourself. I don't care. I can say all of this. This is free speech.
When an Instagram user calling himself Incel Revolution Soon shares a series of posts
Legalize comedy
that draw the attention of the FBI, they trace the account to a home in Edgewater, Florida. There, a special agent clashes with the poster, who believes he's done nothing wrong.
Putting on the internet, you go to jail for that nowadays?
Yeah, if you're inciting mass murder of particular individuals, absolutely.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that any person charged with a crime is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Crime is back. Crime is back.
On October 18th, 2025.
And it's the worst kind of crime. Thought crimes. Okay?
The FBI received a tip about an Instagram user posting what they describe as RMVE, or racially, ethnically motivated, and violent extremist ideologies. Their investigation identified the user as 19-year-old Luke Nevcherlane. 6 days after receiving the tip, a special agent with the FBI.
One of the craziest parts about this is that, like, one of the craziest aspects of this is that, like, there is mass surveillance taking place for many people, both in this community, for myself. The FBI absolutely is abusing this. It's clear, like the Ken Klippenstein's reporting on this is very scary. They're looking at, like, you know, anarchists and things like that. You know, they're trying to, like, prosecute people for doing mutual aid. However, I feel like if there was a use for this kind of, like, mass surveillance, like, I mean, if you fit the profile of a fucking school shooter this hard, like, it's probably normal to get a fucking visit from the FBI, right? So I'm a little bit conflicted. On the one hand, I'm like, it's bullshit to try to, like, prosecute people over speech, but also on the other hand, it's happened on so many occasions where a guy isn't just saying shit and is, like, on the verge of acting out the things that they say they want to do. So, you know, I'm a little conflicted on it.
Arrives on his front porch, accompanied by officers with the Edgewater Police Department.
How you doing, dear?
Hi. How you doing?
So
I suspect what happened, like, he got mass reported probably. Like, he probably said something, like, to edgelordy, and then he got reported, and then the FBI took a closer look at what he was saying, I suspect.
Agent will explain everything to you.
Oh, gosh. Special Agent Richard Bobby with the FBI. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. Yeah, what is this about?
Is this Lucas?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm glad that you're here as well. So,
is he saying something online? Is that, oh.
Really? You're looking at what I'm saying online?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
are you kidding me?
What do you think?
What is he saying?
Why don't you tell us? What have you been saying?
Nothing. Instagram account, I get banned on there.
What's your Instagram handle?
Why would I need to tell you that, brother?
Because I asked you a question.
I'm not going to answer that question.
If the FBI is at your house asking you a question, it's for a reason.
Board certified.
Okay, Loki, he's not wrong, though. Like, he could just, hit the I need a lawyer.
Criminal defense lawyer Bruce Rivers reviewed this case and shared his perspective. Please note that all legal opinions expressed are solely Bruce's and not reflective of EWU.
He does not have to say anything to these officers.
Yeah.
He could say, I refuse to answer any and all questions. Now, they don't have to Mirandize him here because he's not in custody.
Sure, it's for a reason, but I mean, what the is this?
Luke, come on. What
am I saying online? I've done nothing incriminating.
I don't know, but don't be disrespectful.
I've not been a criminal.
What did he say something?
We'll talk about that.
Act like I'm a terrorist.
But why would you?
Oh no, he's getting mommy pressure. Mommy pressure is powerful. What will our lawyer friends say about that?
Say that?
Why are you here then?
Well, we don't talk to only terrorists. We talk to a lot of people.
Oh my goodness.
So why would you say
He has never been in trouble for doing anything, but what are you writing, Luke? What are you saying?
Not saying anything.
So I'm concerned that you said terrorists because
This is HasanAbi older brother, HasanAbi head older brother, and Incel Groiper, former Sex Pestiny fan turned into Nicholas Fuentes acolyte, younger brother. Classic dynamic. Happens in many households. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. Notice how he's not under any sort of federal investigation, and he is. Many such cases, don't try it. You go down that pipeline, you're staring down, you're staring down the barrel of an FBI investigation.
that's a big word, and why would you think we were here to talk to you about being a terrorist?
He said I'm not a terrorist.
Right, but that's a big word that most people don't just throw out there.
Luke doesn't answer the question, but the agent will soon explain her concerns.
So first and foremost, for safety, are there any guns in the home?
Yes.
This one.
Okay, what type of gun is it?
Glock 43, shotgun, AK.
Okay.
My dad also.
Yeah, his dad has guns.
Are any registered to Lucas?
No.
Okay. Do you have them locked up in a safe?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have access to those? Okay.
Well, I know Luke doesn't have guns, and you could look at it, you could see what they have. I have no problem with any of it.
Do you know of any time that he's been able to access the guns without?
No, he doesn't even shoot.
Do you ever remember touching a tan and black AK in the home?
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He probably picked up something of.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture.
Pose with it. It's just
Okay, well, now we know. Now we need to know what you did.
Really?
Luke.
This is serious, honey.
They take it serious. You can't just
What?
act like.
I can't pose with a gun.
Do you know who that is in the photo?
It's me.
Okay. Is that the gun you were talking about?
Yeah, it's you can't do that, Luke.
Really?
Especially if you're saying threatening stuff.
I didn't say anything threatening. It was a picture.
Then why is the FBI not?
It was supposed to be funny. Because they're alphabet agencies, our government.
Stop. Watch your mouth.
They're terrorists,
Well,
what they are.
They're trying to protect us.
No, they're not. They don't protect anything.
Watch your mouth.
When was the last time you've seen the FBI in Edgewater?
So the concerns that I have are these are
stuff you're posting online. That's how they have it.
The FBI was contacted because people were very concerned about some of the posts that you were sharing.
You know what Homeland Security is?
Terrorist organization?
No. Man. You need to call his father.
He's very immature about this stuff.
Yeah.
Are you his biological mom?
Yes.
I'm sure about these things. I'm an American citizen, and you come to my home for a post.
What?
That means
It's not the
nothing. It's
picture.
not
Yeah,
threat at
because
all.
the
something
posts that
you
you're making
said.
online, are federal felonies.
Ow.
Because that's the statute.
If you're
It's a federal
saying
felony.
what you're saying, they
That
take
means
it
What did
serious.
I say in that photo? It's just a photo. I mean, free speech. What the?
When you cock off online, it can have implications. I have a case right now
Cock
where
off.
all my clients said, I'm not leaving X town until so-and-so is in a coma. I filed a motion to dismiss that because it's just, but you have a First Amendment right of free speech, but not any speech. You can't yell fire at a crowded theater. Just like you can't bring your own food. I mean, I tried that once. I tried to bring my own food to a movie theater, and I got kicked out readily because
skill issue. Weird tangent, but also CLR Bruce Rivers, that's a skill issue, big dog. You're less trustworthy as a competent defense attorney now, because I'm seeing that you are incapable of a basic task that I've been able to conduct since I was like 12, okay? Someone get this man a large coat. Yeah, unless I'm imagining him trying to bring like a full rotisserie chicken or something. He sounded so sad. Stop self-snitching, Bruce. Like, I try it all the time.
The barbecue smoke was just too much for the theater owner.
They acted like I'm about to plan an attack or
not
something.
threatening.
You treat me like I'm a criminal.
I don't know what you said,
I've done
though.
nothing incriminating.
They have to take it serious.
Okay, I'd like to point out that you're not being treated like a criminal because you're not in handcuffs, you're not being detained.
All right, then.
Okay, so let's point that out there. Let's be very clear about that.
Before the agent asks her next question, she tells Luke that lying to a federal agent during an investigation can result in a felony charge.
That is true. If you lie to a federal agent, you know, I've got a case right now where my client is accused of that, and it's a federal felony.
Are you familiar with the username Incel Revolution Soon?
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
It's just a handle I had on Instagram.
So it's your handle on Instagram?
It was. It's gone now. It's
What happened
banned.
to
It just got banned. It gets banned all the time.
Have you ever said anything like, everyone, that's my instincts, that's what my instincts tell me?
I mean, I've said it before. It's just jokes.
Okay. Well, have you talked about how all women need to be masked?
No. What?
Luke, watch what you're saying.
What about the exact
Zip
phrase?
it.
Women
No,
need,
I don't need it.
I know
women
what.
need to be.
I watch all the true crime shows. I know exactly
I
what
don't need to hear
But
that.
your Instagram handle was Incel Revolution Soon, correct?
It's just a joke.
Okay. So did you say it or was it a joke?
I have no recollection of saying that phrase, no.
Okay. Do you ever remember hearing all FODs?
I mean, yeah, I probably said it before.
Can you explain what a FOID is?
It's just female humanoid. That's what it means. It's just a meme term.
Just having that out there in the ether, just in the real world, hits very differently. Wait, you banned a chatter for a week and told him to go do a revolution or you would perma?
It's all just posting. It's all posting.
Yeah, you might be thinking in your head that it's a joke, but it's not a joke. To put something like that.
What about the phrase "I'm going to commit mass murder before I"?
I've never said that. Not that I know of.
I hope you didn't say that, Luke.
What?
What she just said. Have you said stuff
Show me the
like that?
proof. Show me I've said these things.
Have you said that you wanted to?
Sure, I've said it before.
Okay.
Doesn't
Joking
mean
around,
anything.
just-
Everyone said they had everything. Everyone's had thoughts of that before.
The special agent explains her concerns that Luke may still be harboring these ideations, but he assures everyone that he's not.
I know, well, his friends or whoever he talks to online, they all kind of joke with stupid lingo like that. But he's never...
Yeah. Listen, there are First Amendment protected rights. Absolutely. We care about those, but we also care about written threats, and that's where things are not protected. Those are not protected rights.
Yeah.
So making written threats online is a federal felony. So what about something like total Jew, now bring it forth, it will happen soon, brother, it's all falling into place?
Oh, Luke.
Do you ever remember saying anything like that?
I mean, I said it, I know.
This particular conversation took place between Luke and another Instagram user by the name Sea Salty Man, who sent Luke what police describe as an anti-Jewish video. They traced the account to Luke's 19-year-old close friend, who they later questioned about the messages.
I have a very certain opinion on Jewish people. Now, it's
You're
not
allowed to have.
which it's not all Jewish people. It's just
I don't know what to say.
people that so happen to be Jewish that do evil things.
After Sea Salty Man sent the video, Luke replied, I don't hate them enough. I need more hate, more hatred. Total Jewish. Now, bring it forth. Sea Salty Man responded, I'm done with this. Let's start the revolution. To which Luke replied, it will happen.
What is the... Why do they look the same? They all look like different Charlie Kirk variants. How did this happen?
Soon, brother.
It's just dumb. Okay, so there are stuff that is art, things that are very serious. I can't speak for him in that. That's just not something I keep up with.
Sure.
In any sense. Like, you know, that's just, I really don't even know what to put that. I just don't think about it often.
When you say you don't think about it often, what do you mean by that? Like, you don't think about his statements often, or you don't think about...
Like, the political ideologies. Like, it's just not something I'm so fantasized in.
You're a little bit nervous, you're shaking and things like that.
This is the first time I've ever had an interaction with the police, like, justice on my own.
And keep in mind, everything you say can and will be used in a court of law.
Let me just be straight up honest with you. Take a deep breath, relax. At the end of this, we're not putting you in handcuffs.
Oh, I
we're
know.
Not taking
It's just like...
I just want you to be relaxed and know that this is literally just a conversation all of us are having, and when we're done, you go back inside and we get back in our cars and leave.
I know. I just want
to put you at ease, and I'm not sure if you were nervous or anything like that.
No, I am, but like it's just like the very first time I've ever had to interact with an FBI agent.
In contrast, Luke's own conversation with the agent grew increasingly tense as she shared more of Luke's statements with his family.
This is absurd to me.
Luke, what about you get a gun to... I'm going to get a gun to... That's what I'll do after a public area.
Who knows if I said it?
Oh my gosh, watch your mouth, Luke.
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is?
Yes, of course I know who he is.
What is he known for?
Elliot Rodger.
He was a guy that couldn't find love, and then he went and shot up a place.
In May of 2014, Elliot Rodger murdered 6 people and injured 14 others. Before the attack, he uploaded a video to YouTube in which he said he wanted to punish women for rejecting him and expressed resentment toward men. He's cited as an influence on several perpetrators.
Bro's like, listen, you're a young white male, okay? You got your whole life ahead of you, but your nervousness is making me conflicted. I as a police officer, as an officer of the law, when I see you being nervous, it makes me want to reach for my gun. I have to inform you by law that I am going to reach for my service weapon if you keep shaking as you speak. I'm conflicted. I'm giving you a warning, son, because you're white. I'm just going to get back in my car now and leave after this conversation is done if you stop shaking.
Perpetrators of subsequent mass attacks.
Incel,
you mentioned incel in your username. What is it?
Yeah, it was a joke. Involuntary celibate.
Okay. So that's what Elliot Rodger was. Is that correct to say?
I suppose.
Sea Salty Man was also later asked about this particular subject, where the agent went into further detail.
What do you know about incels?
I just know it's a kind of people. I don't know. I honestly couldn't even give you like a detail for what it is. I don't know what it is, honestly. I just know it's a term that gets used online. People like Nick Fuentes, if you know who that is, get called like incels and stuff. It's just something like, sorry, it's like involuntary celibate.
I just think that's just a weird term. Involuntarily celibate. Can you think of a worse fate?
The concern is that a lot of your statements that you're making.
Bruce is like, listen, as your lawyer, I'm legally required to tell you I fuck.
Are very similar to what Elliot Rodger believed and did.
Really?
Yes.
I love that they put Bruce on these. Like, this is a great collab. This channel's going places, man. I love it.
You know that. It's not.
What?
Why would you even You know exactly what you're talking about. I don't
It's
even
not
know who it
meme. There's multiple people on Instagram, thousands of people that call themselves incel revolution soon. Oh, I'm a true cell. Everyone says that.
But some of the stuff you're saying is not.
Who cares? They say it too. Do they show up? Do you show up at their houses and interrogate them?
I'm concerned about you.
And anybody.
Today
I
I'm
don't care if
concerned
you're
about
talking about me. I mean, I want to know if you do this to other people. You go to other people's houses and harass them like this.
If there are
Those are obvious jokes. Who reported me? Like, who
what makes
reported
it?
me?
What
What's
makes
this
it on the?
serious?
Yeah, but you put it on the
They're
internet.
FBI.
Nobody
They can
could have
see
reported
anything.
me.
Luke, when you put it out
Who
there,
would have
it's-
reported me? My
it's
own
seen.
friends? They're the only ones that seen these things.
Well, people, whoever.
How would they even know who
if
I
it's out
were?
on the internet, anybody can see it.
No. I mean, it shows you on
It's
Instagram
not a
who
joke.
views your post.
They have access to everything.
Yeah, because they're terrorists that
Watch
have
your
access
mouth.
and
What
spy on
the-
people with the Patriot Act.
Okay.
You need to watch yourself.
I don't care. I
what
can
do you-
say all of this. This is free speech.
While it isn't clear who reported Luke, many of his posts were publicly viewable.
I mean, you come to my house to try and intimidate me and try to silence me. Is that what you're doing?
No. Well,
Yeah,
we're here to ask
that
you
is what you're
questions.
doing. If you're asking me questions, and I don't need the answer, do I? No. Why are you here?
You absolutely
Can
don't
you
need to
leave?
answer questions.
Luke,
Can you leave and never come back?
watch your mouth.
Is that
You know-
possible for you two, or all four of you to
Luke,
do?
stop. That's no
Is that
respect.
possible?
No respect, because what you're writing stuff that's not funny and it's not a joke. So stop. Don't
What's-
put your hand
what's
up. That's
funny
in the
and what's
that's in
not
the
funny?
I mean, I think the smart thing to do in this situation is like, especially considering that you could just get away without receiving any serious punishments here. I would assume that, like, you know, being a little bit more cooperative would probably go a long way here. Or just, you know, shut the fuck up Friday if you want to do that. That's obviously the smartest thing. But, like, they could jam you up. You know, they could jam your ass up right here. So I don't know where this is going to go. But this is what cops do. Like, they will find something actionable. It's probably the dumbest thing you can do is, like, debate lord them. The other guy that looks exactly like this guy was kind of doing the right thing, where he was just like, oh, yeah, I don't mean all Jews, right? Like that kind of thing. This guy's just being a little bit of a dickhead here. It would still be wrong for the police to just like find something to jam him up with, but at the same time, you know, this is a little bit like maybe white privilege potentially.
Yeah, well, I say it. It's killing people. None of that's
Am I
funny.
under arrest? Am I going to be
No,
detained? Are you
stop,
going to
dude.
charge me for
You
these
better
things?
stop.
Does any of this matter? Do I need a
It
lawyer?
matters. You call your dad and get him here.
Luke's brother heads inside to call their dad, who will soon arrive and get caught up to speed. With Sea Salty Man, the FBI agent continued sharing what they found in their private messages.
Again, we're not here to tell you to have your own opinions about certain groups or anything like that, but do you recall talking about more than 110, or in a conversation, more than 110 million non-white foreign individuals in our country? America is truly a hole. Does that sound, ring a bell?
I know how he is. He's kind of racist. I'm not even going to lie. So that sounds like something that could have been said. Now, that line specifically doesn't really ring a bell, but it kind of...
What about something that you may have said, I'm done with let's start the revolution?
Okay, I saw that in the file. So I remember when that happened. That was with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and that was on September 10th. And Lucas was the first person I was like texting and stuff, and we just got into one of those like arguments, not arguments, like
debates.
Not debate. We were like on the same side, but we were just like
fired up,
flaming, like just pretty much dumping. That's what that was.
Okay. What about like follow up with that though?
This is going to be you on Hannity? Nah. Look.
It will happen soon, brother. It's all falling into place. And then your response was, I'm not waiting. And then a discussion from you further was, this tyranny has infected the human race since the dawn of the Jews. Then he responded, you have to, blowing a fuse and committing an act of terror early benefits no one. It's when Breivik was retarded.
Anders Behring Breivik is a Norwegian terrorist who carried out attacks in Norway on July 22nd, 2000.
I will be honest. Thank God most of these guys are pussies, bro. Thank God. Because they do traffic in some pretty fucking violent rhetoric. And like the only reason why there's not, I guess, unlimited mass shootings happening, more so than what is happening currently, is because they're pussies. Thank God.
2011. He first detonated.
Just like you, yeah, I'm a huge pussy, which is famously the reason why I believe in giving everyone, including these fucking dickheads, healthcare, reforming the criminal justice system so that there's better outcomes. Am anti-war, anti-violence in general. Very funny. I mean, I guess, yeah, my worldview is very pussified in many respects. Do I sometimes put myself in threatening situations by design of my job? Yes, I do. The way that the Republicans and Fox News and mainstream media presents me is really funny, like a dangerous radical revolutionary. But I have some fairly standard opinions that I would say are always trying to improve the living standards of every single person unconditionally. You know? So I don't know where you came up with this stuff from, but LARPing's a tough guy is America's #1 pastime. No, like for me, I get into some tricky situations every now and then. It's true. But my worldview doesn't revolve around violence. Like you can find a clip compilation or create a clip compilation to make it seem like that's the case, but I want no war. I want this is my worldview.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
You know?
They did a car bomb, killing 8 people, then carried out a mass shooting at a youth camp, killing 69 more.
And then what about he
Like
continuing
I oppose Nazis because their worldview is unbelievably toxic and it's unbelievably violent. Because at the end of the day, it revolves around not only doing like acts of violence such as what Andrews Breivik has committed and all these other fucking weird incel white supremacists commit, but like even if they had a centralized movement, it still leads to genocide. What I want is an organized movement that yields a more egalitarian, more just outcome for every single person to max out on people's potential. You know, I don't give a shit if someone is black, brown, white, whatever, right? I want everyone to be able to take home or at least have more control over their contributions to society.
Breivik. He bombed leftists in Norway, and what came from it? Really nothing at all. He went to jail. He lit his fuse of hate early. We must all light our fuses together, not individually, and create such an enormous explosion, not a small...
Can you explain why you aren't trying to organize into a political party based on traditional Marxist principles? I don't know. Maybe because I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, I serve a purpose here. I don't know why everyone literally has like turnkey solutions. Everyone's like, why don't you be the one-stop shop? You know, why can't you build the fucking Marxist-Leninist vanguard, bro? What the fuck's wrong with you? It's like, I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. What are you doing? You're just chirping at me. You can't expect me to do everything, right?
Insignificant one that completely obliterates the system so we can rebuild it anew. And your response was...
That was something he said, okay.
That's one way to think about it, but that's to invoke one singular explosion. It needs to be a chain reaction. The hate for true evil needs to spread. And that was your response. Total Jewish bring it forth now. Log the lefties.
Are those the last few things you said were like conversations that he had with me?
Correct.
Okay.
Some of your responses.
Yeah, you had some responses in there as well.
Okay. Could you read those to me?
Your response to you need to blow it all up and win. Then you followed up. Your response was, it's bigger and more grand than just to the section of one race. It is a fight that will require every last soul on this planet until its dying breath. And then further on, he said, them all lefties.
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter. because that was around the time of the Charlie Kirk thing. That should be on September 10th or 11th, right? That's all that was. And since then, obviously, like I've calmed down, and most of the world has. But at that day in specific, it was just a day where no one knew really what was going on or like the full severity of things. I didn't know that he was a what's it called, a Republican at the time. So that's bad on my end because I'm just saying I don't know about. That's practical. That's
The chatter just said, "Why don't you organize a political party based on Marxist principles from Nigeria?" God, I love having an international audience. It's so funny.
I'm just talking out of.
So you probably thought it was one of those minorities or something that you have some sort of particular viewpoint against.
Someone that has committed something like that within the past few years. Like maybe not like a black person or like a person of color, but maybe like some.
Bro got so woke, dude. He got hit with a woke ray. What's happening here? He's like, oh, well, you know, it might have been a queer, non-binary Latinx person of color that I may have actually, unfortunately, caused emotional distress towards without issuing a trigger warning, sir. Bro got scared straight. Yeah, he got scared into being a libtard, dude. Bro got scared woke.
One that identifies in the LGBTQ space, because that happens before too, like the transgenders that have like shut up school in Nashville, or the dude that tried to assassinate Trump was on that end, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know at the same time. So,
according to police records, an Edgewater detective also learned of a group chat Luke was involved in, which discussed the topic of school and workplace shootings.
What was the name of the group chat?
Serial Flexers.
Serial Flexers.
The federal agent attempted to question Luke further.
Did you ever say blowing it all up with incel rage all?
How do you expect me to recall in my mind everything I've ever said?
Watch him.
Oh, you've got pictures of it. I guess that's me. Is it me? My hands covering my face.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got really bad vibes. Like, even his mom is like, damn, like, I kind of raised a piece of shit. His vibes are so bad. His vibes are so fucking abysmal. The most, you know, this is exactly the type of motherfucker that goes, Reddit is down that way, but has the most Redditor vibes of all time. He's like excited that he can now do the debate technique, but this time against a member of the law enforcement. You know this guy fucking hates you too. Oh, this guy 100%. I'm giving it 8 bodies, 8 sock accounts that have been banned on this broadcast so far, in at least 4 Discord groups and 3 different neo-Nazi stalking forums where he actively is going to be typing out with glee how his least favorite person on the planet, the most evil motherfucker on the planet, talked about him for hours. He's swaggy. That's why you're hating. True.
Well, you don't think it's a big deal what you're saying, but
it's a joke. You should. I'm a teenage boy.
Yeah, but it's not a joke. It's what you're saying.
You're actually an adult.
Yeah, exactly.
An adult. Ooh,
Luke.
The federal government prepares that, Charlie.
Everything you put on the internet is for anyone to see, and they have to take it serious because they don't need people going out shooting people and killing people.
Wait, how old is he? Is he like only 18 or 19? Because I thought he was like 30. Maybe not 30, but like 28.
Immigrants coming here raping people that are illegal aliens. They're doing this because I have a European descent. That's why they're doing it.
Dog, you live in Edgewater, Florida, in a prefabricated home. Shut the fuck up. God damn, what is this LARP, buddy? What is this LARP, buddy? Your home's about to be sunk into a goddamn swamp. You're in danger of having your toes eaten by a goddamn alligator on your way to the fucking local Wawa. Oh, it's white genocide, and this Latinx member of law enforcement is conducting it. Look at her face. Look at the mom. She's like, fuck. Dude, you are straight up a disappointment, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Put the fucking public sub in the bag, bro. That's it. $7.25 an hour. Hello. That is if you ever make something of yourself, because that you're maxed out. Jesus Christ. Look at his brother. Look at the neighbor. The whole fucking neighborhood's looking at you like, damn, what a disappointment this has been. Oh my Lord. Chop chop, chicken tendy pub sub, now.
That's exactly why they're doing it. A white male. Oh, a white male. He's so scary.
You
what the
come,
f is wrong with
you come
people?
up with, watch your mouth.
Like, how do you live with
Chad has said, what the fuck, bro? I'm currently at my Publix deli job. Out. Motherfucker, your name is Deli Meat? That's crazy. You named yourself Deli Meat. I'm sorry. Publix workers are the front line. Chillasan Fox is on your ass. I apologize because you have to probably work next to this fucking dickhead. This man he's a sandwich artist, okay? This man loves his deli meat. He named himself Deli Meat. That was before I was hired too, Lamau. This was destined. This was destined to be. It takes a village to raise a child, but only one child to disappoint the entire village. Public subs, fuck though. Come on. No, I know. They do. That's why I brought it up. Because it was in my mind. Top of mind for me. Nominative determinism.
yourself?
Stop.
So I'm actually being descent.
Stop.
What is going on here, man?
Like, how do you live with yourself?
Stop.
So I'm actually being descent.
Stop. It has nothing to do with your skin color. It's what you're saying.
It is.
It's what you're saying. Now stop.
Luke has already been told that he's not being detained or placed under arrest, leaving one of the officers wondering where this may be heading.
If anybody else
What's going to be the end result here? It's going to be 10, 15, 10, 12 or what?
ARAGCHI.
No, this is it, huh?
Legal name is Nina?
Yeah.
Just doing an investigation.
So, with your consent,
She's gonna
because
end
this
up
is your
doing that in
home,
the
I
future.
could,
Like, not today. Not today.
Sure enough, the federal agent has a larger plan in motion, one she will not be revealing today. In the meantime, the situation grows more tense when Luke's dad arrives at the scene.
Oh, shit.
It's a joke.
No.
Let's catch him up on everything first.
Just so you know, I asked why I say
It's some of the stuff that Luke's been doing online. Nobody even knows about it
Memes
till
on
now.
Instagram. I post things and they take it seriously and they come here and try to threaten us and search the home and think I'm a terrorist or something.
Because some of the stuff he said.
Yeah, free speech. I mean, what the They've acted like I'm committing a crime.
Quit swearing.
No, this is absurd. I'm angry.
Well, too bad. You can't do crap like this.
So there's First Amendment rights, of course, but when it becomes a written threat, it becomes a big concern.
It's just a joke, and they.
This was posted on.
It don't matter, Luke. That's serious. You can't do that.
Because you're not taking it serious. It's not a joke to everybody else.
It's not serious at all. It's laughable. It's stupid.
No, it's not. Stop.
With Luke's dad now informed of why they're here, the agent revisits her earlier concern about guns in the home.
I can take all my weapons and put them in a gun safe
That would be great.
at my shop.
That would be.
I thought they were in your safe in the room.
And this is strictly to control, but this is strictly because of the safety concerns that we're having. As an example, some of the threats were women need to be in masks.
Oh my gosh! What the?
I'm gonna get a gun. That's what I'll do after I a public area.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, come on, dude. That is actionable. Of course, come on, dude. Like, that's unfucking believable, bro. He was just straight up. He just straight up was actually posting like he was gonna do it. Like that is okay. I take it back. This is valid use of law enforcement. You know, this is a valid use of law enforcement. Like that shit is not, you know, the Rick Scott conundrum, right? Where I'm talking about the hypocrisy of the Republican Party, and then Rick Scott leans into it and like cries about it nonstop. Like that just, I'm not even going to say that format of, you know, that sequence of words he used and then tied to Rick Scott. Because if I did, I would have absolutely gotten a similar visit from the FBI. Okay, 100%. That's a direct threat.
Hey, Luke.
It's weird because it was in DMs. Yeah, it's obvious that the person he was DMing probably reported him to law enforcement. What are you talking about? Which is, again, a normal, a totally normal thing to do. Because guess what? He was actually making an actionable threat. This is very different than the Netanyahu bonbon memes that landed that person literally under genuine federal, law enforcement scrutiny. That person is detained, right? The person who was making like a joke bomb threat about, it's like me saying, oh, it's Benjamin Netanyahu, there's Hamas tunnels under the fucking Capitol. Like, you know, it's a classic meme about how Israel blows shit up and then lies about it. That's what it is. That's totally different than straight up doing what he's saying. I'm not even going to say it because I don't want Fox News to fucking clip me.
Everyone, that's my instincts. That's what my instincts tell me.
I don't want to hear none of that. I'll take the guns.
For the concerns.
And put them in my
I'm surprised you didn't actually get a visit from the 9/11 comment. Actually, no, the America Deserved 9/11 is absolutely well within the fucking First Amendment. Like that's not an actionable threat at all. What are you talking about? That's not even a threat. It's something that took place already. It's making an assessment on you know whether or not an event that took place was deserving or not. Right? If you want to look at it like that. It's a fucking judgment. It's an opinion. Very, very different. Very different than this.
What questions do you have for me?
None really. It's all a shock to me. I didn't know any of the.
Saying something is deserved is not saying something should happen. No, even saying something should happen is different than saying you're gonna do it. Okay? That's the major difference. Even saying something should happen is not an actionable threat in most circumstances. It can be read as critique, whereas saying that you are going to do something is very different. People say what should happen to me all the fucking time. The reason why I don't go to jail for direct threats is, well, one, because I don't think most people give a shit. But also, I mean, here, like this is an example I saw on the timeline while I was like broadcasting earlier. Like this guy, liberal, by the way, goes, if you see Hasan out next week, it's your duty as a Philadelphian to throw a battery at him. This fucking guy. And this guy's a liberal. Wrong boy, modal millennial, alt woke. We all love the omni cause, don't we, folks? And what he means by omni cause 100% is Gaza. Like, that's a cynical way to be like, oh, everyone just cares about Palestinians, the omni cause. Most likely a fucking a Sex Pestiny fan. The only time I've ever heard someone use that terminology is Sex Pestiny fans. Not surprising. He has, actively issued threats against me and has demanded his audience follow me everywhere I go and try to fucking kill me. Okay, but doxing him is too far, though. Doxing him, it's off of his account, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? Doxing him? You think I found his You think I found his information? It's his pinned tweet and his profile picture. God, my fucking chatters, man. I swear to God, I don't even need enemies. I got fans in here. Yeah, it's like it would be akin to me claiming I'm getting doxxed because people are posting photos of me on my horsey when I was like 13. You were right. Anyone who has reservations about Destiny should watch his conversations with Brian. He was way less intense when talking to people who are acting in good faith. Of course, he's a fucking Sex Pestiny fan, dude. This is how these guys are. You know what the Omnicause truly is? Killing me. That's their fucking Omnicause, unironically. You want to know what a real Omnicause looks like? Something that's like unbelievably stupid that you have actually decided to bank your entire fucking life on? Hating a fucking Twitch streamer, not like opposing a genocide. You can't say opposing a genocide is a fucking Omnicause, idiot. Anyway, so fucking strange, like these guys' obsession. Anytime some pearl clutches at your 9/11 takeout, just think about Bill Maher calling the USA cowards. Just look through their fucking profile. They will have probably said infinitely more heinous shit. Infinitely more heinous shit about minorities in most circumstances, Palestinians in general. They're just mad, and they think this is a good way to get other people on board. The only potent political energy left in America is resentment. No one has any power outside of a small group of people at the top, so everyone else measure their success in the suffering of nebulous outgroups. That's a pretty solid approach. Yeah. Really is all that we got left. Meanwhile, 8-year-olds in America can't read or write. This is what children 8 and 11 are doing in fucking China. It's over. It's over, dude. Done. It's over. It's done. It's done.
Teachers, I don't know any of this stuff. Because they all think the buddies he talks to, it's all a big joke to slander different ethnic groups and all the stuff they think is funny.
And that's First Amendment protected.
Yeah.
It is. No matter how you feel about it, it's First Amendment protected. But what it's not protected is the written threat. So
you don't go around saying
No, many of the mass shooters have been incels.
Oh yeah, you can't. It's a
joke. I don't care. You don't say. You don't.
They killed.
Obviously, it's not a joke because the lady's here.
Doesn't mean anything.
It does. No. They don't. I'm 56 years old. I never had the FBI come to my house.
No.
Because
kind of bull.
It's hard.
Because you're not defending the white race, Pop. I am. It's because you're not ballsy enough to defend the white race like me. White race like me.
Well, yeah. Well, you got a warped way of thinking.
When the agent asks for a chance to look in the home and ensure there are no weapons in Luke's room, Luke speaks out against it, and his family seems to lose their patience with the teen.
There's no charges. They can't search our house. I'm not under arrest.
Okay, Luke.
They came here to strong mouth.
You shut your mouth.
Go inside.
You know what? You need to go. Okay, go inside now, please.
They can see the guns. If I say they can see them.
So he cannot If the parents say, go ahead and search his room, Luke can't say, I don't want you to search my room. They can get permission from the parents.
Why would you consent to a search?
Just your face.
Get it in the.
You're all ridiculous. How do you live with
Just
yourself, you piece of
what?
He's mentally ill.
That's what you say. Go inside.
Listen, you're not making the situation any better with your negative stuff.
Because you guys need to take it more seriously.
Yeah, well, I'm taking
it
it real serious. That he's moving all the guns out. Yeah, I am.
You gonna take the Xbox
Yeah,
away?
yeah, I'm gonna
You know
take
what?
all the out.
This is not the time for that, okay?
Well, because I'm trying to get her
It's
to take
not
it more
the time
seriously.
for it.
Yeah, I just
not
now.
the time for it.
Just like always, he won't get in trouble.
I didn't think the dad was going to come out swinging in favor of law enforcement like this. I'll be honest with you. I thought he was going to be like, well, it's my son. He's saving the white race. I was wrong. My mistake, Pop. My mistake. I thought that was a chud dad, okay? Coming back home after a long day at the dick sucking factory, okay? Or maybe the racism factory. Those are the only two viable industries we have left in this country, right? And baby murder machines. So.
Okay, how am I not taking it serious when we just found out about it? All the guns are going out. Because
Yeah, dad be like, look like a chud, think like a woke.
trying to get rid of it.
Go inside.
Go.
I don't feel safe in there by myself with him.
Oh, you know what?
Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't.
And then call somebody and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
How about that?
Oh my God. Pop is trying to get Mima out of the picture right now. He's like, well, then go somewhere else. Pop does not want Mima to be living in the house with them. Pop is mad, okay? He's not happy about the mother-in-law situation regardless. He is using this as an opportunity. He seized on it.
The federal agent and the members of the Edgewater Police Department leave the home having obtained enough information to secure a warrant for Luke's arrest. 6 days later, officers descend on the teen's home under the cover of night.
Hands up! Hands up!
Oh.
Come out here!
Walk out straight desk, please. All occupants of the residence.
Don't go back.
No, don't go back inside!
Come out to us with your hands up.
Lucas, hands up!
Everybody hands up.
There's the suspect right there. That's him.
Go.
Lucas, stop, guys. Stop where you're at.
Bro, are we about to see a murder? What the fuck's going on here? God damn, that escalated. That's crazy.
Down on the ground. Down on the ground. Lucas, get on the ground.
Are you kidding me?
Put your hands behind your back. You guys know exactly what this is about.
No, we don't. They came the other day.
Don't say anything.
Stand up.
You hear me?
They came the
Somebody
other
clear
day,
the
but
channel.
What is it now? What is it
You got a
now?
warrant for his arrest now. Let's go.
What for?
The same thing.
Because of the phone?
No, you may need the phone.
What was it for?
The same thing. Yep.
So why is this now?
What do you mean?
I do genuinely believe that if he was like apologetic in that conversation, like they probably would not have pursued this. Like if he was just like, I'm really sorry, I'll never do it again. I didn't realize that there were like legal consequences to my actions. Like, cause this is like, he did, you're joking, right? Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. They went in, even though he made actionable threats, they went in to make an assessment on whether or not this dude was like a real problem. Because if they truly thought he was capable in that moment of doing a mass shooting, they would have conducted this arrest immediately. They wouldn't have like gone on a fact-finding mission. Because he had access to guns. He showed no remorse. That is the reason. Like if he had straight up cried, apologized, explained what he was saying, said he got emotional like the other fucking Nazi that looks exactly like him. If he had a similar conversation, this would not have happened. I'm almost certain of it. It's not a 100% guaranteed, never is, but But yeah. It sounds like they didn't have a warrant first. I mean, he made threats.
Why did they come now?
Because it's when we have a warrant for it.
Really?
Yes.
Luke, don't say nothing.
So
you mean if he just kissed up and submitted to the state that's genocided his people? Yes. Dude. Yes. This is the reverse Turtle Island Liberation Front, okay? This is the neo-Nazi version of that. Guy who's like ultra, what would be the opposite of what? Ultra sleep? Ultra anti-woke? Who's like, that's right, stand by your principles, brave white warrior. Yeah, ultra sleep.
You're charged with a crime. They can charge it out one of two ways. They can charge it out by summons, where you get a letter in the mail and say, you have a court date on this particular date, please come to court. Or they can charge it out by warrant. And in cases that involve violence or potential threats of violence, they do it under the cover of darkness, and they do it without telling you. So after that first visit with the FBI, what I would have recommended for him to do, call a lawyer right now. And that lawyer starts interacting with the prosecutor. They would have had a heads up. And what we do is, okay, well, he'll turn himself in. You're gonna do it, issue the warrant on Friday. He'll turn himself in on Friday.
Turn around, face the bed of the truck. You got anything on you that's gonna poke, prick, stick me?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Gotcha. You've got a warrant for your arrest for written threats to kill or do terroristic attacks. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Spread your feet.
I will say he was carrying the flame.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
It's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the post, I agree. That was all crazy.
This is not ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous. Why didn't they just take him that day then?
Because they didn't have it that day. It requires investigations. It requires time.
Yeah, I know what he was saying. I agree with that. That was all wrong, but...
Well, this is the result of that. It's taken very seriously. It's taken very seriously, yes.
These young kids...
It's not young kid. It's nothing to do about that.
Well, I think I know the kid.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand he's your son.
Uh-oh. Now we know where he gets it. Pop on his debate lord shit, too. Turns out, Papa's like, well, he was just trying to save the white race. He's just a kid now.
I'm going to go kill someone.
Do you know that?
Put it this way, right?
Do you know that is a good question? You don't.
If something does happen and we did nothing about it, then, you know.
There's nothing to do.
Hold on.
Yeah, also, Papa was like, he's a fucking loser. He didn't leave the house. But also, the cops are aware of the memes. Chat, this is what we just found out. They know the he was on our radar meme. They know. Because that he was so close to being like, come on, man. If he just did something, they'd be like, he was on our radar, and then everyone's going to dunk on us. Like, we put him on the radar. We had to act.
Here all the time.
But
he's not.
Listen,
he don't leave.
He's not in the prison.
He don't leave the house. How can he do a mass shooting? He's a fucking loser. Papa's like, he's too stupid. He's too much of a loser to do a mass shooting. He does not have the self-discipline.
You know, so at the end of the day, you have to understand that kind of stuff can't be taken lightly with the way the world is nowadays.
While Luke's mom heads inside to get a pair of shoes for her son, his dad continues speaking with police officers.
Yeah, for put on the internet, you go to jail for that nowadays?
Yeah, if you're inciting mass murder of particular individuals, absolutely.
If you, what do you got? Name names, or you just?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to name names if you say that you're going to mass kill. Yes, that's not protected. That's not protected speech.
Free speech is a protected constitutional right. However, there is a point where it goes from being free speech to being a crime.
Any espousal of violence is no longer free speech. You cannot incite or request or make any attempts to say anything about violence. That becomes no more free speech. If you just simply say, I hate insert X group here, whatever. That is what it is. But you can't start espousing any kind of thing that says, I'm going to kill anybody. That's where it becomes a problem. A major problem, in fact, because the state of Florida deems it a second-degree felony, punishable by 15 years in prison.
He don't leave the house.
Great. Right now he doesn't. Until he's decided he's ready. You can't not take stuff like that seriously, and we will never not take that seriously.
While behind bars, Luke reaches out to his brother in a recorded jail call.
I don't know what they're thinking, even though I meant nothing of it.
Yeah, well, you're just going to have to be honest and tell them that, and you need to apologize.
Yeah, I know. It's my friends talk to you or whatever. I don't know if they're going to ask you questions.
Well, I'm sure everyone's going to be asking questions, and of course, everyone around here is constantly looking at that for new mug shots because they got nothing better to do. So people are going to find out.
Humiliating. It's humiliating.
I don't know, Luke. Just you need to say some prayers or something.
Yeah, you're acting like I'm getting hung on the gallows in Nuremberg or something.
No, but you gotta go through this. I mean, you brought it on yourself.
Well, yeah, like I knew this would happen. It was just a joke on the internet.
It's serious. They can't ignore that. That's how bad things happen.
Yeah.
Luke's fears that his friends would all find out were eventually realized, as this conversation between Sea Salty Man and the FBI took place after Luke's arrest and his subsequent release from jail on a $10,000 bond. Fully aware of Luke's legal consequences,
they
the
cooked
team
his
works
ass
to make his stance clear.
I'm just going to put this on the record. I won't and can't relate to going and wanting to shoot up a place. That's absolutely mad.
Mm-hmm.
But certain people, I guess, can just because that, like, ambiguous anger that has, like, built up in some people, especially like that sit in the house all day. They have no outlet, and all they do is they're chronically online. It's just not healthy.
What are your thoughts now, looking hindsight?
Definitely watch my emotions, and he definitely should do the same. Like, are you talking about, like, what I've learned from the whole experience?
Not really what you've learned, but what are your thoughts about his likelihood to maybe act on any of these types of threats?
I think that's a joke.
At what point does a joke become a reality? What's the line?
Very good question. A joke, it depends on, like, certainly, like, the circumstance. But with this, like, with this specific situation, with him going out and harming something, I could sit here and say, because I've known him for so long, that I've seen the patterns, and who knows, but, you know, changes. So, truthfully, I don't know.
The special agent and Edgewater police also visited the home of another of Luke's close friends. According to police records, Luke...
It's a joke, right? This is a joke, right? This is variants of the same guy. Am I going crazy? What's happening? Why are they all in Florida and basically the same guy? What the fuck is happening, dude? It's like they put the same like character in the video game starting screen with different haircuts. The other two were identical haircuts. This is just a different haircut they're trying out on the same guy.
Could send him what they described as numerous threats and derogatory comments against women.
One being like, I hate women so much it's unreal. Just seeing them makes me seethe with rage. Knowing other men women and I can't makes me seethe with rage. It makes me want to become a terrorist. World. Even if I ascended and somehow attained a woman, I would never truly love her. I just be.
Look at her mom's face. Look at her mom's eyes. Look at her mom's eyes. Oh my God. 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 It's the Gagatron 9000. Okay, she's gagged. She's like, why couldn't you do the bone smashing like them normal gay boys do? Why'd you have to be this kind? Because that's it. You got two ways to go, Western man. When you are this age at this point, young white male teenager, you either become gay like Clavicular or you become a Nick Fuentes fan, which is weirdly enough the actual more diverse option for a young white man, okay? Much more diverse option is the Nazi one. Weirdly enough. Don't ask me why that's the case. Actually, both options are gay, technically, but yeah, you become gay like Clavicular or gay like Nick Fuentes. Or there's a secret third option, which is learning about the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism. Okay? You know, which way, Western man?
From when I read it.
Do you remember reading that? No.
Sounds like he's just kind of got his blockers on and not really paying attention to it.
And I know he's just like I am. We're like, oh yeah, that's them. Whatever. You don't think anything. But then he started saying it, and we're like, whoa, the world's different now. You can't say this and
exactly,
online and certain words, and we've seen it. I mean, we're living it.
Right. And you can call it a joke as much as you like.
Right.
But a lot of other people have called it jokes.
Absolutely.
Who have acted out.
Right. And that is very excessive to me. So I would have never imagined him to keep having these. And I hope it is just a kid talking, but that definitely would put a concern that I'm not trying to be mean, but I do think he's not allowed to come around just for, I don't want to take any chances.
Yep. According to court documents, 19-year-old Lucas Gregory Nevcherlane was charged with 1 count of written threats to kill or do bodily injury. He entered a plea of not guilty and is currently still out on bond. The case is ongoing, and a pretrial hearing has been set for May 20th, 2026. Special thank you to Bruce for reviewing this case.
Oh, I've seen this. This is great. Yeah. I mean, she just describes basic Marxist thought, enclosures and whatnot. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Justice Department announces readopting the firing squad as a means of execution. You know what the fuck's going on, bro. You know what's... All right, enough. Put the video games in the bag, big bro. We're done with this shit, okay? It's PRAGMATA time. Let's be pragmatic here. Let's do some PRAGMATA. I'm done with this shit. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's PRAGMATA time. Yep, 3 days of gaming. A lot of you are getting fat. Just know. A lot of yous, you're getting fat as fuck right now, okay? You're getting fat as shit. Gaming frogs, you're getting hella fat. Obese, really. Let's see what we got. Unix schematic updated. Stasis net. Thrusters. Overdrive protocol. Enhances the overdrive and the hacking gauge. Okay, I'll wait to get more I'll wait to get more modules. Don't judge me. I'm not judging. No judgments. I'm a cat boy. Wait, where's the hacking node? Oh, I'm out of hacking nodes. Wait, where the frick is the... Nick Fuentes thinks you're a hot cat boy? Gross. Fit goes hard. Thank you. Thank you, King. You just called us fat. That's terrible dad behavior.
Vickers said to be in charge of protecting the master controls. But those tanks on its back look vulnerable.
I'll see if I can find an opening. If not, we'll need to make one.
Okay. Oh, shit. I forgot how to play this fucking game, dude.
Not bad.
Oh God, it's there's this whole shebang, the whole ordeal before we get there, right? Wait, what's up here? What the heliante? Oh, what the heliante? What? Secret door?
Where'd the wall go?
It was just a hologram.
Might be
The hollow wall.
more of these things around here. Stay sharp.
Wait, I'm hearing the little robo thing, but I'm not seeing it. I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it. What the hell is this? Vibrant set of crayons. Oh, we got gifts for Diana.
Is that another REM?
Yeah, yeah,
Sure
yeah.
is.
You got more toys.
Let's take it back to the shelter.
It's on the vent to the shaft. Where is it? I hear it, but I don't see it. Left of elevator? Is it downstairs? Oh, is that it? I see it. Boom. That was crazy. I didn't even know there was a whole ass universe out there, you know? Oh God, I hate this. This is cringe. I hate this part because this is so hard for no reason. Right before a boss battle, I feel like it's cheap. You know what I mean? Peppering in enemies right before a boss battle is cheap. Am I crazy for that, chat? Like, just put the fire.
Incoming. Happy. Shoot out.
Oh shit.
How you like this?
Yeah.
Ah!
Watch out. There's more. Jump you.
God damn it! Oh, there we go. Okay. Don't forget to switch your guns. What do you mean? No melee? Is there melee in this game? I can't believe this is still the tutorial mission and I'm having such a hard time with this, by the way. It is kind of wild. It is also deeply annoying to me that... Oh shit, I couldn't dodge it. God damn it.
Get ready. Shoot it where it's weak, you. Here it comes again.
Come on, enough already.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Here it comes again.
Come on, enough already.
Defensive breakdown.
You're going down.
Look out. Stay away from the red circle.
Try.
God damn it! Why is it so slow to fucking reload?
Starting pack.
Good work.
Close in on it. Now's the snap.
Take this.
Overdrive.
I hate how
fucking slow that goddamn shotgun is, bro. It's crazy slow.
Charging again.
Stubborn hunk junk.
You can upgrade fire with the Luna filament at the shelter. Yeah, yeah. Wait, she's supposed to do something here, right?
Let me try.
0111100 like that shit, right? Is that the balls? No, that's not the balls.
Get ready.
Oh fuck!
Shoot out. Be careful. Here it comes.
Time to dance.
One more. Okay, triple. Oh baby. Okay.
How you like this?
What the fuck? Come on!
Just a little bit more.
All right.
One more. Let's go.
Energy levels restored.
Back shots after back shots after back shots. Laying it down.
Yeah, baby. We did it. This is how we say good job.
Fuck's wrong with this baby, bro? Baby don't know a high five? They didn't download that information into this baby? Lame ass baby don't even know what a high five is.
What is this?
Well, let's just take it back to the shelter.
Weird android baby for real. Boss baby shit, dude. Baby is literally 3 minutes old and counting.
Has been added to the tramline. The mass production array is now accessible.
Bro, baby knows how to do 01111100011 binary hacking in real time. You should download the fucking High Five DLC, okay? Vibes are very important. AI vibes are bad. She has the autistic update. I see that. She's an iPad kid. I'm the iPad kid. Look at me. Look.
That should take care of the cradle power problem. Next up, the MTA and the comms tower.
Is it a turret?
What is that thing?
I'm gonna get a better look.
Wait! What the? Careful.
Hello. We are Cabin, your one-stop companion for all things shelter.
Companion, huh? So where you been all this time?
We believe you have a shelter license key in your possession.
This thing?
giant bot.
So, Captain, what up?
A most pointed inquiry. We have been, let us say, asleep, but that device woke us up, leaving us available to offer you our wide range of
Dude, what the fuck is going on? We got only robots, bro. Reddit Clanker. Oh my god. Where are the humans, bro? Where are the humans?
For shelter level 1.
Shelter level upgraded. Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff. REM Replicator Beta now online and ready to serve.
How many levels is this game? Like 3? I'm a third of the way in, right?
Booting up. Hello, fellow Cradle crew. Allow us to enhance your shelter life experience with our newest service.
Bro, what? Some of you should not have unrestricted access to the internet, bro. I would fuck the shit out of this new robot. Does your TV turn you on? It's a square. It's literally just a square. I don't even know what you would fuck on the square. Do you look at your PC tower and go, can't wait to fuck my PC today? It's not even a square, it's a rectangle. As long as it vibrates, it's enough. See, this is what I mean. No matter what someone says in the chat, you can always rely on chat to go, hold on, that guy has a point. Like, even with Waterboy, I was conflicted about what people were saying, but this is a bridge too far.
Cabin Stab Club. Exchange cabin coins to unlock shelter surfaces. A little quid pro coin. Please accept this gratuity for first-time crew. 1 cabin coin. Compliments of the shelter.
He said first hit is free like a drug dealer.
At our fine selection of stamp boards.
Spend cabin coins to claim prizes from an open slot on the stamp board. Complete a bingo to receive additional rewards. What is this? Walker bot data will be uploaded to the bot database in the shelter. So I just open, I don't understand. I just open something random.
Ta-da! Read more about bots here.
Why does the poll chat get, why does the chat always get so freaky during gaming? They're starving, brother. That's why. Deal 10% more damage, weapon or hacking is down or immobilize enemies. Oh no, I wasted it. Fuck. Oh, okay. Okay.
We hope you enjoy your purchase.
Frenzied by the serotonin we get from gaming. Yeah, true. Some cool jazz. Oh, we only got one. We can't even upgrade right now. Goddamn. Goddamn. So that's what the little figurines are. Oh my God. Chatter, what does this one do for you? Would Chatter fuck this little figurine? Node slot expands Diana's abilities by adding extra slots. We got new abilities. Fast moves. Oh, I definitely need that. Oh, crit shot. Nut shots. Definitely need those. What should I get, chat? What should I get? Multi-hack is OP. All right. Bro. Oh yeah. Cool jazz. Node slot. Should I do node slot? What should I do here? Oh, I can't do node slot. Another Moss slot? What do we got here? What do we got here? What is this thing? Watcher. Oh, this is just like the enemies. Chatter's gonna be like, yo, don't zoom into that. Chatter, does this do it for you? Would you fuck this thing, dude? Chatter's like, oh no, don't zoom into its ussy. Yeah, chatter, don't do it. Chatter, don't do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Wait, where's the other REM replicator? Oh, here. Wait, why can't I make the other REM replicator? I picked it up, right? I'm relapsing is your fault.
Since we printed the glow, they both appeared at the same time.
I see.
Freebies.
The person who made that REM put in a little extra to cheer us up.
I see. I want to tell the person who made it. Hey, can I give you something? Q? Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the train?
Uh-huh.
So like when dudes see this, they're like, oh my God, this is gonna make women want to have children with me. Is that what is going on here? Because I've seen this so many times.
Not half bad, kiddo.
Bro, this is AI art. I don't fuck with this. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for having principles. That's AI art, okay? Many of you love talking shit. Hasan, why do you use AI art? Well, oh, you like it when the fucking AI makes the art itself? Really? Oh, really? Oh, really? A bunch of leftists in the chat all of a sudden, oh, we love AI art. Not so consistent. Okay, I got it. The shelter jazz version is maybe a little too busy.
We wish you a happy shelter life.
Yeah, you're already sucked into the disgusting clanker propaganda here. It's very obvious.
Hey, look. You can learn more about the Cradle's book.
Wasn't exactly.
What? But you're always like...
Bro's cooking us live. I bought this other REM thing I found. Why can't I put it down here?
System status off the charts.
Just don't understand. Talk to the clanker child? No. What the hell's the clanker child gonna tell me? She don't even know how to do a high five, bro. Oh, this is it. The crayons. There it is. Wait, how the fuck? Wait. How did the clanker fucking draw that artwork without me giving her the crayons? Wait a minute. How in the fuck did the... Okay.
So many colors.
Yuck.
I've been wanting to draw.
Even more AI art. Yuck. Here, Clanker. Come here. Authorization to pass through a red zone gate. Special bot deployment sector secured by IDUS.
You have quite the eye organ.
She one of the good ones? There ain't no such thing, brother. There ain't no such dang thing. Wait, oh, did I get an extra upgrade? Oh no, I only have one. What the fuck? Did this child make the anti-Trump Lego video? Yes. I need the hardened suit, I think. That's better. Wait, I have a new weapons loadout? Decode or multi-hack? Oh, I should do the multi-hack, right? That's better, right? Wait, why didn't I just add multi-hack and decode? I had two.
Let's head to the comms tower. Should be at the mass production array.
God damn it. You need to pick it up off the walls, off the shelter exit. Yeah, this is the baby that made the Lego videos. Yeah, bro, I'm still streaming 8 hours, 8 freaking hours, dude.
Now we can go to the comms tower.
It's a different me.
Can't tell if we'll actually get through to Earth, but I need to know about my team.
Fair evasion. Anything over here? This is like a perfect area for crates. You know what I mean? It's kind of busted that they didn't put crates in there. That's just bad map design. Capcom, figure it out. Quit capping. We're only 10 minutes in. Cat?
Kitty cat!
Hey, wait! Kids.
No, come back!
Diana!
Is that a holographic cat?
What are you doing? Are you trying to hurt yourself?
If I break, you can just fix me back up.
That's not the point.
How would we retrieve you, Diana?
You have to be more careful. If something happened to you,
Stupid.
I'd be in real trouble.
In real trouble? Why?
I mean, well, you best think on that yourself.
Okay, I will.
Selfish ass, bro. That's crazy. He's selfish as hell. Yeah. Stupid ass baby.
Well, we got cats. Where are all the people? A cat was the last thing I was expecting.
Save the cat. Of course, chatters are fucking... Chatters have the same brain as a 4-minute-old AI baby, okay? Oh, save the cat. Yeah, guess what, dude? Trying to save the cat is what almost killed Diana.
Let's use this when we're outnumbered.
The mobs in the sector are crazy. Oh no. What the heliante is that?
Linking the enemy.
Is that it?
Probably not. At least when they explode, they don't kill me or hit me, hurt me. Oh, I got one of these bad boys. Let's go. Upgrade comp. It's compy. It doesn't do anything if it's only one. What does that mean? Area closed for testing. Oh, here we go. If it was a dog, you'd save it? Yes, I would. It's true. I absolutely would.
Look at that.
No memes. Not on some meme
can
shit.
make everything with lunafilament, huh?
They don't have it on Earth?
Nah, testing's been limited to the moon as far as I know. People back home have only heard about stuff like this.
Does that mean there are no pragmata?
No clue. But I've sure as heck never seen a bot that needs as much watching as you do.
Is that a bad thing?
Nah, you keep things interesting. That's good.
Turns out you can download a car, by the way. You should never believe that you can't download a car. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't download a car. Yeah. The inquiry keyword PRAGMATA is classified as security level 6. Only a summary is available for viewing. PRAGMATA overview: high-functioning autonomous prosthetic body with a simulated organic structure due to different design concepts. My cat and I are offended and leaving. No, please don't. Can you get your cat to turn on a different TV and watch from a different TV? I need all the viewership I can get. Not gonna lie. Oh!
Be careful!
Oh, fuck.
I got it!
Guess it's my turn.
Like, I'm struggling on the viewership side, as you can probably tell. You at 15K right now? I know. Don't even remind me.
Lunum and lunafilament.
Hasan, you should stop here. You don't want to see what happened in Afghanistan? Wait, what happened in Afghanistan? What happened in Afghanistan is they fucking elected a goddamn commie, okay? An Islamo-Marxist, a Mohammedan, and obviously as soon as he did that, all hell fucking broke loose. Like, I don't need this. A data shard slightly fills Diana's hacking gauge. Oh. You started gaming and 50% of the community said fuck this shit? Yeah, it's this how it is always.
There! That big one! Right in the middle!
Whoa.
Holy sh... Wait.
Wow!
What the hell?
Would you look at that?
Is this Afghanistan?
It's a bit like New York.
New York? Is that a place on Earth?
Yeah, in America.
The Big Apple, bro.
Many lights and signs. I can't decide what to look at first.
Whoa. Earth, hidden gems you don't want to miss? Bro. This is what happened after they elected Zohran Mamdani? I guess you get what you deserve, right? Never should have gotten the commie elected. This is New York City with the low bit rate. Cannot obtain because your ammo is full. Oh. Please, what was your pet horse's name? My pet horse. The horse I competed with. Her name was Saljan. Oh, hell yeah. Another upgrade comp. Oh shit.
Back off.
What's up, bitch? Okay, they're dropping hella shockwave guns out here. They put Mamdani in the DLC as a DLC boss. Here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. What was your horse's name in English? Bro, what the fuck? It's a name. What do you mean? What was your horse's name in English? It's like saying, Hasan, what's your name in English? It's Hasan, buddy. What kind of question is this? What do you want me to make up an American name? Sarah. Sandy. Oh, what the frick? Oh shit, did I dodge that? No, I didn't.
Did it!
What the hell? There's a lot of enemies here, bro. I don't like it. It's scary. Especially when they come out of the ground like that. I don't like that at all. Can I just blah blah? Oh.
Yeah, let's do this.
Blah, blah. I tried to pull an NYPD on him, you know what I mean? He's armed and dangerous. No, can't open this door. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? What is blap blap? It's the sound of my gun, dude. Oh, here we go.
This is Edis. Due to an unidentified interference, this area has been secured. Mass printing will resume shortly.
Damn. So that's how it is?
Edis isn't very nice, is it?
Unlock the massive gate.
Got it!
That was easy. That's it? That's how we unlock it?
To disable the lock codes and the local access beacons to reach the comms tower.
So where to?
I don't know. Try scanning.
Is this it? Oh, come on, man. Wait. What the fuck is that, bro?
What in the...
Hey, yo, that was gross.
It almost had us.
Yeah, nice moves, kid.
That was gross as hell.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, I'm returning to shelter, and that's where I will be ending it for the day. Got that boss out of the way. I'll play earlier tomorrow. Okay, the audience that stays becomes less acoustic, but more horny. Now that we saw Momdanistan, you know. Oh, fuck, I forgot to do a manual save again. God damn it. Why is there a manual save every time that I gotta fucking do? That's kind of dumb. Anyway, chat. We had a full day. You got a taste of gaming, you got a crumb of it. I hope you enjoyed it. We got more stuff coming up tomorrow. You already know what it is. Hope you enjoyed it. And that'll be all for today. All right. Look at this. Kai already knows. Kai already knows what time it is. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. I'll sell people hay. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kai a place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.